Hello and welcome. And it's round 6 in the FIDE Grand Swiss and the Women's Grand Swiss. And the tournament is just ablaze with excitement. We have a gripping three-way tie in the open section and a clear front runner in the women's. And as we begin our journey over the halfway mark, and it's a free day tomorrow, will the players take it easy or will they continue their fierce clashes over the board? We'll find out today. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and it's a great pleasure, as always, to be alongside this fine gentleman, Grandmaster David Howell.
Thank you, Jovanka. It's exciting times, as you say. We're nearly at the halfway mark. Importantly for the players, it's a rest day tomorrow, so they'll be able to pour all of their energy into today's battles.
Yes, and this is a key question. Will the players want to take those risks? Will they go all in, roll the dice? And yesterday was quite an exciting game. And again, I'm using the British understatement. It was incredibly exciting. There we see the results before the top 10 in the open section. And there were just two decisive results, with Hikaru Nakamura beating Alexei Sarana and Arjun Erigaisi beating Jumabayev in the 7th hour. But what games were we treated to?
Yeah, fantastic games. The draws don't tell the story either, where there were a lot of very exciting, very aggressive chess being played, but in the end it was Nakamura, it was Erigaisi who joined Esipenko in the lead. Yeah,
let's take a look at the standings. And there is a three-way tie at the top. Hikaru Nakamura, Andrei Yesipenko and Arjun Erigaisi all share the spoils at the top there. But goodness me, there are so many players on 3.5 points.
Yeah, that's right. 16 players on 3.5. The pack is really chasing here, and I think the last thing anyone wants before a rest day is a defeat. So we'll see what the players have in store for us. Let's check out some of those pairings, Jovanka.
Yeah. And as always, when we have this kind of caliber in the tournament, this is going to be very exciting. Hikaru Nakamura will have the black pieces against Andrei Yesipenko, and on board 2, Yu Yangyi faces off against Arjun Erigaisi, and for the first time in this event, Fabiano Caruana is no longer on top board. He is playing down on board 3 against Evgeny Naya.
Yeah, and we'll be following all of those 3 games with a lot of interest. Of course, we have other big stars like Alireza Firouzja, we have Vincent Keimer, Hans Niemann. They're all just poised. We were lucky enough to be joined by some of them in the studio yesterday, and they're all feeling extremely ambitious. And I think we'll see more of the same today, Jovanka.
Absolutely. That is one thing guaranteed. And let's take a look at the women's section. As always, it's such a decisive day when the women play chess. And if we take a look at the top 10 results of round 5, we can see, well, yesterday was no exception, with 7 out of the top 10 finishing in a decisive result. But Bibisara Asabayeva's victory over former women's world champion Tang Zhongyi means that Bibisara is in the lead with 4.5 points out of 5.
Yeah, Bibisara, a great game yesterday, really sparkling victory with black against a former women's world champion. Today, she actually has the black pieces again. Let's actually check out those standings that you mentioned with Asabayeva out in front.
Yes, let's go and see what is ahead of us in the standings. And there we can see Bibisara with 4.5 points out of 5. But there are 3 players on form, I have to say, just chasing her, half a point behind: Vaishali, Anna Mazuchuk and Alexandra Goryachkina. Alexandra, after a slow start, has managed to string together some victories, and now she is on 4 points.
Yeah, the top seed, Goryachkina, 3 wins in a row. She's got the wind behind her sails right now, and it's not going to be easy for any of those players at the top. Let's check out some of the pairings, maybe, Jovanka, as we see who faces off against each other. The leader, Bibisara, as mentioned, gets a double black. She gets black again, this time against Anna Muzichuk.
It is a tough pairing indeed. Anna Muzichuk is a formidable competitor. She once crossed the 2600 mark, and now she has the white pieces. She's incredibly known for her very aggressive opening repertoire, and well, she's got the white pieces against Bibisara Sabaeva. In board 2, we have another juicy matchup between Vaishali, who has been in ferocious form, let's face it, against Alexandra Goryachkina. That is going to be mouth-watering. And then Gary Felina against Tan Zhongyi and Efronsky against Munguntul.
Yeah, we'll be focusing very much on those top few boards, the leading pack up there. But Asalbayeva, if she wins her game, it looks like she'll be bang on course for one of those candidate spots, even with 5 rounds remaining after today.
Yes, because there is a lot of things up for grab. It's not just the incredible prize money at stake. As David mentioned, the winner and the runner-up do get a candidate spot. And here we can see in the 2024 FIDE women's candidates, these players have already qualified. But who will qualify from the Grand Swiss? Well, is yet to be known.
Yeah, it's good news for players such as Asalbayeva, such as Vaishali, because actually Goryachkina and Muzichuk, 2 of the pack there on 4 points out of 5, they've already qualified, opening up the field, opening up even more spots for the candidates. Could be life-changing for any of those young players.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we can see who has already qualified for the 2024 FIDE candidates. Also going to be held in Toronto next spring, and there are the 4 known contenders. And it's a little bit dubious whether Magnus Carlsen will accept his qualification or / invitation. I'm not quite sure what to call it, but we will find out who qualifies from the Grand Swiss and later on this week.
Yeah, and of course, big monetary prizes at stake as well. In the open section, $80,000. That's not pocket change. That's a pretty decent sum of money. Second place, $60,000. Those 2, of course, would be accompanied by the candidate spots. And yeah, all the way down to 46th place. There's a lot of money up for grabs.
There is a lot of money out for grabs. And, well, if you nab those top 2 spots, you are going to be in it for the glory. Just imagine the headlines in the country, especially if someone like Gukash or some unknown, actually, because we even have an international master there in the field at 3.5 points out of 5. And here we can see the prizes for the women's section. First place nabs $25,000. Second place, $17,500. And remember, there are only 50 women competing in this competition.
Yeah, so nearly half of the field will get prizes. There's 23 money prizes in the women's event out of 50 players. That's decent odds, decent shot. But of course, everyone vying for those top spots.
Yes, that is what is on everyone's mind. And, well, today is going to be very exciting, and we are now going to dash over to the playing venue in the Villa Marina. Here is the very fine arena where the players will be making their moves, and there is top board in the FIDE Grand Swiss, Yandrei Yesipenko getting ready for his game against Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, we will see more players start to file in. Here we see, actually we're looking from the entrance, so players now starting to find their boards. There is a penalty if you arrive late. We have 6 minutes to go before kickoff. And it's nice to see players file in, have a few chats with each other, looking in good spirits.
Yes, definitely in good spirits. And there we can also see the arbiter, Anna Srebnitz, getting ready. She will make their announcements, and then handshake and showtime. And one of the great things about this is it really is a who's who in the chess world. I mean, everywhere you turn, there's a grandmaster bearing down you. I can see Ariane Tari, Norwegian number 2. We also caught a quick glimpse of Yavokir Sindarov.
Yeah, and in the middle of your screens there, we have renowned commentator, fantastic player herself, Tanya Sachdev, chatting with her good friend Abhijit Gupta, former world Julian champion. We have Ivan Saric, one of the victors yesterday, beating MVL, walking down towards the bottom of your screen.
And I thought I saw Para Magsudlu as well, chatting away, and there we can see Monika Sochka. It's quite funny, actually, how we can identify players just by their walks.
Just by the way they smile, the way they walk. Yeah, these top players, they all have very unique gaits around them. But Jovanka, we're talking about the players being in good spirits. It is nearly Halloween, though. Do you think those haunting spirits will lead to some horror shows on the board today?
Maybe they might be afraid of some ghosts. And there we can see Anton Korobov and Bibi Sara Alsabieva, the current leader in the women's section, pacing furious. Yeah, we'll find out whether today is going to be tricks or treats.
Tricks or treats. And then we see press officer John Saunders just entering the camera. Owen Lamy, name after name after name, Jovanka. Owen looking very composed, very classy with his cup of tea there, just sipping away. He's been in and around the leading pack for a long, long time. And okay, Fabiano Caruana, the man himself, on board 3 this time with white.
Yes, and there he is, adjusting the pieces, getting everything ready to start play. Incidentally, a fellow tea shop frequenter. Like every day I go for lunch at this tea shop, and Fabiano is there, as are the Dutch group.
Superstition. It's part of their daily routine. Here we see Yu Yangyi on board 2 with an upfloat. Yu Yangyi on 3.5 points out of 5. He will be playing Erigaisi, one of the leading pack, who has 4 out of 5. So with white, he'll be aiming to leapfrog his opponent. Maybe we can check out some of the head-to-heads. In the background, we see Nakamura against Esipenko as well on top board.
Yeah, and there we can see between these two, 2 draws and 2 wins for Hikaru Nakamura. So Andrei Esipenko has to shake off those ghosts from those 2 previous defeats and just come to this game completely fresh.
Yep, and we also mentioned on board 2 this clash between Yu and Arjun Erigaisi, and 1 win in favor of the Indian player here, but Yu Yangyi of China, dangerous with white especially. And he'll be going all guns blazing.
Yes, and we saw how well prepared Yu Yangyi was in his game against Narayanan. And here is top seed Fabiano Caruana facing off against Evgeny Naya, one of the older participants in this event.
That's right.
Even Steve, oh no, there's 1 win for Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, 46 years old, Yevgeny Naya, very dangerous player, former European champion. But the 1 win that Fabiano has had in this individual encounter in the past was a sparkling win using the Karukan as black, Jovanka. So small track record here, small history. Caruana, a bit of a favourite in that one, whereas Artemiev against Firouzja, far harder to call. 2 young players, of course, but it is Artemiev with a slight lead in their head-to-head.
Yes, 2 wins, 2-1. Now this is the matchup that I will be keeping a close eye on, because these 2 have a really fiery style. Like Vladislav Artemiev, he calculates so well, but he's also got that edge of technique. Whereas for Ali Reza, it's more about creativity and aggression.
Yep. Will we see a work of art from Artemiev, or will we see a position that is up Ali's? Ali Reza's Ali. And here we see one of the most exciting games I think we will be following in quite some detail today. The 2 home players from the Isle of Man facing off against each other, Jovanka.
Yes, Dietmar Kolbus against Li Wu. And well, we do see that Dietmar does have a slight edge, having won 1 game.
Yeah, this one is going to be fascinating. Both players just on half a point so far, but they have both drawn against grandmasters, very strong grandmasters, and a bit of local pride at stake.
Definitely, you got to get your boasting right. I'm the best player on this isle.
Yeah, and we'll check back in on that clash later. I'm expecting it to be a fun one. Meanwhile, Yu Yangyi, we now have about 1 minute to the start of round. He's just glancing around, waiting for the arbiter's signal that they can begin. Esipenko, I think nerves will be jangling for him. They always do when you're facing against a giant like Nakamura.
And I'm just looking at this, at the players here from this camera angle, and to me it appears that they're a little bit jittery. Like only Fabi is the one who's kind of like lined us peasy, calmly adjusted everything. And these ones, we do see Esipenko just looking around, smiling, eyes wandering.
He seems to be quite chilled in general. He said he likes the the colder weather. He seems to be a cool customer himself.
He did say that he likes the storms, and today is another stormy day on the island. And the handshake, and the players are off. Let the games begin. My favorite announcement ever. Hunger Games style.
The games begin. This is round 6 of the Grand Swiss and the women's Grand Swiss. E4 on the top board from Esipenko, and very quick reply from Nakamura, the Sicilian defense.
Yes.
This shows ambition. Nakamura's really kind of veered towards the Sicilian. Just in recent times, he was playing E5 religiously for around a decade. And nice to see him spice things up. This shows certain ambition.
Yeah. And, well, Hikaru has switched things around. I also saw him play the Caruana, but he's got the wind in his sails. He drew his first 2 games, and then after that has been a catalogue of victories. And, well, what do we have here? With G6, Hikaru signaling that he wants to play an accelerated dragon.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. Firstly, Andrei Esipenko switching things up. We saw him in previous days, for example, in his draw against Fabiano Caruana. We saw him open with D4, where he loves to play the Catalan. Now going E4 shows aggression, and he definitely did not expect this one. I haven't really seen Nakamura play pawn to G6 that often. He used to be famous for the dragon itself, the Sicilian dragon.
Yeah.
Not this accelerated version, but he really kind of steers clear from any long opening kind of theory these days. What do you think, Jovanka? Because this move G6 does allow white to go for the Maroczy bind.
This is what I was going to ask you, right? Do you, when you're surprised, do you go close? Do you go establish that bind, which is to go C2, C4? Or do you play into the main line, make it cutting edge?
Yeah, there are various approaches here for white. If you're feeling very ambitious, you'll play the move pawn to D4 first. You can actually mix and match it with C4 and next move D4. You can also play the slightly more modest pawn to C3, which a lot of top players have been doing in recent times against G6. It's kind of deterred black players from playing the accelerated dragon, going into what we call the C3 Sicilian, just having kind of forced black to commit.
That's a good idea, actually. I forgot about that alternative.
Yeah,
even though I played it myself.
Yeah, it's kind of come back into fashion, pawn to C3, after players realised that in the English opening, I'll just do a quick random tangent, but in the English opening after C4, E5, G3, black players, all the elite these days play pawn to C6, either now or on the next move, for example here. And it's a transposition to the position we'll actually see on the board, just with white here having one extra move, but that means Nakamura in the opening we have here would have one fewer move if white plays pawn to C3.
Yeah. Well, if he does play C2, C3, then the position will become very, very closed, and it will be all about maneuvering. Hikaru these days has a quite positional style. You know, when Hikaru was younger, he was famous for going all out, and now he's kind of like toned it down. And okay, well, we're getting some details of the last classical game in the database where Hikaru actually played this G6 move was back in 2006.
Okay, 17 years ago, Nakamura last played this move on move 2, so there's 0% chance Esipenko will have prepared for this. And he has played some similar lines before, I believe. Maybe in some of his blitz games. He plays everything under the sun, of course, when he's playing online. But yeah, I think Esipenko would have focused elsewhere.
Yes, for sure. And we can see that by his hesitation. So whilst Esipenko is thinking, maybe we can... Oh, no.
Pawn to C3
Pawn
on
to
the board.
C3 on the board. I love how, like, I was focused on the main lines, and then you mentioned it, and I was like, you know, he's going to do that, right?
Yeah,
He so is going to play C3.
Yeah, it's trendy stuff. Nakamura will, of course, be prepared for this move, but C3 has really killed the fun for lots of players. Actually, a big contingent from Azerbaijan who are playing G6 in this line, going for the accelerated dragon every time, and we see D5 on the board, followed by a quick E5 from Esipenko. So not going towards the C3 Sicilian where we would see a capture and black's queen coming out early. This will lead to a lot of theory itself, but E5, which again synonymous with the English opening, is the trendy way to play, trying to build the big pawn center.
Yep. And again, now this battle, now that the center has been clarified, the battle will now switch to the wings, and it's all going to be about piece play. So this one's going to be very interesting. Let's move down to Yu Yangyi against Arjun Erigaisi, although they haven't really played too many moves.
Let's switch there, and oh, it's the Petrov. Yu Yangyi has made this opening his own with black. This time he faces it with white. We've actually seen two very solid draws from Yu Yangyi this tournament using the Petrov defense. And okay, he looks a bit surprised to be facing it himself against Erigaisi. Erigaisi indicating that he wants to be solid, but he has played this 2 rounds ago against no, that wasn't 2 rounds ago. That was earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, I remember Arjun had it with the white pieces. And there, of course, it was Sarana, wasn't it?
Yeah, Alexei Sarana.
Alexei Sarana. And it was interesting, actually, to hear Alexei Sarana's reflections on that game, because he said that, he wasn't expecting such an ultra-aggressive response from Arjun Erigaisi. And then he said, he felt like he was playing badly, but then once he finished the game, he realized actually he'd played normally, and it was a good game from him.
It was a very good game, and in that one, Erigaisi with white chose knight to c3. So it's interesting that Yu Yangyi has been playing the Petrov with black, Erigaisi's been playing against it with white, and now they've pretty much switched roles, and mind games afoot.
Yes, and we're waiting for Yu Yangyi to make a decision. We've seen many responses. We've seen the knight come out to c3. We've also seen white establish a foothold in the center, and we've also seen moves such as the bishop coming out to attack the knight, and also the pawn just stepping 1 square forward to attack.
Plenty of options here. He chooses the most classical pawn to d4. And we'll await to see developments in this game. Yu Yangyi maybe not known for playing e4 too much with white. So a bit of a surprise, and we'll catch up on this one a bit later.
Yes, and let's move down to board 3 between Fabiano Caruana and Evgeny Naya. And Fabiano started with 2 very impressive wins, but then the wind has kind of been taken out of his sails a little bit because he's had 3 draws in a row.
The wind has been outdoors here in the Isle of Man, not in Fabiano's sails. But let's catch up with the early moves in this game, because slightly surprising stuff, or interesting stuff at least, has happened. We see e4, e5, and the Italian game with the bishop landing on c4. Black copies, bishop c5, and here Jovanka, he plays the very trendy bishop g5. The problem with the Italian and sometimes the Spanish these days, if you're playing black, is you have to be ready for bishop g5 in literally any position. Black here deals with this by playing h6 and bishop back to e7. This is kind of the old-fashioned solid approach. In modern times, they often play g5 in the kind of early stages of the game. Bishop e7 and bishop g3. Black's kind of wasted time, bishop c5 and then back to break the pin. And White's wasted a lot of time with his bishop as well. What do you make of this?
Yeah, it's a bit odd, this maneuver, I'm not going to lie, because it feels like after moves like d6, this bishop on g3 could get locked out of the game. And plus, I don't quite get what Fabiano's plan is. I mean, could it be just stepping the knight back to d2 and then kind of bulldozing open the center with f2, f4, and d6, the very natural move, has been played. And I'm just going to check the opening database. 75 games in this one, and it says White's main move actually is to play a4. You have to secure the light squared bishop, otherwise Black is simply going to go knight to a5.
Yep. And Fabiano plays the main move a4 just to highlight that idea you mentioned, Jovanka. Now this bishop will be hunted down and traded off no matter what. You don't want to part with the light squared bishop if you're an Italian player, if you play the Spanish opening as well. So a4, not just creating this retreat square, but also gaining space. I think we'll see a5 very quickly from Fabiano in the next few moves.
Yeah. Well, actually, funny enough, again, according to the database that I have here, the most popular move for White is h3.
Yeah.
So now I'm thinking maybe the whole idea is to step the bishop back and go g4. Well, modern day chess.
Yeah, let's show this, for example, bishop h2, and now that Black's committed, White hasn't committed his own king. The center is still relatively closed. g4, g5 might be on the cards, but Fabiano chooses a more classical approach. I don't think he's ready to risk too much yet. Knight to d2 instead. Actually, at the recent World Cup, I myself faced a position where White just castled, put a knight on c3, and I was suffering a bit with Black. I did eventually play moves like knight to h5, hunting down this bishop, but we'll see what Fabiano has in store. Naya, known for being very solid, he very rarely blunders. He's quite ambitious if you give him a chance to attack. But this one, as Black, definitely feels like he will be slightly less prepared than Caruana.
Yes, and well, Naya's a very strong player, but for sure Fabiano will be looking to secure a victory here.
Yep.
And let's move down to probably my favorite pairing of the day, Vladislav Artemiev against Alireza Firouzja. And it's still early days, but I've been a big fan of Artemiev ever since he burst into our, I would say screens, but it's not quite true. You know, when he won the Gibraltar Open. I think it was 2007, 18
maybe.
Yeah.
Or a few years back.
Yeah, a few years back. And he was a complete unknown. Every day I would see him walking across the border from Spain into Gibraltar. And he's so modest, so humble, but with a ferocious style. And from then on, he's just gotten better and better. Then he represented his country, and he literally won every single game for them.
Yep, he's he's been known as Russia's secret weapon in the past. Winning a lot of games for the national team, and he's also known as a bit of a speed specialist, excelling in rapid and blitz chess. But in classical, he's always been kind of around the 2700 mark in the last 5 years, but yet to really break into the elite. Could this be his big breakthrough tournament? You mentioned not too many moves here, Jovanka. Let's just recap. We did see, as opposed to the Italian, this time it's the Spanish opening, the Roy Lopez, with putting some pressure on this knight. And bishop c5, this is so trendy these days in every position, just putting a bishop on c5. Back when I was playing more actively, bishop e7, everyone would play. Knight takes e4, the open Spanish, also trendy, but bishop c5. I'm not sure the exact terminology of this. It's not quite the archangel when you haven't put a pawn on b5 yet.
But they tend to do it.
They tend to do it. They, at some point, for example, c3 would likely be met by pawn to b5. And white would have a choice then of dropping the bishop back to two different squares.
Yes. And one of the most tempting things that white can do in this position, so say, for instance, the bishop steps back, and I think you castle, right?
Yeah, depending on what white does. If bishop c2, there's also moves like d5.
Yeah.
And things really get heated in the center. White can ignore this by playing a4, and there's a bunch of opening theory here. But bishop b3, let's say black. I think black maybe playing
black
d6.
goes d6. So I'm trying to get it from the pure archangel. Okay, it's when the white goes knight takes e5, and this is actually a really bad move.
Yeah.
So
I mean, for example, here knight takes e5.
Yes.
Is playable after the knight recaptures pawn to d4. And I'm not sure exactly what.
Drop the bishop back, right?
Bishop back to d6. I think then the capture
No,
happens.
how does it work?
I think maybe just b5. And if white
and then
drops
bishop
back,
takes pawn.
pawn.
This is the big idea. And then black is absolutely fine. And then you've got this c5, c4 business.
Yeah.
But it's very, very tempting to actually take that pawn, but it's not correct.
Yeah, not correct. It's playable, but definitely not regarded as one of white's best options. I think we will see either d3 or c3 here. Knowing Artemiev, he likes to dodge main lions. He likes to dodge any forcing play early on and kind of push the real tension to the middle game and endgame.
Yeah.
One of the best endgame players out there, I should mention, Artemiev.
Okay. Look, can't wait to see how this game develops. And let's carry on our little foray down the rankings. And let's go to Nodirbek Yakubov against Vincent Keimer.
Okay, two players bang in form. Nodirbek Yakubov won the Qatar Masters last week, and Vincent Keimer just been rising consistently in the last 12 months, or 24 months even, since he's become professional. And okay, we'll go very quickly from the start. This is recognizable as a Queen's Indian defense, where black fianchettos on b7, a3. This is the Petrosian variation, just preventing black from landing a check.
It's quite funny, actually, because the A3, this particular system, wasn't that popular. I mean, everyone was kind of almost exclusively playing this G3 fianchetto variation. But just now in Qatar, Magnus Carlsen faced this A3, and everyone realized, okay, actually, there's some poison you have to place accurately. And, okay, A3, and then bishop b7.
Bishop b7. There's two main moves. You mentioned Magnus Carlsen, that famous defeat he had in Qatar. Started with bishop a6, hitting this pawn, and after queen to c2, he simply dropped back, losing a move. But now after, for example, c5, now it's harder for white to play d5.
And it went e4.
Yeah, e4, and the game continued. Was it bishop c5 here?
Yes.
And Magnus went down in flames eventually in that game. So instead, maybe again, opening trends dictated by results, bishop b7, and okay, the older main line of a capture in the center. Now white has a few moves. Queen to c2 is one of them, bishop to d2, pawn to e3. I remember back in the day, Karpov and Kasparov played a few games in this line. Yeah, I wonder, Yakubov, what he will choose. He's been thinking for a long, long time already, pretty much since the game started. Vincent Keimer's played instantly. Yakubov has spent over 10 minutes. Interesting, definitely a surprise.
Definitely a surprise. And, well, I feel like queen c2 is quite a natural move, you know, getting ready to actually kick the knight in the center by preparing e2, e4. But okay, then you have to just deal with black, either resolving the tension in the center with a quick c5 or just developing. Yeah.
Often black takes this knight, and big decision. Queen takes very positional, pawn takes leads to a lot more theory. And as you mentioned, pawn to c5 challenging white's center. And still well-known territory, really kind of odd to see Yakubov thinking this early in the game.
Well, we will follow this game and see how it continues. Both players on 3.5 points, so a victory will come in very handy. And let's move down to Vidit against Hans Niemann. And I remember a few years ago, Vidit was exclusively a d4 player. But of course, you know, these days, to be at the top, you have to serve with both hands, so to speak. And now we see e4.
I love that pun, Jovanka. You got to serve with both hands.
Gosh, that was a complete accident.
Will the position go up in smoke?
Yeah,
Oh, no.
very nice, very nice.
Okay, let's go. Let's go very briefly from the start here. This is going to be a big clash. As Hans Niemann yawning on the camera there, because he's actually had all of this before. We saw him earlier in the tournament play the Berlin defense. This time he goes towards more classical Roy Lopez territory. And okay, in this position, rather than allowing the Berlin, the Marshall with d5 here, black sacrifices a pawn, very well known, very theoretical waters. The anti-Berlin, white puts pressure on b5, Hans reacts with bishop b7, and I think just in recent times alone, bishop d2, this last move, has become very trendy, just stopping black from putting a knight on a5. Queen d7, and again, Hans Niemann, he's had this before. All of the moves blitzed out. We're already at move 13 in this game. And black's knight maneuver, dropping the knight back to d8, is intending to put the knight on e6, a very solid square. And I'm expecting him to do that now.
Ooh, he's going for it, and there you go. It's on the board.
Yeah, on the board. Again, still, this must be deep preparation from Vidit. He's got more time than he started the game with, and he knows his opponent has experience in this exact position. Various plans for white. You can just reroute the knight to g3. Later, try to land it into f5. You can even swing your queen in some scenarios to try to bring it in. But, okay, he actually removes this knight from the board. Wow, I didn't expect this one, Jovanka.
No, not what I expected either. I liked your plan of moving the queen to a1, and it does feel like this is a no-risk scenario for white. You know, black very much solid, but on the back foot. And bishop takes e6. I'm just going to bring up my database and see whether there have been any games in this particular line. And
while you do that, Jovanka, Hans Niemann, he gave a bit of a smile there. He looked off to the left. He's definitely recalling something. He has to take with the pawn, just to mention, and he does indeed do so. Queen takes would have simply dropped the pawn on b5. No real compensation for black here. So he takes back with the pawn, and okay, b4 from Vidit. Any games in this one?
yes, some games in this one, and only two though.
Okay.
Let me rewind and see how that one continued. Because it's just easier for me to.
Okay, so b4 has been played by Vidit.
Yep, b4 played, and okay, the only two games in the database, as I mentioned, and black played bishop b7 in one game and h6 in the other, and both games did finish in a draw.
Yeah, it looks very solid. White's choice, Hans Niemann, now looks like he's meditating or trying to recall his preparation. I think White's whole setup is just geared against the bishop pair. Black's structure here is a bit, well, what's the opposite of fluid? It's a bit static. Static. And simply because you can never really play d5, the e5 pawn will hang b4 is intended to clamp down not just on the b4 pawn, on the b5 pawn, but also c5 now much less likely, because at the end the e5 pawn would also drop. So black's a bit stuck.
Totally, and it is a no-risk situation, right? You know, white can basically move the queen to the A line, or maybe even get a rook to the A line. Something should be on that file. And like you say, wait for Hans to react to this. I mean, he can't move any pawns forward, so how can he mobilize the pieces? I mean, that's not going to be an easy task at all.
Yeah, it just feels like Vidit, knowing that Hans likes these messy positions, likes complicated, kind of imbalanced lines, he's just gone for something really slow, where he's killed most of the tactics at this early stage. He's already got a few pieces off the board, and he's trying to just outmaneuver him a bit later on. I'm expecting the knight to reroute at some point. The knight on c3 is a bit stuck. And yeah, those plans you mentioned, something to do with the A file. Shouldn't be too much for black to worry about, but at least killing black's fun.
Unpleasant for black, and especially unpleasant for an active player like Hans. And okay, we will be keeping you updated on that one. And well, let's head over to Sam Sevian against Yavokir Sindarov. Sindarov yesterday had quite an easy game. It was just this kind of clinical draw. But he did have the white pieces there, so he may be perhaps a little bit disappointed with the outcome of that game. But now he has the black pieces against Sam Sevian. Sam, I love his style. It's very tactical, very messy. Who can forget that game that he had a few rounds ago against Owen Lamy, where through every one of his minor pieces, or pieces actually, were hanging.
Yeah, Sam Sevian, just a fantastic player. But he has been move ordered. He's been tricked in the opening, I feel, because he spent nearly 20 minutes already, and it's still a well-known position, but you really need to know your stuff with white, otherwise you're just down a tempo on one of the main lines. And this game started life as an English opening. We saw g6. This tends to be favored by Grunfeld players, just because you kind of keep your options open. Depending on what white does, you will counter in the center with c5 or a quick knight f6 and d5. Here, after e4, rather than allow the King's Indian defense, where white occupies the center, black challenges with e5. And here we see, okay, trade of pawns in the center. And Jovanka, we've reached pretty much what is a King's Indian. If black plays the move d6, we would transpose into kind of more standard territory, bishop e2, for example. But here in this position, in the King's Indian, black often plays c6 in the near future, and then later tries to strike out with d5. But of course, why waste a move on d6 when you can play d5 in one move? And c6, I think Sam has been surprised here, because this move is coming. And is he ready for it? He's essentially got a known position, just one tempo down as white.
Yeah, and well, we did see a move from him. Queen to c2, or queen to d2, sorry.
Yep, queen to d2, and two big questions. Firstly, what if black strikes out, breaks out in the center already?
Let's go for it. Okay, so
yeah. Secondly, knight g4. But yeah, let's go for that one. d5.
Okay, so first, one of the traditional reactions to this is actually to capture once and then push the e pawn. But you can't do it here, because if it all goes wrong, because after e5, the knight will jump to the g4 square, and oh dear, you're going to have to play very aggressively to even keep that pawn on the board.
Yeah, you might have to play a move like f4, and that's never good news when you have to part with your beloved dark squared bishop. Yeah, here, for example, at the right moment, black could even kind of break open the center, blow open white's pawn chain with very good chances. I'm expecting d5. The other alternative is knight to g4 immediately.
Yeah, there I was expecting white to first of all ask the question to the black queen.
Attacking the queen, and if the queen moves,
yeah, you're going to have to. I just wonder whether you could
maybe just defend this knight or move it.
Yeah, you're going to have to defend it with the rook though, because if you just move the knight after bishop takes knight, you might be having to cripple your pawn structure.
If, for example, knight b3.
Yeah.
Here we would have to take with the b pawn. Maybe not the end of the world, because this pawn is vulnerable. We have to keep f2 protected. Yeah, but then again, black's dark squares, I mean, they're riddled with weaknesses right now.
That is very true. So maybe that's not such a big deal. Just move the knight back then. Yeah,
knight to b3. So it looks like knight g4 is not too much to worry about. Black's pretty much hitting thin air here. And also, if you can't achieve d5, which looks like might be difficult now, then white's in charge. White simply has more space. c5 coming. The kickback will begin soon.
Yep.
Okay, interesting moment. I think we'll see d5 from Sindarov, who's definitely at least tricked his opponent, surprised his opponent in the opening. But whether that pays off, whether it kind of turns into anything substantial, yet to be decided.
Yes, and I just wanted to ask you a question here. According to this database, this particular variation is called the Great Snake.
Great snakes. Isn't that like a quote from Tintin? Doesn't
Yeah, it does sound like a Tintin phrase, right?
Yeah.
Great snakes.
Captain Haddock often says great snakes,
Yeah,
I
great
believe.
snakes. Yeah,
The
well.
great snake. Wow.
Yeah, no, I just seeing it here. English opening, Great Snake, Adorian defense.
Yeah, Adorian is a well-known grandmaster, of course, but yeah, Great Snake. I'm not too familiar with it. I know the Snake Benoni, but Jovanka, how many openings do you know named after animals?
Okay, so there's the dragon, the
Dragon. Fictional.
orangutan. Well, this is interesting actually because Komodo dragon.
Komodo dragon.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
you got me.
But it's interesting because every culture has a version of a dragon.
Yeah, this is true.
So it's a kind of what was the kind of rationale behind that? Okay, orangutan, dragon, and then pelican. We have
good
the
Hippopotamus.
Hippopotamus. We have the hedgehog.
Hedgehog. That's a nice one.
Feels
Feels like there should be a tiger variation named after Vishyana and Tiger of Madras.
Yeah, there isn't though. Although you do have tigers modern.
Tigers modern, yeah. That's named after a player, not an animal. Tiger Hilla Persson.
Is there a bear? There's a
Norwegian rat.
Yes. There's a rat. I'm scared.
Sorry, viewers, we're struggling here.
When you put us on the spot, it's very difficult to come up with names. I'm sure we're missing one obvious one that everyone's going to go at home like, hello.
We're definitely missing some. Okay, let us know. Send in your opening names.
Yep.
Definitely need a bit of help with this one. We were put on the spot before the first round, Jovanka, right? We were asked to name openings named after places.
Look, we're putting to shame.
The black lion, of course,
the elephant, the fried fox variation. I've never heard of that. But there is the how many Halloween gambits do you think we're going to have today?
Today would be an appropriate time to have the Halloween gambit, just as a very random tangent. Let's show that on the board. The Halloween gambit, I believe, Jovanka, is e4, e5.
Yeah, I'm hoping you. I
I'm
know
really
it comes from
guessing
e4,
here.
e5.
Is it this one where you take on e5?
Yes. I don't know.
It's not a good gambit, but d4 now, and the knight gets kicked around.
Yeah.
Here you can attack either knight, and yeah, you get a lot of pawns forward in the center at the cost of a whole piece, though, so it's a bit scary, as Halloween always is.
Yes, it is very scary. Oh, okay. And yeah, we did some challenges there, David, as you mentioned.
Yeah,
so
before round one.
Yeah, and incidentally, during the lunch at the tea shop, the players were discussing some of the challenges, and they were complaining about the spinning because some people were doing it properly, others, like myself, was not doing it. So I was just kind of like twiddling my pieces.
Oh, wow, and we'll actually talk more about the challenges very shortly, but disappointingly, before we even get there, there's been a quick draw between Alexei Shirov and Richard Rapport. And I was really looking forward to this one. This was down on board 11. I was hoping that it would be a fun, fiery, fire on board type of battle. But a draw, peaceful result just before the rest day.
Yes, surprising. And perhaps the players just want to gather their energies and get ready for the critical second half. And maybe we can take a look at how this game finished.
Yeah,
There's no draw offers allowed before move 30.
Oh, they've found a really convoluted way to get the draw. It was only 21 moves, so we'll very quickly rush through all of those. But yeah, Alexei Shirov fans, Richard Rapport fans, and there are a lot of them, maybe slightly disappointed not to see more life in this one. We saw the Open Sicilian. I actually briefly saw this earlier, and I was excited. I thought, okay, we will see a big fight here. But it's the Sveshnikov variation where black plays very quick e5. And after some dancing around, still well-known territory, b5 threatens to fork the two knights. Still knight d5 in exchange. This is pretty much mainline theory, so not surprising the players knew a lot here. bishop g5 covers the e3 square. The knight will be chopped off if it ever lands there. And after, okay, still well-known stuff, Jovanka. Bishop takes pawn. It's actually level material. White has a beautiful knight, but black has the bishop pair. After queen to e8 here.
Oh, did they go knight?
Defending this pawn.
Knight c7.
Knight c7. The queen moved. Knight back. Queen e8. And a dance between the queen and knight. Repetition, draw.
Yeah.
What do you make of this?
Beginning with B and ending with G. I don't approve.
Yep.
It's understandable though. But I saw an interesting suggestion actually that the player of the white pieces that initiates a repetition like this should be penalized, not in a tournament score, but in tie breaks.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I guess the reason for queen e8 was to defend this pawn. For example, if black plays g6, white would be very kind of justified in sacrificing some material. Now a knight and very strong pass pawn just for a rook, so small material sacrifice, but white actually strategically doing very, very well. So understandable black play queen e8, but yeah, it's definitely on Alexei Shirov here to play on. I mean, you don't have to take a draw. You can just play queen d3, you can play g3, you can play b3, literally any move and the game goes on. Maybe it's level objectively, but yeah, forcing a draw with white. Chess gods frown upon it.
They do frown upon it, and we'll see whether either of these players is punished or rewarded in the second half after the free day. And yeah, David, we alluded to this challenge that we and other players were set, and one of them was about spinning a certain piece, and who could do the most in 15 seconds. And take a look at this video that we have in store for you.
As many spins or toss them in the air or something?
Oh my gosh.
A girlfriend does this a lot, yeah?
But I can't spin it like him. He can like do a full spin in one. I have to do it this way.
I don't even know how he does it.
Two ends?
Maybe with the left hand it will be better.
Okay, I'll try.
Does it have to be smooth?
I have only one hand, yeah, I suppose.
I guess I'm not as good as girlfriend, but
I'm really not.
I was probably originally left-handed.
This is so silly.
Oh.
Three, two, one, go, go, go.
Yeah, I don't know how he does it. Yeah, I don't know how he does it.
17 or 18, I don't know.
Like, of course with a pawn it would be much easier, but I think it'll be better than some, but worse than others.
Was really? Really? Okay.
Wow. I'm surprised. Well, you came second. That you were looking like a pro there, but I actually came fifth, and I was really surprised for that because the one time I tried this whole pawn spinning technique over the board, I literally was like Adiban, just dropping it over the all over the place, and I was in time trouble. And in the end, I was like, "This ain't working for me."
Takes years of practice, Jovanka, and piece spinning makes the head spin as well. Definitely, some players better than others. And two of the players we saw in that video are now facing each other on top board. Esipenko, the winner of the piece spinning challenge, will he win this game as well? He's facing Hikaru Nakamura, who struggled a bit more in that challenge.
Yeah. It was such a silly challenge. I'm so bad at that. Okay, yeah. And well, piece spinning is not... But hang on a second, isn't Hikaru's piece spinner?
Yeah, that's why I was so surprised at that video. I know he likes to fidget with pieces. I don't think he spins them. He just likes to hold them and kind of fiddle. But yeah, Hikaru... let's hope his chess chess today is better than his performance in that video. We see a lot of developments here, Jovanka. Actually, I really like the way Hikaru has been playing, just in terms of creativity and ambition. We last left it after e5. We said white's building the pawn center with d4 next move.
Yep.
A move that I'm not too familiar with, a6. Black has options, knight c6, pawn to d4 even, bishop g7 of course. But a6, very slow, cutting out bishop to b5.
Right. But my understanding of this particular position is that black really wants to trade off the light squared bishop for the knight on f3. And if white takes measures to stop that, then you take measures in the center by undermining this e5 stronghold. So to take the time out to go a6, it's a new ground, at least for me.
Yeah, really rare idea here from Hikaru. Really slow idea, but it does allow black in this position after h3. Also slow.
Yeah, it is slow, but it has the idea of just simply depriving that light square bishop of any squares. Because, I mean, one of the downsides of this pawn structure is the bishop on c8 will not have any good squares and will not have a good role. So it's just in the other piece's way.
Yeah, I don't know if I should reveal some of my opening theory, but I would always try to do without h3 here. For example, a move like bishop d3, bishop g4 isn't that threatening because you could play the move knight to d2, and it looks like a pawn blunder. But if black tries to get greedy and grab now due to a pin here, then black would fall foul of a check, and one of these two pieces on the fourth rank would drop. So I'm a bit surprised white plays h3, obviously very natural, but not necessarily forced. And h3 also slow, kind of justifying black's a6 move. And this other idea, the second plan you mentioned, Jovanka, comes into effect after f6.
Yeah, that is the common reaction to h3. So e takes f6 and knight. And, well, this is a very interesting battle because white is going to be playing on the strong e5 square, whereas black will just have to be using the dynamism of the pieces to compensate. But we have seen Hikaru do this actually in all of the games that he's won. He's taken like liberties with his positional, you know, like he's given away squares, but he's focused mainly on just getting his pieces as active as they possibly can be.
Yeah, he's definitely tried to take his, especially the younger opponents. He's had success against some younger guys in this tournament, and he tries to give them new problems, give them new pawn structures that they might not be too familiar with, and seems to be a case of that. And yeah, Hikaru, he's got lots of kind of facial expressions, of course, but when he looks up and to one of the sides, it means he's still trying to recall something, and maybe that's opening theory in this position. I'm not sure how many times this position has been reached at top level. I don't think too many. But certainly it would have appeared in his opening prep, and there's lots of ways to approach this. You could land a knight in the center, you could just ignore everything and just, castle. You could play queen to b6 just to protect your pawn. Lots of options for him.
Yep. And the one thing I would not advocate with white is don't get tempted to win a pawn with d takes c5. Because yes, you do win a pawn, but you grant black a big pawn center in the middle of the board.
Yeah, black would happily grab the center of the space, and pawn storm potentially incoming. Black could also try to regain that pawn in some scenarios with knight to e4. But yeah, I agree. E5. This is committal. Hikaru, from watching his streams, I know he doesn't like to sacrifice pawns unless he knows exactly kind of how the compensation will go after that, unless he knows objectively that he's fine. So I'm wondering what he does. The one thing he might not do, in this position, I'm expecting him to castle, but the one thing I would be reluctant to do if I were Hikaru is to trade off, just because white gets a beautiful square for the knight now on c3. The longer you delay kind of solving the tension in the center, the more it's uncomfortable for this white knight. So yeah, if he can, he would like not to take on d4. Taking on d4 is like a last resort type of move.
Yeah, I don't expect him to take on d4 either. Ooh, well, oh, and yeah, castles played. So, well, it's as you predicted, and now big question for Yesipenko. You know, what to do with the light square? Sorry, the pieces. You know, is he going to put his bishop on f4 and just again reinforce control over the e5 square, or will he be maybe centralizing the rook and just leaving that question unanswered for now?
Yeah, plenty of choice. If he wants to play more passively, just he can defend his pawn. Yeah, you don't really want to commit this knight as long as it still has a chance later of coming to c3. Fascinating position. He chose the accelerated dragon, the hyper-accelerated dragon, Hikaru Nakamura, and he's got a very active position already, just move 9.
Yeah, and as we've seen, Hikaru has been very successful with this strategy in earlier games. But let's go over to the women's section, where top board Anna Mazurchuk faces off against BB Sara Asalbayeva.
Okay, let's jump into this game. We've already had a bunch of moves. We'll kind of round up the current position in a moment. Let's see how it started, because almost similarly to Esipenko, C3 was played very early on. Of course, Esipenko waited one more move and only played this after Black had committed to G6 in that game against Nakamura. Here, C3, and one of the main lines starting with knight f3 first, and now g6, Jovanka. It's like lightning striking twice. If Esipenko had taken on d5, which he could have done, we would have seen a transposition on top boards of both sections. That would have been nice mirroring, nice symmetry there. But d4 and knight to d2, a really trendy move. Actually, I remember back before knight d2 became popular, I planned to play it, and then suddenly everyone started playing it. I was like, oh, just stolen my opening ideas. I'd been saving this one for like 3-4 years at the time, and now, of course, it's the main line. Bishop c4, attacking black's queen, and the black queen often actually uses squares like h5, a5. Instead, it drops back, and a few moves down the line. Okay, this is funny. I actually had this in online blitz last night at like 2 a.m. So I had this exact position, which I shouldn't admit. If anyone asks, I was definitely fast asleep, being professional. I definitely wasn't playing chess online. Queen c7. My opponent in that game played a6 and a quick b5, but white built up, well, I built up pressure on the e file.
Yep.
Whoops. Ignore my arrows. It's the e file, not the wonky ed file. And after queen e2, we see a very quick exchange from Asalbayeva here. Makes sense to exchange some pieces because black was a bit cramped, but exchanging the bishop for knight means that long term white will have some prospects with the bishop pair.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about this trade, because I feel like your opponent from yesterday's online blitz marathon actually had the right idea, actually, to put the bishop on the b7 square. Here it feels like white has a very comfortable advantage. Just you need to find a good home for the dark square bishop. Put it on you can put it on e3, right? Or
Yep.
nothing wrong with that.
Actually, just while I was ranting and raving about white's opening, bishop e3 was played, so you're right, Jovanka. Nice square.
And okay, well, the main thing for Anna Mazurchuk is that she has great long-term prospects. If the queens come off, then you can definitely see that the bishop pair will be just raking, crisscrossing across the board, and white will have a very easy plan of just going a4, a5, and it's going to be very, very pleasant for white. Kind of very similar to the game of Fabiano against Hans Niemann, you know, that kind of endgame with bishop against knight.
Yeah, and white has the queenside majority as well. In any endgame, it's maybe easier to push these pawns than black's pawn majority on the other flank on the king side. Yeah, I really think that Asalbayeva's opening choice, or at least these last few moves, they've been influenced by the tournament situation where she would love a draw, I think, heading into the rest day with black. She's had 2 black games in a row against 2 of the top seeds. Never easy, but if you start to play passively and kind of less ambitiously, it tends to backfire.
Yeah, you tend to make negative decisions as well. Okay, so, well, Anna Mazurchuk, very, very happy with her position, and it will suit her style as well. So let's move on down to Vaishali against Alexandra Goryachkina. And Vaishali, very well prepared, so ferocious in style. She actually said that her younger brother, Pragnananda, had been helping her in the sense that he would be suggesting opening ideas.
Yeah, keep it in the family. They have had a lot of success recently. Their openings, yeah, just incredible, both of them. I have a feeling they're helping each other, though. I don't think it's just Prag helping her. I have a feeling that her aggression really helps feed his energy at the board as well. And this one, we won't go from the start. We've had 13 moves. It was the Italian game, but black, a few moves ago, kind of swapped off the light squared bishops. And what would you make of it? Vaishali, we praised her openings. Looks like maybe a pleasant position for white. White will be the first one to occupy the center.
Yep, and probably white should be occupying the center ASAP, because otherwise black will... Did black just play bishop b6 to c5?
Yeah. She's done a bit of a dance with her bishop Goryachkina. The bishop came out to c5 on move 3. A few moves later, it dropped back to b6, but on the last move, let's just show, we actually saw the bishops trade off on d7. I do believe this is still pretty well-known opening theory. Knight c4 attacks this bishop. It's a bit uncomfortable with black. You don't really want to allow a capture if you ever have to take back the c-pawn, ruining your structure. At the moment, you're defending it with your knight, so it's fine, but the knight is a bit stuck. You can't play c6 because the d6 pawn would hang. So you're very much kind of stranded, and bishop to c5. This is banking on the fact that d4 now, the most natural move for white, would allow a capture, and bishop to b4. Nice outpost. And after bishop d2, for example, black could, I'm not sure whether you take first, yeah, but d5, you could break in the center. And, whoops, you're attacking. If you ever get an isolated pawn to fight against, you certainly have some chances as black. Still roughly level, though. I do wonder whether d4, sometimes in these cases, you can actually take with a knight and argue that, okay, you just have a bit more space. Easy development, bishop f4, queen f3, rook to d1.
Yeah, I like that plan. Bishop f4, control the e5 square. And if white doesn't play d4, is there an alternative plan?
You can play very quietly, just queen to b3, bishop to e3.
But then it doesn't feel like there's too much to write home about.
No.
And is black, in danger? Say for instance, bishop e3. And say you go bishop takes e3, just humor me, and then you can predict the next move that I'm going to suggest. Knight takes bishop, f5.
Yeah.
Is this?
There is a pawn.
There is a pawn happening.
Check.
Yeah, queen
Maybe
b3.
I could take this pawn, but I'm not 100% sure. At the very minimum, these f5 breaks tend to be very risky, because even if white just trades everything off and plays d4, actually black's king is a bit more open than white's long term, and with heavy pieces on the board, slightly preferable for white, but still, of course, roughly level.
Good learning point there. So critical moment for Vaishali. Will she break in the center, or will she just simply maintain the tension with a move like queen to b3? And we will come back to this game, and we'll also pop in the game Leia Garofalina against Tan Zhongyi. Let's make a spot assessment here.
Wow, this one has really developed. 17 moves in, queens are off the board. You know who I'm going to prefer here, Jovanka.
The white pieces.
Very biased towards the bishop pair.
Yeah.
Bishop landing on b5. Tan Zhongyi away from the board. She's the one with more time. She's barely spent a couple of minutes on her clock. Of course, she's had the increment. So she's actually prepared into this. But, wow, actually, talking of opening names named after animals, I did not know this one. This was the Philidor defense. Let's just go back from the start. The Philidor, where black plays knight f6 and e5. But if we catch up with the current game, apparently this is the Hannum lion variation, which I've never heard of. So I've learned something new.
Never heard of that one either. So, yeah.
I guess it's similar to the black lion. Maybe that's why the kind of sibling of this variation is the black lion. But bishop b5, as predicted, attacking the rook.
Yes, and Tan Zhongyi quickly moving the rook to f8. And, well, the brute in me is asking, what happens after bishop c7?
Yeah, I like it. Most natural move, double attack. Black's forced to put the rook in the corner to defend this a-pawn.
And now we see Leia reaching for a piece.
Yeah, bishop e6 would look natural here, just trying to eliminate the knight later maybe and pick off the e6 pawn. Still no direct threat.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. There is no threat, because if you do capture the knight, there will be too much pressure on the f2 point. So, yeah.
But I quite like just kind of planting the bishops here, because they're unassailable. You can't really remove them, and you don't necessarily need to capture. No need in chess to kind of force things yet. Just rook e2, rook e1, just slowly build up. It looks like she was about to push her pawn, though, after rook f8. It looks like she was about to play either c3 or c4.
Oh, I'm not sure about c4, though. If you go c4...
c4 allows d4.
d4, and okay, well, now let's jump in. Bishop c7, just for fun.
Okay, I move.
And let's move the rook to d1. A to d1.
Okay, I push.
Ooh,
push,
so
push.
bold. Bishop b6.
It's not my pieces. I can afford to be bold. But again, no threat on this one. And now, even if black loses the d3 pawn in the process, white's kind of locked her own bishop out on b5. Really reminiscent of a game we saw yesterday, where actually, which piece was it? Goryachkina's bishop was on b5, a bit stuck. And okay, she pushes a pawn, but it wasn't this pawn. I was wrong. she was reaching out for a different pawn. It was f3.
Oh.
Ooh, a bit of an odd one. Weakening the dart squares. I don't really like it. But she's taking away e4 from the black knight.
Yeah, but you could wait until knight gets to e4 before you commit yourself to going f3.
Yeah, feels a bit timid. F3. But I understand she definitely wants to put her bishop on d4 now and just sit on the position. Maybe she was afraid of bishop d4, knight e4, and
Now
after
I'm going to
f3,
maybe bishop to...
f6 maybe? Wait,
yeah,
no, but
I thought c5.
yeah, c5, but then I, boom, take,
Well,
remove
there
the
you go.
defender.
First blunder of the day.
No, no, I mean
I'm leading the competition, David.
I know. It's the best move, bishop c5, if this tactic didn't
Yeah,
exist.
yeah.
So it's right to be looking in that direction. So, okay, looks roughly level right now. We're assuming that Tan Zhongyi with this deep preparation will hold, but I would say 2-result game, Jovanka.
Yes, I mean, black is very stable, but it will be white that will be trying to press for more. And I'd also like to go down to board 4 in the women's section because, well, this one just looks crazy. So look at what's happened there. You know, white is castled queenside, the black king is still stranded in the center. I'm going to do a quick pawn count, and then I can see that
It's level material.
it is level material. There is no pawn on h7.
No, black's h7 pawn has magically disappeared. I actually think earlier Munguntul, she pushed her pawn forward and it was snapped off eventually. Okay, I'm not sure. Do you want to backtrack the whole way? We're already at move 18.
No. Let's take the position for what it's worth right now.
I agree. And okay, black's last move, just to show maybe just the last 3 moves. I'll backtrack. It was much more locked up until black played the move h4. This is how the h pawn disappeared. Queen takes h4, deflecting the white queen away. Now black kind of gobbles up the e5 pawn in the center, and looks really risky, I must say, for the black king. Out of the 2, it looks like white's is slightly safer, especially if you get the luxury later of putting it on b1. First move that came to my mind was knight b5, just because I want to set a dirty trick. I wanted to show a checkmate, crisscross checkmate.
Yep.
But of course, unfortunately in chess, not obligatory to capture. Black would just play bishop to e7,
Yes.
and only next move take the knight and run with the king.
Yep.
So okay, I need new ideas.
And so white to play, and so the first move I'm thinking about is the attacks. And if I don't get the attacks to work, then I'll just make a developing move or move the king to b1 or something weird like that. So I'm thinking bishop h2. There's
Bishop
also
h2.
knight to
Knight
f3 as
f3,
well,
so
just to
attacking the black queen.
relocate the bishop to a better square.
Yeah, I like your knight f3 actually. Bring the bishop to d4 maybe next move. Because no obvious squares for the black queen, as opposed to if we play bishop to h2, she will most likely give a check.
Yeah.
And not just a check, but gain time to hit the white queen, and white's queen suddenly a bit stuck. No good squares other than allowing a trade, which I think would suit black with a better pawn structure long term, central pawns. So I really like your knight f3 move. I say I go back. Flee.
Yes, and now it was just about just putting the bishop on a better square. But should I be worried about this knight on a4?
Maybe.
It's unusual to me, you know, to have a piece stranded there.
Yeah. For example, if white were to gain time against the black queen would happily probably just hit this knight now, and it's a bit awkward to deal with. You don't really want to play b3 and create loads of holes around the white king.
Yeah, that would be terrifying to me. But then again, the position is super sharp. Anything else? Any other natural moves? Okay, there is one other. Okay, we need to also check out the sacrifices.
Knight takes e6.
Knight takes e6.
Yeah.
And if that is working, then that is definitely what we should be going for.
Yeah, this was actually the first move that came to my mind. Black now has pretty much 2 responses. You cannot take with the queen because you simply get pinned, and the black queen would fall off next move. You could take with the pawn, or you could possibly consider ignoring everything and just playing bishop to e7. I think actually this would be the scarier of the 2 for me if I were white. Still really complicated. Next move the knight would fall. You have to compensate here somehow. But okay, let's check out what happens if we do take the knight.
And wow.
Maybe
So
a check.
it's a check. A king must go to d7.
Yeah, the problem if you drop your knight back is that the h8 rook would fall off. I'm not sure.
I think you'd have to go
maybe-
bishop takes knight
yeah,
first,
maybe take.
and then take the rook.
And then take the rook. Yeah, if you had taken it immediately, then queen to g5 would have been a nasty shock. Check. And the pinning piece is removed, suddenly a hit on the white queen. So you're right, knight f7 we just take, and I think we get away with it. We win some material. Still some checks in the air. White doing quite well. She's, okay, is she reaching out to make a move? Bishop g6, you mentioned the king has to run, but now there is a check. Suddenly the knight and a4 is not a problem, Jovanka.
No, suddenly White's forces just work together like magic. And okay, then no, this is bad for black.
Yeah, terrible for black. So knight takes e6.
And then
Feels like
bishop
it
e7.
must be met by bishop to e7.
And now one has to think about what to do.
Okay, the queen is
Correct.
attacked. She has a bunch of squares to choose from. I mean, unless we just throw material away and say, okay, take, take.
Take
but
it all.
But it is knight. It is a piece sacrifice. I'm struggling here, I must admit, to find
Yeah.
White's idea, unless it's just something
Could you?
boring like queen d4. I was going to say.
Okay, I have an idea. No, I don't have an idea. I was thinking queen d4.
Or queen e4.
Okay, yeah, this could be the way. And
Yeah.
after queen takes queen,
Yeah, the problem is
Or queen
black will
takes
play queen
knight.
takes knight, but yeah, queen takes queen.
knight takes g7 check, and
Check.
once the king moves to f8, now you take the queen. So that was the
Yeah.
big party trick.
And White would have won 2 pawns in this little mess and this little variation. So okay, knight takes e6. We're yet to find a solution though after bishop e7 because queen e4 runs into queen takes knight, and black would be a piece up still. So can't be queen e4. Let's do this process of elimination. How do we get there? I'm wondering about no, bishop d4, just queen takes knight as well.
I was wondering about
Queen d4.
yeah,
Queen d4, queen takes knight.
queen takes knight. and
Forced.
I don't have an answer to that.
Yeah, the problem is we can take a pawn, but this is easily rebuffed,
Yeah,
defending everything.
and that was a big failure. So maybe there isn't anything.
Yeah, I think Firouzja, it's totally understandable. She's been thinking for a long time. She was the one to launch her preparation, but key position, knight takes pawn.
Could
not
you
easy.
refine this whole idea and go rook to
Rook to
e1
E1.
first?
Yep.
With the idea of if you step back with the queen, if you're a bit careless, then knight takes e6.
Yeah, for example, if you step back to a bad square, now probably boom.
Boom.
And maybe boom. And we'd see a crazy position. Maybe not king d7, maybe just block.
Yeah.
But yeah, either way, crazy, it's wild. And to be honest, it's quite promising for White, but
Yeah.
I think we'd have to calculate this for 2 hours to work out the conclusion.
And I just wanted to point out that you could also, again, be quite sophisticated and work with that idea and go bishop g6.
In this
So rook
position.
e1, yeah, and if you go back,
Oh,
now,
nice.
now bishop g6.
Anchor, that's a very cool move.
It's a beast of a move. No.
You don't need to Marcel me on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a fantastic idea. So pawn takes bishop,
Now
suddenly knight
knight
takes, and big attack and big discovery. Maybe next move against the black king. Wow. Yeah, I think rook e1 I think would be the pragmatic way to do it. Knight takes e6. I'm just curious. Let's consult our good friend,
For the first time today.
Mr. Fish, first name Stock. Okay, it does confirm that black's doing quite well here after bishop to e7. So our judgment, I
Yeah.
think, confirmed. White would have to be speculative and just take a knight for 2 pawn sacrifice when there's no follow-up.
Yeah, that's takes nerves of steel and some recklessness.
Okay, but one of the most fun games we've seen so far today, with pieces dotted all over the board.
Yep.
Rook to e1 we think might be the most promising.
Yes. Okay. And before we take our first break of the day, let's revisit the game between Andrei Yesipenko and Hikaru Nakamura, top board in the open section. And, well, Yesipenko said no thank you. He's not taking the pawn on c5 and instead developed the bishop. And Hikaru has to consider what to do. Is he going to gambit the pawn? Is he going to take measures in the center?
Yeah. again, taking on d4 is a reluctant move, just because you give white this beautiful square on c3 for a knight with great centralization. What useful moves are there, Jovanka? What moves come to mind instinctively?
So instinctively, I'm thinking put the bishop on f5 just to develop. Another move I would be tempted to play is like, I don't know if it's any good, like b5 to kind of get some c5 business going on. And finally, I'm also thinking about knight go to e4, which is something that Hikaru's been doing a lot.
Yeah, knight landing on e4 opens up the bishop, opens up the rook. The one downside is you might get exchanged this knight in the near future.
And Hero's hoping that now the knight has gone to d2, maybe you can resolve the situation in the center and play it like a French.
Yeah, play it like a French. Allez. Bishop f5 looks very balanced, looks very equal. I wonder whether Hikaru will go for something like this. Bishop f5 is a proper pawn sacrifice this time because white will be able to win the pawn on c5, but as mentioned, black can build a big pawn center. So this is risky for both sides. If Hikaru is feeling safer, yeah, maybe just a capture, and then he'll go for one of those piece jumps. In the meantime, Jovanka, time for our first break?
Definitely, so don't go anywhere. And during the break, we're going to watch some fun videos with some of the players, so enjoy.
What was the most unusual place for you to play chess?
I will not say the truth, so I will say something close to the truth.
Okay. The second weirdest then?
When I played in the shower one time, just playing on my phone, so that was maybe...
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What role does opening preparation play in your strategy for Grand Swiss? And how do you adapt to your opponent's style?
Yeah, nowadays the opening is very important. This mostly all the game is about how the opening goes after the moves are clear. So if you get advantage, it's big. So everything in everybody's strategy is opening these days. Yeah, it's hard to adapt during open tournaments because it's you don't know who you play until a few hours before the game, so it's difficult. So in close tournaments I could adapt better, but here it's difficult.
Okay. Hello Fabiano, thank you for joining me today for the interview. The first question I'd like to ask you is what role does opening preparation play in your strategy for the Grand Swiss, and how do you adapt to your opponent's style?
Well, I can't say that opening preparation takes as much of a role as it did in the past, because now everyone is so well prepared. So it's more about trying to get a playable position where at least the game doesn't dry up so much, because theory has advanced quite far and everyone has the same tools. Everyone has the same access to strong engines and to strong hardware and so on. So yeah, I'm trying to kind of be a bit clever in terms of getting a playable position. Like, my goal is not to get a huge advantage or anything, just to get something where I can fight on equal terms with my opponent.
How do you stay mentally sharp and focused during long games at the Grand Swiss?
Yeah, this is of course a challenge, because tiredness at some point plays a role. Even if you don't realize you're tired, still your mental energy can be a bit lower, and this can lead to maybe some impatient decisions or some sloppiness in your play. So that's definitely a very important thing to consider, but I have quite a bit of experience, so I usually rely on that to guide me in the difficult moments and the critical moments.
Thank you. How do you feel about playing at the Grand Swiss 2023?
Yeah, first of all, I'm very happy I've made it, actually, because I was flying via Amsterdam and there was this KLM strike, and I arrived only today and in the morning, and I mean, I was in pretty bad shape, yeah, because I slept like 2 hours or something, and also my luggage is missing at the moment. That's why I'm in this, like violating the dress code, and yeah, but somehow I pulled off a pretty decent game.
Yeah, but you did a great job today.
Yeah.
Congratulations on that. And who do you consider as your potential main opponents at this tournament?
I mean, it's of course like there's no chance I can say like a direct name, because there are a lot of very strong players, of course, and it's also about the momentum, about being in shape, and like you never really know if it's going to happen or not. I mean, and it's also like very long tournament, so anything can happen. Actually, it's my first Open since like very long time, and I'm actually curious. I said I haven't played like in a couple of years, I think. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Thank you for the time and good luck in the next rounds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Extraordinary is an island like no other. Extraordinary is the Isle of Man. Book now.
We are back with the coverage of round 6 of the FIDE Grand Swiss and the Women's Grand Swiss. It's very difficult to believe that we're now, as soon as this round is over, we're going to have crossed the halfway point.
Yeah, but still plenty of thrills and spills ahead.
Yes.
Because those will be the money rounds after the rest day.
Absolutely. And talking about thrills and spills, let's take a look at the bird's eye view and check out what has been happening in our games. And there are lots of games going on in this competition. And we will primarily focus on the top 10 and the leaders in the competition, but we will be sniffing out the action and the drama in other games where possible.
Yeah, and we've been looking around in the break there for other exciting battles, and there are many interesting moments. We'll come to those shortly. I would love to kind of zoom in on board 2, though,
Yeah,
Jovanka, where it gets, wow, it's really heated up over the last few moves.
That is a smash there in the center. I mean, look at it. What is this pawn structure called?
beats me. Just a crazy pawn structure. Let's dive a bit deeper there maybe, because look at this. Pawns just staring off against each other. I mean, it's like symmetry with all the literally it's traffic jam. It's rush hour between these pieces in the center. I mean, what? Literally every central square occupied.
Oh, but the bishop on f5 is misplaced, David.
Oh, if only it was over on c6.
If it was on c6, perfection.
Or even better, if the knight was over on c6 and the bishop was back on e6.
Wow.
Symmetry.
Yeah.
But, okay, we have to investigate how we got here before we try to unpick what is actually going on in the game position. We saw a very standard line of the Petrov. We left it just a couple of moves before this. Black played knight to a6, trying to land a knight into b4, attacking the queen. This was prevented. a3, bishop g4, and okay, this is still mainline theory, but after b4, white gaining space, knight to c7, knight c3 was where Erigaisi was suddenly allowed to press the chaos button, a5, breaking white's pawn structure, now attacking white's central pawn, and after it was defended, c5.
c5, okay. And with so many captures, we do have to just tuck in here. So first up, let's have a look at what happens. I mean, there's so many. Where to begin? Okay, so first of all, let's investigate c takes d5.
Yeah, this is the problem, right? Because with calculation, we're taught to look at the most forcing moves. Checks, captures, threats. There's no checks. Captures, there's literally one. There's one, two,
and three, and four, 5, and also knight takes knight.
And 5, yeah. Ugh, yeah. Ugh. Okay, all the arrows, let's get rid of those. But c takes d5, as you mentioned, maybe the most natural. Attacking this knight, also undermining the other knight on e4. Black will react somehow.
Yeah. So black also has the
knight takes knight.
Well.
Is it knight takes d4? Oh my gosh.
Let's look
getting
at
a headache.
Yeah, I know. Let's look at knight takes d4.
Okay, knight takes d4 makes a lot of sense. I have to take. That's very forcing, actually. You're attacking my queen, so I have to take back.
Yes.
And now not too much choice.
No, you have to go pawn takes bishop.
Yep. Okay, I think we found maybe the most logical line. Now double attack on both of white's knights. So, for example, knight takes knight met by bishop recaptures. If bishop takes knight, black will take something.
Yeah, maybe you have to go. You can actually go pawn takes knight.
Wow. Yeah.
And
I think you could actually take all 3 of those pieces. I think they were all totally fine for black. And at the end, we would be met with a mess such as this one, where we do a quick count. White is currently 2 pawns up, but a5 is definitely doomed. And this pawn on c3 is probably the best of the bunch.
Yes.
Big threats, actually, such as queen to h4, such as queen takes d5.
Yeah, and like you're right. You know, if white tries to be clever and goes queen to f5, you can just go bishop takes.
At the very minimum, bishop takes h2, and a check, regaining the piece. And after all of that fun, we'd be left with a drawn rook in game, Jovanka. And all these pawns would probably just drop off the board, and probably we're just left with 2 versus 2 on the king side.
Yep.
Wow. Okay, watch out for all of this happening. You heard it here first. But of course, if we go back to the live position, white has options. Maybe I can check out this one. Knight takes d5.
Knight takes d5, and same business. No, there's no
same business. It's one of something takes here.
Something takes. Okay, let's take with a pawn, because then we attack your bishop.
Makes a lot of sense. I take your knight.
I have to take.
Takes,
and then at the end of it, you win a. Was it juicer is a knight. Was it juicer as a pawn?
No,
I don't know.
I can't remember. Juicer's anything it wants to be.
Okay.
Queen takes e3.
And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
White would be a pawn up.
Yes.
Looks still holdable for black because a3 is eternally weak. You have a nice outpost for a bishop or knight.
Yep.
But Erigaisi maybe wants something even cleaner than this.
Okay, so let's backtrack.
Okay, we've looked at pawn takes pawn, knight takes d5. Should we check out? I think we can rule out d takes c5 because this just drops the knight.
Yes.
So the other remaining, 2 remaining captures you can take on e4 twice, but let's say we take with the knight.
Okay, and David, this is just complicated.
Why did you play this? Why did you play this?
Why did you play this? Yes,
you
tell us.
Okay, what will you play? Oh, stop now. Do you take c4?
You know, I'm a big fan of puns. I like it. I didn't prepare any jokes though for today.
I'm the yin to your yang yi. Sorry. Moving on. I didn't even think of that until now. Okay, do you take c4 first?
That so sounded like one of those corny pickup lines. Did it hurt? That was good. That was a good one.
Thank you. Actually, that's probably the proudest one I've ever dropped. Okay, so this position, yeah, again, everything's just fizzling out, and I think at the very end we'd just see. Oh, I'm not sure we can take this. But even if we can, we'd most likely see a dead drawn endgame in the near future. I mean, even if black kind of does it the lazy way, it's hard to imagine these two pawns surviving much longer.
Yeah, Queen c7, then pile up on the c8 pawn. Yep, that one looks pretty equal.
Yeah, drawish to say the least. So it feels like Erigaisi, yeah, he's going to hold you to a draw. Yeah, it looks like he's calculated it all really well. I mean, we've actually investigated most of the kind of most logical continuations right now.
There's one other one that's knight takes. No, it's white to play, so yeah. Okay.
We haven't looked at bishop takes, but that feels a bit wrong.
That feels totally wrong.
Feels very wrong because now, I think suddenly too much pressure on white's pieces, and white has no no tempting alternative suddenly. So, okay, we're expecting. I think the most promising were either c takes d5 or maybe knight takes.
Okay, let's try c takes d5 again, because there was one where white was a pawn up.
Okay, knight takes on d4.
And then it was... Okay, still you have choices. You've got knight takes, and you've also got bishop takes. Oh, no, the queen. Yes, thank you.
So we take.
Okay, and now bishop take. No, but this was the...
This was this crazy
this
position
was the crazy one. Okay, no, that looked quite straightforward for black. So let's... that wasn't the one. It was knight takes pawn.
Maybe knight takes d5, yeah. And out of what we've seen so far, maybe this was the most tempting. C takes d4, we take everything off the board. And at the very end, as you mentioned, at least white's a pawn up. Again, it's just not the best pawn in the world. It will most likely fall eventually. Bishop c5 is coming. Or c8 is coming. Yeah, I just don't know whether this is preparation or not, but either way, it's impressive from Erigaisi.
And I was just checking one final trick. It doesn't even work. I was looking at knight takes f7, but it doesn't work because after king takes.
Just no follow-up, unfortunately.
Nope. I need more pieces into the attack. Yeah.
Defended. Yeah, and it's just fascinating how modern theory has developed. I actually had this position myself. If we go back here, I played this line against Kramnik back, 13, 14 years ago. And I thought I knew everything what there was to know. I knew that, okay, this position, knight e5, bishop f5, b4, you can play, and you've got some stability with white. You put a bishop on b2, you kind of sit on the position. Fast forward 13 years, and players are so concrete, backed up by modern engines, that they can even blow open the center like this, and no stability at all. Can't get a peaceful game in chess these days. No. It's just all-out warfare.
It is, or it just sizzles for a while, and then it just completely fizzles out. And I also noticed that in modern-day chess, the players tend to always look up at the ceiling, a la Beth Harmon.
Yeah.
Because before it used to be like this. Maybe you'd look at your opponent and you'd go, what on earth are you doing? Or why are you doing this to me? But now it's like, is that a conscious thing?
There's one player in the field here in Isle of Man, Vaishali Ivanchuk, who's been doing that his entire career. Just, stares anywhere other than the board, twiddling his, not the pieces, his eyebrows. But I don't know if it's a conscious thing. Maybe getting some perspective. We've talked about it before, right, Jovanka, where as commentators it's sometimes easier. We get kind of distance from our board. We get away from the emotions. Sometimes maybe if they look away, they can just focus fully on the moves themselves. Do you do that yourself?
No. The only time I look out in the distance is when I'm losing. I just need some inspiration, so I look outside the window and I say, life is good.
Life is good.
You might be struggling on the chessboard, but you have a good life, Jovi.
This is true. Always nice to remember. And yeah, there was this photo of me years ago where I was staring up and people were like, oh, he's calculating something. And I really wasn't. I was literally thinking about what to do that night, like for dinner.
You weren't working out how to get that hippo from the mud.
Yeah, hippopotamus defense from the mud. And yeah, I think we'll have to leave you to unpick this position. He has various ways to get maybe slightly better side of equality, maybe even win a pawn, but all of them look quite straightforward for black to hold on a bit later.
Yep. And where else do we revisit? Because at the minute, the top 4 boards look quite tranquil, but we did spot some drama, right? All the way down on board 41.
Yeah.
And we're a sucker for weird piece placements and unusual things. And a little birdie told me that there was a black king that had found its way over to the D7 square on that board.
Spoilers, Jovanka, spoilers.
Oh,
because I've brought up a middle game position.
Oh, sorry.
We'll catch up with the live board. But this is a clash between Axel Bachmann from Paraguay and Dr. Basim Amin, Africa's strongest player, the Egyptian grandmaster here. And this position is crazy. I'll just show you here. It's relatively standard stuff, and black parted with the kind of beautiful dark squared bishop just to wreck white's pawn structure to make these pawns static on the queen side. And now we're being told that black's next move was the top engine suggestion. And you've revealed it to the audience. I was going to make everyone guess, but
oh, so sorry.
I'm joking. It's beautiful nonetheless, even if we know it's the move King D7. Modern chess at its best. King D7, just, I mean, that's the safest haven for the king. Why not? You don't need to castle in chess. This looks like Fischer random. Yeah, just incredible how kind of, engines and have developed these days. I don't know if this was preparation, but either way, cool move. Just to park the king on C7. And if we catch up with the game position, we saw actually the king still possible to target it. Not with pawn breaks. I think that's the key on the queen side. But here with the white queen, and she gave a check. This is the live position. Okay, and what to do? Black doesn't have too much choice. You can't retreat the king any further because the rook would hang on D8. So after check, you have to block with a pawn or the knight.
Yeah. I almost feel that blocking with the pawn.
Feels safer.
It does feel safer because you got to move away with the queen, presumably to. Oh, I will play knight to E5.
Okay.
Although you did offer me a free pawn,
Yeah,
but this time I'm going to say no.
I didn't mean to. I forgot that this was attacked. I'll pretend that I saw that I could take on H6. Also, maybe even give a check first. And yeah, I'm not sure which pawn was more important. Maybe now knight E5.
Knight E5, yeah.
Actually, the white king in some real danger. I like B6. Just to mention, knight B6 is possible. It does, however, allow rook takes B6. It looks like you drop a rook in the corner, but at the end, black can take the white bishop on F5. But yeah, knight B6 just feels clumsy somehow. I like the fact that your knight was coming to E5, Jovanka.
Yeah, and well, B6. I also was a little bit afraid that the knight on B6 would be just saddled there for the rest of its life, and yeah, I didn't want that.
Yeah, just either way, the really rare position with the king on C7, we're expecting the move B6. Even if white drops back to defend this pawn, I think black's doing okay. It's just so hard to get at the king, even if the bishop just sits on B7. But yeah, we'll await to see whether this was inspired, the king march, or whether it will backfire a bit later on.
Yes. Okay, and well, we'll keep an eye on that game and I'll update you on any results. But in the meantime, maybe we can head over to board 3, Fabiano Caruana against Evgeny Naya.
Sorry, I clicked on the women's section by accident, but here is board 3. Caruana against Naya, and okay, some of what we predicted came to pass. White did eventually push a pawn to A5 and trade off, so white has the A file, whereas the white bishop was chased back to H2. I like this maneuver of black putting a pawn on G6 because actually the king feels much safer on G7 than it does on G8, and actually a plan you described in another game, Jovanka, king G7, maybe F5 on the cards a bit later, depending on what white does. White yet to strike in the center. I'm expecting Fabiano with haste to push c3, d4.
It's the only plan. I don't see anything else. I'll be
Yeah.
honest with you.
Likewise.
And they do have a rule that when action is happening in the wings, you should counter in the center.
Yep, c3, d4 looks very logical, and most likely black. I was going to say king g7, but maybe
Bishop
black would try and
f6.
hold this up. Yeah.
Yeah. And what next? Question time.
At least now f5 is less likely, or at least less less easy to imagine.
That's true, but then again, what is White's plan apart from...
Knight f1 and then d4.
Ah, okay.
Not sure.
And...
Knight f1 into e3 into d5. Improving moves. Maybe black just kind
Bishop g7, okay, but then Knight f1.
pretends it's a King's Indian and now gets
Okay,
ready
well
for
now I
f5.
have to go d5.
Yeah, d4.
Got it. So d4, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like White's the first to the center, and White will therefore hold the key to unlocking the position. Black is just fixed, a bit stuck. I don't think f5 here is going to quite work out. Taking with a pawn loosens this black knight, so there'll be tactics. Maybe knight takes e5 ideas. And if you take back with a piece, you have to recce with g4, weakening the white king, but maybe just winning material.
Yep. Good stuff. So, very tense position. I can maybe... And if black continues with the plan, so c3...
There's two ways. You could also play b5
and then b4.
Yeah, just to try and undermine, open up the b file for the rook. This is also quite logical. So even if white gets the center, maybe now it's slightly less relevant. Although I'd still take white, I've got to admit. It just looks quite pretty.
Yeah.
What you're doing in the center here. Okay.
Yeah, and I guess then black has to just reinforce the center.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe reinforce the center first, and only when white starts kind of messing around with rook e1, knight f1, now maybe b5, b4, create some counterplay. Still looks solid for black. I think Naya here will be happy enough that he's survived the opening. Against Fabi, the last thing you want is a complicated position with kind of a narrow path where he knows everything and you don't. That's how I always seem to find myself against Caruana. But yeah, with this quiet maneuvering that's going on, feels like black should be doing okay at least.
Yes. Okay, very cagey game there. And, well, the position has clarified somewhat in Vladislav Artemiev against Alireza Firouzja. So I thought that there would be, like, fireworks on the board. But I'm looking at it, and white is not even a pawn up.
Fireworks or fireroosers on the board?
Fireroosers.
I don't know.
I don't think there's any fireworks on this board.
Yeah, unfortunately not.
Well, but there's imbalance. Yeah. Let's not be so flippant, Yovi. There is, white does have the bishop pair, and white has the ability to open up the queen side with a2, a4.
Shall we show? There were some brief fireworks. It's maybe not the kind of longest fire display you'll ever see in your life, but bishop c2 earlier, we left it at this position. Black played d5. There was temporary fireworks with d4, with all of the pawns staring off against each other, and after d takes e4, d takes c5, and complications here. But yeah, I say complications, they quickly fizzled out, those fireworks. And yeah, the live position, we've just seen a move from Firouzja, who played rook to e8 this very second, and yeah, it's pretty much guaranteed, I think, that white will play a4 in the next few moves. The question is whether you play a4 and allow b4, or whether we block. And next move, save it for later, a4.
Yes, that is a question. And I mean, it's very tempting to do that. What could be what could be wrong with it? Unless you've got some bishop d7 ideas.
Yeah, maybe bishop d7, maybe also a quick knight e5 into d3.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could definitely see an opposite color bishop kind of type of position lining up if black ever lands a knight on d3. This was heavy theory a few years back, especially I noticed in correspondence chess. I know there was a bunch of games that ended, not ended, but they kind of began from this position after bishop e2 or rook e1. So it's interesting that the players have invested so much time up to this point. Yeah, I'm expecting something like b4, but a4 maybe, bishop f4 maybe.
Bishop f4 makes a lot of sense. And I guess the knight will jump into...
Which knight? Actually, suddenly knight d5 is available to black.
But then you could step back with the bishop, and if you play f5, I really hope that here I have a move like such as c4.
c4, dynamite on the board.
Yay.
And yeah, suddenly the crisscrossing bishops again.
Yep.
Black can hold, but it will come at the cost of a pawn.
I will take said pawn.
Yeah, for example, attack the bishop and drive it back and now take this pawn.
Yep. And I'll be very happy because I have a passed c-pawn and the great bishop to anchor on the d6 square.
Yeah, so Artemiev still with something to work with, some creativity to be found here. He spent a lot of time for what is still a relatively known position. Definitely feels like mind games. Artemiev, he's another one you mentioned earlier, Jovanka. Some players, they're kind of known for their d4. Here, Artemiev, he's known for anything other than e4. He plays knight f3 on move 1, c4, d4.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of rare to have him play e4. Yeah, you're completely right. And what I like about Artemiev is that he also employs the Caruana on occasion. And
favorite opening?
Yeah, it's my favorite opening. It's like my bread and butter. So I have a soft spot for anyone who also uses it.
Yeah, actually, I haven't seen Artemiev play e4 since he played it against me 2 years ago. I literally haven't seen him. He's always indulging in the reti or some offbeat 1d4, something non-theoretical. But this is kind of heavy theory, and it feels like both players have surprised each other.
Yep. And there we can see on the right side the evaluation bar in the top 10 games. And maybe we should actually take this opportunity to follow the evaluation bar, because we can see Vidit against Niemann. It says white has a plus 0.4 advantage. Not very much in my opinion, but let's go over there and see what's happened.
Yeah, Veni, Vidit, Vici. I'm Vidit, I conquered. As Julius Caesar didn't say. But yeah, this one looks slightly better for white. I understand why the computer's saying plus 0.4. Sorry about the terrible puns, Jovanka.
Oh man, that reminded me, I did screenshot one time in my life like these Latin expressions that you need to know. And yeah, Veni, Vidi, Vici, yeah. What else is there? Ad hoc.
Ad hoc, amo amasamat, agricola, I don't know. Studied Latin for a few years when I was young, but those words have been replaced by chess moves, unfortunately. This one looks nice for white, we agree, but where to go next?
Yes, and I agree with that in every single sense of the expression. It looks very nice for white. It looks very, like black is just simply going to curl up into a ball, defensive, and indeed, where to go next. And not much happening there. Maybe let's go to Sam Sevian against Sindarov, because d5 did happen. And white king still in the middle.
And okay, he's in move right now. Sindarov, who we see on the camera. We did see this position in quite a bit of detail a bit earlier, so we actually left it just 2 moves ago. So only 2 moves in the last hour in this one. Rook to e8, attacking the e4 pawn. This was defended. And d5, blowing open the center, e takes d5, and a pause. What could he be considering here, Jovanka? I mean, pawn takes pawn looks almost automatic.
And let's try the most obvious move on the board.
Yeah, maybe the other alternative is put some pressure on this bishop, bishop h6 or queen e7. But yeah, let's take this pawn first of all.
Yeah.
What could be so bad about this? White will most likely get the king out of dodge. Yeah,
castle queenside. And then
let's say we take a pawn.
And then bishop takes. And suddenly you realize that white's position is actually quite good. Not because there's a kingside attack brewing, but it's just more about being very fast in the center.
Yeah, centralization. Nice pieces. Rook to e1 and everything will be mobilized. Yeah, I can see why Sindarov's not too tempted. This can't be too bad for black. You don't really have any weaknesses. You can play like bishop d7, bring the knight to c6. Should be fine, but maybe he wants more. And talking of more, queen e7's more ambitious.
Okay. And well, now just quickly running through the possibilities. I can go knight c2, I can go king f2. What else can I do? Safer go.
Yeah, I think those are the 2 most logical moves. Knight d1 looks a bit superficial to say the least.
Yeah, and I kind of want to run away with the king if possible. Then there's no sacrifices to maintain anything. So okay, let's try knight c2.
Yeah, knight c2. The one downside is that I can target this knight. But this can be blocked.
Yep, and it will have to be blocked, actually.
Has to be
It's
blocked.
Riding on the edge there.
Yeah, although there's also the alternative of d6. I just realized maybe. I'm not sure whether you want to kind of push your pawn into no man's land. It might just drop off. Next move. Yeah, actually, not d6. Bishop d3.
D3, exactly, yeah.
Solid.
Yeah, change the attackers.
Yeah.
And here,
It's harder for black to win the pawn back.
yes,
Suddenly, after an exchange,
and I am primed to castle queen.
you could castle on either flank here.
Well, you do have knight a6. I guess. Oh, well, maybe pawn takes pawn first,
Let's say I take.
and then knight a6.
Okay. Try to
But
come
I'm
in.
actually not even coming in because it's knight on c2.
Yeah, maybe white just castles and
Yep.
consolidates the extra
exactly.
pawn. The other final move that he could be considering, bishop to h6, putting some pressure here.
Yep, and here, well, my hand is forced, isn't it? Knight c2.
Very much forced. Again, bishop f5 looks so tempting, but white's
Bishop
just
d3.
about blocking everything off. It's literally like a gladiator right now. He's getting attacked, and he's just blocking, and right now he's surviving. He's got an extra pawn to cling onto as well.
Yep, there's no tactics here.
There probably are tactics.
Yeah.
But, okay, how about takes?
And knight takes
And
bishop,
queen b6.
and I do have.
Do have some choices.
I do have choices. I have a.
You can defend with the king.
Yeah, I also was looking at knight c4. Sorry, c5.
Okay, c5, and I can just
the-
take.
Yeah, and then I was. Yeah, no, that was just messing around. No, he's gone for
Okay.
pawn takes pawn. Yeah, you have to go king f2 here.
Yeah, king f2, but maybe it's not the end of the world despite the king being out in the open, because you will defend your knight and still an extra pawn.
Yeah.
So rather than sacrifice, Sindara takes back. And, okay, we're expecting castles before it's too late.
Exactly.
Get that king off the e-file. No time to castle kingside. Takes 2
Yeah.
tempi.
And you just don't want to actually take the pawn in the middle as well, because that simply improves black's position after c takes
We see him very quickly castle.
queenside.
Yeah, let's show that. This just improves black's
Yeah,
position, and suddenly
absolutely. And you can't castle queenside because the pawn on a2 is dropping, and blah,
Yeah.
not good.
disaster for white's king. So, okay, he gets to safety. Looks a bit risky, but the king is well protected by pieces right now, and Sidorov immediately replies knight c6. This one's still, still full of life.
Definitely.
Yeah, we'll come back a bit later.
Yeah, we will come back a bit later. And okay, let's head to.
Maybe we can check out a game slightly further down. One of the players who's not had the best of times in the first 5 days of the event, Gukesh.
Yes.
Top 10 in the world, but he's on under 50% right now.
Yeah. And yes, yesterday he lost to Narayanan, and before that he'd just made all draws. So how is he doing? Oh.
Crazy position. White is a piece down. Gukesh. Is this tilt? Is this genius? It's always tough in these events, facing a top-class grandmaster every single day when things are going against you. Especially for Gukesh, he's just used to winning at this point.
Yeah.
It's hard to turn things around. And okay, some threats against the black king. Maybe we just show the last few moves, because that's where he sacrificed a piece. It was this weird pawn structure, kind of the M, the kind of stone wall structure where white's put everything on dart squares. And after a trade, white actually found his bishop trapped. I'm not sure whether this was on his radar. Maybe he missed this. A really clever tactic, because after takes, black at the very end lands a nasty check. And now you wish you'd castled if you're white, because suddenly everything drops with tempo. Next move, the bishop might drop as well. So I don't know whether actually it was a sacrifice from Gukesh or whether it was a blunder. But okay, in this position, after g5, he just played knight back to e3. And after the bishop was captured, he does win a pawn and a second pawn. But the black king just shuffles into the corner, and Jovanka, a piece is a piece.
A piece is a piece, but he does have some compensation. You know, okay, aside from the 2 pawns, I'm just thinking the black king is unsafe there on h8. And White does have an easy plan and also the freedom just to go forward and throw the pieces without caution. Just queen h5 is one move that I'm thinking about.
Yeah, knight e4,
Knight
knight
e4,
f5.
yeah.
Yeah, queen h5, if you can get it combined with bishop d3,
D3, yeah.
You're pretty much winning. Okay, so stakes are still high in this one. Maybe it was a calculated piece sacrifice. He knew it was about to get trapped.
I
He's
suspect
gambled.
I suspect he missed it
Mhm.
and then just thought, oops, never mind. But okay, I mean, let's have a look. So if you were to throw in a piece to the mix, I'm not quite sure how to do it in the most accurate way. So
Okay, first black has a move.
yes.
So knight to
Okay, knight-
b6 or knight to g7, just maybe knight
Okay,
g7,
knight
cover
G7.
cover those squares that we talked about.
Okay.
Maybe there's more active moves, but this is kind of safety first.
Black will be looking to consolidate and then queen to f3, bishop d3 maybe.
Yep. Queen f3. Actually, long term as well, it's tough for black to break this kind of these two pawn structures. You never ever want to take on g3, right? Because you only open up the h file for white's rook.
Yep.
So queen f3. It's hard to find squares for these pieces. Suleimanli, I call him super manly because he plays some really super chess.
He did, especially at the World Cup
Yeah.
in Baku. And he is from Azerbaijan, I think. He's also
Yeah.
very young.
Very young,
Yeah.
still in his teens. He's got the Clark Kent look. That's why he's Superman. And yeah, right now, yeah, he did well at the European Club Cup too. I think he drew against Anand just last month. One of Azerbaijan's most promising prospects.
Yep.
Yeah, he just needs to get somehow this bishop into the game. He needs to get this knight to a post. Actually, yeah, we see the evaluation bias on black side, but practical terms, anything could happen here, Jovanka.
Absolutely, anything can happen, you know, and even in an endgame, I would still be a bit cautious as well, because white does again has a great pieces, and also the pawns can just simply advance, and that's just a nice straightforward plan. Whereas for black, it's just more about maneuvering and just trying to grab posts. I mean, could you go like f5 and try to get some control over the e4 square? But
I like f5.
yeah, but again, the bishop on d6 isn't the best piece as well.
Yeah, I guess you've given up as well access to the e5 square. Yeah, this game's very, very complicated right now. Gukesh, if he wants to have any chance of qualifying for the candidates in this tournament, he will need to win. He has got some history against Suleimanli with the one win. They've only played each other once in classical chess. But yeah, Gukesh, tough start to the tournament. Alongside others, we should mention Vaishali, for example, is also at 2 points from 5 games. But yeah, big one, big clash, and fun position to analyze, especially without looking at the engine.
Yes, and okay, definitely a very interesting game. Where else? Can we take a look at another exciting player, Alexander Predke against Sam Shankland? That's on board 8.
Okay, and then we'll head over to Axel Bachmann, that fascinating game we saw with the Black King on c7, some developments there. But yeah, Alexander Predke in this one against Sam Shankland, he sacrificed a pawn again. He's always a pawn down with white, Predke.
But the big question is, like, is he going to go for more? You know, bishop to e7 to d6 looks very provocative. So
provocative.
Like at the minute, I'm just honing in on the f7 square, and I'm just wondering whether you can go knight takes f7. So Sam, yes, and yeah, I could see our audience also getting excited about this particular variation. And now rook takes e6.
Rook takes e6, yeah. A hit on the bishop and a discovered check in store. Okay, I've said A, I'll say B.
Exactly.
I'll take another piece.
And well, I guess the idea was to win the queen, right? Rook to d6. Rook to d6.
Yep, discovered check. And I probably have to move. I'm not sure whether I can block. It feels really risky to block and allow the white queen to also join the action. But I don't have too much choice. Escape squares, let's slide to the left, king e7.
And let's take said queen.
Okay, and we do a count now. Black has a rook, knight, and bishop for the queen. So material advantage for black, but it's more about the king being open, maybe.
Yes, but how to get to that king? And that's not an easy task whatsoever. You do have queen e1.
Maybe.
Okay, well, the king now has to run.
I wanted to come in with a checkmate threat on f7, but
Rook a7.
yeah, black can defend. There's a lot of pieces that black has right now, and the queen alone maybe not quite making headrows in quite sufficiently. So knight takes f7 is super tempting, but
yeah,
I mean, what else?
But
how can you resist such a move?
Okay, but maybe not sufficient, in which case Predka has to build. So he can build in two ways. He can just maneuver the knight from a2, it's not working, and put it on d3, and just play for the control over the c5 square. There you go.
I like that. Good compensation long term. Black does have a backward pawn on the c file, so the extra pawn not really that relevant. Yeah, I think this is the kind of classy way of doing it if the caveman approach knight takes f7 doesn't work.
And then I guess could you also build with queen to f3? That's also another possibility that would be running through my head.
Yep. And if I castle, you could do something similar. Just put a rook on d1, bring the knight round to d3. That's how he won one of the games of the tournament so far against Jan Krzysztof Duda, Predka. He just sacked a pawn and played like normal, as if nothing had happened. And he just build up, put his pieces on good squares, and later crashed through with an attack. Maybe that's the recipe here.
Oh, well, very, very tense. So what do we think?
Yeah, I think white has great compensation. I just want to briefly investigate this variation again because it looks so tempting, and I'm just wondering whether there's any other moves. Even rook takes knight, not quite working. As we see Anish Giri on the camera, we'll come to his game shortly. But yeah, this discover check, I want to see this on the board just because it's dramatic and it would lead to a fascinating piece imbalance. But yeah, I'm not sure objectively whether it's the best.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about that one, but okay, well, we kind of said it at the beginning, you know, it depends on your mood. Are you going to go all in, or are you simply going to play it cautiously? And let's go back to the Axel Bachmann game against Bassam Amin. And hang on a second.
Let's
is
go
this our
back,
analysis?
Bachmann? No?
Is this our analysis, or is this the game position?
This is the game position. We predicted it all
we
correctly.
Predicted. Yeah.
Okay.
But our conclusion was this was not good for whites, and we left it here and said scary stuff.
Scary stuff. He's grabbed his pawn back after a sacrifice. Let's let's go back to this one to show what Amin means here with his sacrifice. Okay, b6. Queen takes pawn, and well, rook takes h6 being played, followed by knight to e5. Yeah, this looks like the game position, and we said this is simply great for black.
Yeah. Okay, so big question is, why is it so great for black? First of all, you've got to do something about your bishop. Move the bishop, take the bishop, anything.
Yeah, white's bishop is attacked. I think we have a bit of a transmission issue here. The computer in front of us says it's currently black to move when bishop takes f5, which simply be winning a piece. It's actually white to play, of course, so white will take this bishop on c8.
Yeah.
And white has actually taken this bishop on c8, so I'll just make this happen by the magic. I'm not sure how I'm going to do this magically. Okay, rook takes h6, and now this one.
Yep.
Okay, definitely just looks like the black knight's coming in.
But
looks
maybe
like rook h8 in the near future as well, once you make sure that a7 isn't attacked.
Yeah. Okay, so how to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me just check.
It's level material.
It is level material, so in that case, the white king is in danger. I'm just really worried about your rook h8 idea.
Yeah.
It's not a problem now because, as you've highlighted, the a pawn is on prise, but
white's just really stuck. I mean, unless you just kind of pull the brake now and step into reverse gear, queen b3.
That's what I wanted to do. And
the problem is any endgame, even if white just trades off, black is the only one who can ever be better here. This is kind of the minimalist approach, but just look at the double g pawns, not really impressive right now. Black has the open file and a queenside majority for later. A really pleasant endgame for black at the very least.
Yeah.
But yeah, after queen b3, maybe black doesn't actually need to trade. Maybe you just drop back. Still looking pretty nice. Also, white wait, I blundered. Queen b3. There's a knight check.
Yep.
And white has no good square.
Oh yeah, king e2, knight c1.
Oof.
Problems.
Forks galore. Yeah,
You
so
can't
actually
go.
it's tricky.
So okay, so how to handle this initiative? Maybe you have to do knight e5.
Knight e5, sorry, in this position.
Yep. Bishop takes bishop.
Bishop takes. And
what next?
what else? I don't really want to have to move the king. Maybe king d1. At least the knight is the king's best friend, as we've established in many games yesterday. And
well, you still can't go rook h8. You're still one move away from that. So what about if I go... I wanted to go king e2 just to get your queen to a less annoying square.
makes a lot of sense.
And then now king to d1.
I like it.
And
The knight protects
my
the king.
next move is going to be f4.
Yeah.
Just because...
Just because you can, and try to sneak in.
Yeah, and just to kind of show the danger, if you make a dud move, like maybe a6,
A6,
actually. Yeah,
very
then I'm
dud
just
move.
going to go f4.
Yep.
And once you take and you move the...
If the knight moves out the way, then a check, and actually
Yeah.
this will lead to checkmate. Next move.
Yes.
And talking of showing the danger, Jovanka, I just want to show one cool trap. If instead of a silly move like a6, if we see black play a logical looking move like f5, suddenly look at the black queen, you've lured her onto a square she's trapped.
Oh.
Whoops, no escape.
Nice, 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 nice.
Trapped behind enemy lines. And yeah, this game is complicated. We think it's favorable for black right now, but we will check back in a bit later.
And well, let's revisit the top board between Yasipenko and Hikaru Nakamura, because Hikaru's last move, it's quite ambitious. G6, G5.
That's very British understatement, Jovanka. Quite ambitious. G5 last move, that shows.
Such a bad habit, and I can't get rid of it.
Me neither. Don't worry.
No, because no one other than a Brit gets it, and they're like, "Oh, you really think that this is a little bit surprising?" I'm like, no.
Slightly ambitious. Yeah, he's literally going forward now for the white king. He wants to play g4 next move, and we'll just backtrack 2 moves. We've only had a few since we were last here. Knight to h5. We saw a capture on d4 and knight h5 from Nakamura. Really nice square for the knight if it lands on f4, which it did. Trying to gain the bishop pair either by taking on e2 or forcing white to take this knight. The black rooks have really come to life, and bishop f1, you go back, I go forward, g5. The whole idea is knight takes pawn would run into e5, and a hit now on the undefended knight, and a hit on the center.
Yeah.
This one exploding suddenly the position.
Yep, and too much pressure on the d4 square, so definitely you can't go knight takes g5.
Yeah, you can go back, but you'll just keep getting hit, and if you keep retreating, black's pieces will just flood forward. All sorts of threats now. The d4 pawn as well, eternally weak. Yeah, I think you're right. Just cannot be considered simply.
Okay, so
the pawn is poisoned.
Yeah, it is poisoned. Don't touch it. And what to do next? Okay, so what about if you just develop knight c3? I'm just going to be cool as a cucumber.
Okay.
That always really annoyed me, those stupid proverbs that we have in England, like cool as a cucumber, like really?
What others are there?
Was it alike as 2 peas?
I've never heard that one
Yeah,
before.
well, I
2 peas in a pod, I
2
guess,
peas in
yeah.
a pod as well, and it's like, what is this fascination with vegetables that we have?
G4 though, I mean, this move is coming. It's going to explode open the position. He could be in store for a lot of esse pain in this game. Wow, I mean, this position just looks terrifying for white.
Yeah, don't touch this one. This one comes with a health warning. Take it back, take it back. Okay,
Yeah.
so, but if I can't do that, so after g5, what happens?
This is just beautiful from Nakamura, I've got to say. Just the concept alone is so rare to kind of push when you're not fully developed in front of your own king.
Yes, 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 yes. I admire it. Now, what else can I do? So I can't.
Need to do something drastic here.
Maybe knight to d2.
Maybe knight to d2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just defend your fellow knights. And
Exactly
at least
so.
now g4 will come with a little less power.
Yes, but there's an open h line. There's a little little bit worrying. Okay, queen b3.
Just ignore. Deflect. Distract.
Yeah, but the queen can at least go to... Okay, you don't even need to... Why am I even worrying about the b7 pawn? It's irrelevant.
Irrelevant. Let's go active.
Let's go
Queen
active,
d6.
yeah, okay.
Want to set a trap. Now then, the queen might... I was going to say might get trapped after rook b8, but at least white would be able to play bishop takes knight here.
Yeah.
Deflect the black queen this time.
Oh,
Queen
he's
d6.
reaching for something. What is... Oh, I did wonder about this. Knight to e5. I did wonder whether Isipenko would be tempted to say, you play flashy moves, I will do the same. But I must admit, I was a bit lazy on my calculation and I stopped here. But it's a nice idea, actually. You know, the whole point being after knight takes knight, you just capture. And if bishop takes, well, you're just saying the dark squares are up for grabs and you did g3 is a possibility. But I was thinking just bishop d4 and saying...
Positional.
Yeah, just saying, you know what, the rook is coming, knight c3. But maybe it's not over yet because you do have queen b6. No, queen d6.
Yeah, queen d6. Yeah, black is riddled with weaknesses suddenly. All sorts of weak pawns, and rook d1 will come. Next move. Yeah, I really like this idea, even if it is a sacrifice. I wonder if he's even got more in mind here, Jovanka. Maybe... Oof, I was going to say bishop c5, but maybe that can just be... yeah, this can just be blocked. Bishop d6. I was going to start calculating some crazy variations after bishop takes b2, but reluctant to go that far. Again, meeting fire with fire. Really nice from Esipenko. Maybe it's that positional approach, I think, that he's got in mind. Bishop d4, just take the dark squares. And meanwhile, we do have a result on board 2.
Okay.
And actually, this was the crazy game we talked about earlier, but we did predict everything would fizzle out. And if we catch up with the live position, it did fizzle out, to say the least. We got to move 30, utter symmetry of pawns, level material, rook endgame, draw.
Yep. Well, a fair result there for both players. And Arjun Erigaisi moves to 4.5 points out of 6.
Yeah. Do you think you will be disappointed with this one, Jovanka?
Yes. You will definitely be disappointed with the outcome.
Yeah, with white, he had is half a point behind Erigaisi as well. Has a rest day tomorrow. He wasn't able to press hard, but let's just rewind to that crazy position. It was this star move, c5 from Erigaisi, and the central tension here on the 5th, 4th and 3rd ranks all fizzled out. Everything got traded off. Let's just show the next few moves. Actually, we predicted all of this. Bishop takes e4, and at the very end, we were left with this position, and white was a pawn up, but the a pawn falling too, and liquidation.
Yep. Definitely fizzle central here, and well, both players now going to enjoy the free day that is tomorrow. And let's move back to the Hikaru game. Knight e5 played.
Let's catch up. Yep, knight e5, live position now. Do you think this was on Hikaru's radar? It is a pure pawn sacrifice after all.
No.
No, he does look slightly surprised. And Esipenko did take a long time before this knight jump. Should we check that line out once more? Because it's very likely to happen. If you want to continue being ambitious for black here, as Nakamura has been doing, then you take the pawn and you force white to prove the compensation.
Is it also possible to go bishop okay, well, we see it, bishop b6 as well. I'm just thinking.
Bishop b6, then unfortunately the b2 pawn will be hanging at the end.
And I was hoping that rook takes g5 would be sufficient, but I can see it's not enough.
Maybe just the king moves.
Yeah, and then knight d2, but then where is my attack? Just with the rook. Okay, well,
pawn up.
And well, Hikaru does take the pawn that's offered, and now critical moment for Esipenko.
Yeah, as Ponomarev took a glance at this game, Sindarov, everyone's again, it's like sharks in the water. They smell the drama, and we will find out. Knight c3, so not bishop d4, which looked quite attractive. Instead, knight c3, asking for d4, which looks like a win of a piece, but white can dodge this in multiple ways. You can, at the very least, take this knight. Maybe you can even give a check first, and then yeah, I'm wondering whether you pin or maybe you remove the knight from the board now. Yeah, there is a threat to regain the pawn on d5.
Yep.
Interesting
Yes.
stuff. He's playing for activity here, Esipenko. He's ahead in development in a way, just because he's got pieces out. He's already got castled, rook on nice open file, bishop protecting the king. Black's bishop, rook yet to play a part.
Yes. So how to consolidate
Yeah.
bishop? I mean, is there an immediate win of the pawn? I know there's bishop takes knight, but somehow I'm not that fussed about that one.
Bishop takes on
Yeah,
c3.
I'm just thinking for black. So if is white threatening bishop takes f4?
Okay.
But somehow I wasn't that fussed about that because it's then like bishop pair.
I think
Yeah, this
it's
still-
just tricky for black to find a move in this position. Okay, let's assume that he
Yeah.
gives the pawn back,
Yeah,
bishop f5.
this is what I wanted to investigate, and then what happens next.
I'll take it. A pawn is a pawn. I want the material back. Black has to take with the bishop because this
Yeah.
bishop is hit.
And then knight
that takes
takes
d5.
And then bishop d6 is kind of forced.
I think it's not necessarily the bishop pair, it's the fact that black's king is so open. On this diagonal, looks really scary suddenly for black.
Yeah.
No safe haven for the king anymore. Now suddenly g5, I was praising it, but you want to put the pawn back on g6 or g7 even,
Yes, move it back to g7. Thank you very much.
and then hide in the corner.
Exactly. Now that would be a raw change if they're like, yeah, pawns can actually move backwards these days.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
But unfortunately for Hikaru, they can't. And in the current position, if bishop f5, if a kind of calm, developing, waiting move doesn't pay off here, then you need something a bit more energetic. I'm not sure what that would be.
Okay, if you try to go e6.
Yeah. Now we might see your idea, Jovanka, of just bishop d4 playing positionally.
Yes.
Let's say I just grip the dark squares.
And now I take.
Okay.
And now I'm really uncomfortable with the king, so I'm going to go queen f6.
Yeah, actually black is clinging on to the pawn. I initially wanted to play rook g5, but you can force me to trade off queens. You can evict this rook, and actually you win material. Yeah, so e6 looks like the best we found so far for black. Greed being good here, just passive, but holding on to the extra pawn. If black gets one more move, actually queen f6.
Queen f6 is the big idea. And okay, so forcing moves again. g3. What else is there? Queen to g4. That's like the first move you need to think about. I always forget about that rule.
Consequences.
Yeah.
Queen g4 is provocative. It does kind of encourage h5,
H5,
and then
yeah.
we would have to go back. But black is really kind of gone beyond the point of no return right now, with the king never having any shelter left. This would be fascinating. I like your other suggestion, Jovanka, maybe
G3.
even a bit more. Instead of queen g4, g3.
Yeah.
Kick the knight. If it drops back, now a better
Now.
square for the queen.
Yep. I like that one too. And okay, so black says, I'm still going to curl up into a ball. And the only way I can do that is bishop f6.
And now white simply... There's also bishop d3. But okay, let's say white simply brings the rooks to the center.
And then let's do the French defense style. Bishop d7, although I'm a little bit afraid I'm going to get...
I don't think you need to be afraid.
tortured.
You've covered everything.
Yeah, well, the idea was bishop e8 and then bishop f7 and...
For example, bishop e8, you protect the
Yeah.
knight. Yeah, it's literally curling up into a ball here. King on g7, bishop on f7. Protect.
And saying, my kingdom for a pawn.
I think he'll do this, Nakamura. At least if this were one of his online blitz games, he would immediately be drawn towards the kind of ambitious, greedy move e6. Yeah, one more time, let's just check out d4, because it does look like the critical move.
And here we were looking at queen b3 check. We're also considering
At the very least, bishop takes knight.
And
Okay, which one are you more drawn to? Queen b3, I did realise that I forgot about bishop e6 blocking, which might be slightly annoying, although white does fortunately have
get
the move bishop c4
yeah.
trading off. He's about to make a decision. He was reaching for his e-pawn.
E-pawn. Okay, but
Yeah, that's a very Nakamura type of move. Just curl up, consolidate, stabilize. He's just plays for stability these days, all the time. In his classical games, if he stabilizes, gets a positional bind, then he normally wins.
I agree. He's just fantastic at defending and holding these type of positions.
Okay, we'll wait to see his move before we move on.
And can we just quickly look at d4 again? D4. Maybe bishop c4 check.
Okay, bishop c4 check, forcing the black king into the corner.
And
now you want to take the knight, I guess. And you want to jump in?
Yep.
Makes a lot of sense. Hitting e7, hitting d4. Actually, this looks quite appealing too. This is maybe perhaps the only reason Nakamura's pausing, but black's position is really hanging by a thread here. And defend everything.
Your bishop is trapped though.
Bishop is trapped, yeah. g3, that would be bishop to e6.
Yes.
Knight's trapped too.
Knight is trapped too.
But I think it's more just about the fact that black's position here, the king on h8 just looks so open, so bare. And the d4 pawn not too relevant right now. White has ideas like queen e2, queen e5, queen h5. I think more than sufficient compensation for white here.
Yeah.
So e6 looks by far the safest from what we've seen.
Ooh. Well, Hikaru, what are you going to play? He has plenty of time to navigate this, and just looking at the clocks, he also has a healthy time advantage, and true to style, e6 on the board. Makes the most sense. Try to minimize the danger.
He teased us for a while, but eventually e6, the most logical move. Still burden on Esipenko to prove compensation for the pawn sacrifice next. Jovanka, I'm going to guide us towards the Vidit game from earlier. Vidit against Hans Niemann, because there's a white bishop sitting on b8.
Oh, and it has a purpose in life. It's going to target the c7 pawn, who we like a lot.
Yeah, nice symmetry here as well. White's knight has gone back to its starting square. The bishop's kind of landed on black's knight starting square. And
how are you going to...
Okay, it's white's move as well.
Yeah. I mean, white has a very simple plan of moving forward, which is to put the queen can come to a7, just tie
black down. Black will be forced to retreat to bishop d8.
And I really wanted to play like knight to d2 and c4, but
you could go round knight d2 to b3 to a5. The knight did, I believe, just come from d2. If we go, it came from c3, which was actually blocking the c pawn. So I wonder after knight b1.
Or maybe you can go knight a3 first. With the idea of c4.
c4, that's clever, trapping the bishop. For example, c4. If pawn takes pawn now, then b5 would catch this bishop embarrassed on c6. That's a nice idea. Like that one very much. Okay, if knight a3, what could black try instead? Maybe there's a way to extricate even that bishop after c4. Knight takes d3, and the bishop has an escape square on e4 suddenly. So okay, knight f4 is definitely black's next move.
Okay, well, if knight f4 is the plan, maybe we don't allow it. Maybe we just go g3.
Yeah. G3 looks nice.
Be done with you.
Back.
You foul beast.
Hitherto shalt thou come, but no further. G3.
Where is that from?
Da Vinci Code, I think.
Okay.
Well, it's actually from, it's religious text, but quoted in the Da Vinci Code. G3, it does cover the f4 square. Really classy. It does look a bit odd to weaken the light squares, but black's bishop will never break beyond the e4 pawn.
Exactly. And, well, white has that plan of going knight a3, c4, trap the bishop on c6. Maybe Hans is in serious problem, actually.
Yeah, because knight h5, it's just a shot in the dark. He wanted his knight on f4, but if it can't get there, if you go back, monster threat. The problem is the queen and bishop are frozen. The queen is stuck defending both b5 indirectly and c7. She cannot move. And the bishop on c6 therefore cannot move. Bishop d8, for example, just covering everything c4. Your move, your plan. Boom. Trapped.
Absolutely scary stuff there for Hans Niemann. He's very much on the back foot. And let's go over to the women's section and have a look at some of the games. And, well, my eyes are immediately drawn. Maybe we can pull up the bird's eye view of the top 4 games. Oops. I think I might have had it too.
Yep.
My request was too much. Okay, no, it's so fine. Okay, well, we can already see that on board 3, that game is racing towards a draw.
Yeah, let's briefly check in there, and then we might head to board 4, where there's been a lot of drama. There's a piece sacrificed on the board. This one, as you say, heading towards a draw, some calculation to be done. Garifalina there just getting up from the board, as Tan Zhongyi, who kind of blitzed through this game pretty much. She landed 20 moves of preparation. She has to calculate, does she want a drawn rook endgame? Rook takes a4, allowing, for example, rook d7, and all the pawns will be eliminated. We'll see a handshake there very shortly. Or does she play the more ambitious rook takes rook? King and pawn endgames are the hardest to calculate, right? And then start going over for white's pawns. This looks, I mean, it looks like it could go either way. Looks like a race somehow.
Yeah. So, okay, so how does this one work?
So white can wait. The problem is this opposition is super awkward for both sides. If black goes to c4, white will rush to e3. But if white kind of chooses a side, black's king will follow. And I don't think that that's too promising. I think this is just too slow. Maybe we wait therefore, and after rook takes rook, king d4, maybe h4.
h4, right, that's what I was thinking. And then, okay, let me just count. Let me do simple maths, like 1.
I'm glad you, not me.
Okay, so for black, it takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9, right?
Nice counting.
Yeah.
I lost track already at 3. You lost me at 4.
Yeah.
Which way are you going? For the queen side or the king side?
Yeah, I just wanted to work out. Okay, so the queen side is 9 moves, right?
Okay. Okay, so 9 we'll count with arrows.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah,
You're
okay,
right.
woo.
Nice.
And okay,
side.
the king side it's
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
8, but there's also the h pawn as well, which we have to calculate too. So it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
7, 8, 9. But it's not just about black, how quick black is. It's all relative. 9 moves sounds like a long time, but if white is faster, then it's all irrelevant.
Yeah.
And 8 moves sounds faster, but white might be quicker. For example, let's count white this time. If white goes for the queen side, assuming black goes the other way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yep.
Actually, both sides were 8 there. And if white has to go king side, so say black goes king c4, then 1, 2, 3, whoops, my arrows, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Both sides are 9, and both sides are 8, so it looks like a draw. But should we play it out on the board?
Yeah. And king and pawn ending is so complicated because
it's all about counting, and if you miscount, if you forget to look at all of your opponent's options, then things could be fatal. And yeah, this game would end in a draw. Black queen's first, but white queen second, and dead draw.
Okay, so that's immediately if black heads for the pawn, but black can also wait. So after h4, you can go h6.
Yeah, should we calculate the other way as well? Just,
okay,
just to show, before we look at the waiting moves, we have to look at the forcing ones first. So boom, 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 boom. And she's taking the rooks off the board, so actually heading in this direction. Well, this looks like one you want to avoid if you're black.
Yes,
because it will be level pawns after you take on h4, but white's pawn is quicker.
Yeah, no, that's one I would stay away from. Okay.
Okay, and as you mentioned, rook takes rooks on the board, king takes. Black can wait in this position with h6, but then white gets h5. And white's 1 square closer. We're kind of assuming that black in this position after king takes d2, just played by Garifalina, that black is going central, but black could as well count this race.
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, more counting, Jovanka.
That was 2, 3.
Okay, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I think we counted white on the queen side is also 9.
Yeah, and but also you can count with the other pawn as well, the h pawn.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
And then it's a battle of the queening squares. Okay, so
because black will promote on h1, white will promote on a8. Is there some correlation there on the diagonal? Actually, let's check it out. King f4.
Yep.
Let's say king c3. And Okay, boom, 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 boom. H5 takes H4, A6, H3, A7, H2, A8, queen, queen, and then we have to count all over again, Jovanka. Take, and now we count again. F5, A5, dun 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 dun, queen and queen, and draw.
Okay, draw. God, that was a long variation.
All roads lead to Rome, though.
Yeah.
It feels like everything is a draw,
And
just about in this endgame.
she's actually made a move. I think she's headed with the king to F4. Is that?
King F4, the direct path. And I think I would have tried, if I were in her shoes, King D4, just because it forces white to find the only move H4. She would, of course, find it. Process of elimination. But King F4, it's very direct. And this also leads to the draw. And we'll see that race play out.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm proud of us, Jovanka.
But we did have help. Mainly that we could actually play out the moves on the board. And someone who doesn't have that luxury is maybe going, let's go to Marcel Efromsky against Munguntul. And this one is board 4.
Okay.
And both players on 3.5 points.
Board 4, and I think we need to retrace our steps back to the previous position because we've only had 5 moves in the last hour and a bit since we were last here, or the last hour or so, where we left it saying that white had the option of sacrificing a piece. I thought she would go for this, or maybe even preface it with rook to e1, but queen to e1 instead, offering a queen swap. And here, I must admit, I'm really shocked black didn't just take a time out and play a move such as bishop e7, develop. Instead, she played knight to g4, flashy, taking advantage of this pin. Black is doing very well long term here, so if you avoid any tactics, just a move like bishop e7, you've got the superior pawn structure. It's going to be easier to push the e-pawn later in the future. But again, maybe she was just scared of her knight later getting sidelined if white can play g4 at the right time. But knight g4, bishop f5, the knight drops back, and it's an endgame, but white has the worst side of things strategically, so she goes dynamic. Very logical. Knight takes e6. Queen's off the board, though.
Yeah, queen's off the board, and let's work this one out. And now bishop e7 just played.
Knight to e7
Oh,
was
knight
actually
to
played.
e7, yeah.
Bishop to e7.
Then maybe you can actually go bishop c.
Bishop c5. Yeah, this would have been logical as well for black. Still some pressure. Extra piece for black, but the king under fire here. She played knight to e7. This one looks far more awkward because the king is going to be stranded for good now. You need to move the knight, then move the bishop at some point. And the king really, despite it being an endgame almost, can't castle. The idea behind knight e7, though, is to poach on g2. And bishop c5, last move. This is the current position.
Okay. Well, black has made their intentions clear. Let's follow through. Let's steal that pawn on g2. And now the rook will move.
Okay.
Presumably to h2, just to look after the h3 pawn. Bishop, it's it's done its hidden run, so let's go all the way back.
Drop back somewhere. Maybe we'll gain time against this knight.
Yep. Okay, but the knight can spring forward to e6. Now the rook has to move.
I'm not sure. Maybe rook to d8.
Yeah, I like rook to d8.
I'm a bit scared I'll walk into a smothered mate with the king. It's literally surrounded itself by pieces.
I know. It doesn't make the prettiest of impressions, and now you feel like...
I mean, knight c4 to d6 is one idea, for example.
Go in there.
Yeah, it's just slightly scary for black, but you're still a piece up, so even worst comes to worst, you sacrifice your rook on that square.
Yeah, I was wondering then, just on that logic, if you could go bishop d5.
Try and trade off.
Yeah, and then the whole idea is after knight d6. I was hoping to
have to take,
and then bishop takes bishop.
Takes.
Takes.
The king is free. King d7.
Yeah.
Double attack. White will back up.
And now we can untangle.
Finally,
yes.
You're free. And 2 knights versus a rook. It's not clear what's better. Rook takes a6 is available, but most likely after all of that drama, a level endgame. Yeah, it's fascinating. I think bishop takes g2 will and maybe should be played, just because she's kind of set up in a way that that's the only logical continuation. But yeah, either way, it's kind of brave from both players. Firstly, from black to allow this, and from white to sacrifice a piece.
Yes, oof, a very complicated position. And well, maybe we should also pay attention and go to the top board between Anna Muzichuk and Bibisara Asalbayeva. And Bibisara Asalbayeva, she is the sole leader with 4.5 points out of 5. And there you can see the complete standings. And we also see that Vaishali has 4 points, as does Anna Muzichuk and Alexandra Goryachkina.
Yeah, and therefore this top board clash has extra importance. Anna Muzichuk with white, if she has ambitions to win the tournament, she will need to take down the leaders at some point. So can she strike in this game? It has evolved, Jovanka. We last left this back in the middle game where white had the bishop pair. The bishop pair's disappeared, but still some pressure, especially against the f7 pawn.
Yeah, so you have to deal with that one, and you don't go passive. You've got some options. You can go queen to d5, but then I have to work out a knight endgame, and we had lots of experience yesterday with a knight endgame.
Enough to last a lifetime.
Exactly.
And
what conclusions did we have? They're tricky.
They're tricky. They're difficult knight endgames, and they often do favour the sides with kind of A or H pawns, because those are the hardest to stop if you're knights. We saw a nice win from Hikaru Nakamura using his A pawn to eventually promote, as we did with Ivan Saric, who used first his A pawn as a deflection, then the H pawn actually as white to promote. So this one, black's the only one with an A pawn. Both sides have H pawns. I think it might just be more about the majority, whose is easier to mobilize. For white, it's surprisingly hard to get b5 or get the pawns rolling because they're fixed. And black, it's easier to maybe play f6, e5.
And get the king to the middle of the board.
Get the king to the center.
Okay, but Bibisara goes for e6.
e6. Okay, so keeping the options open, she's still kind of saving queen d5 for later. She gives her opponent the death stare there, Asalbayeva. She's famous for the death stare on her opponents. e6, she's like, okay, what are you going to do? If you go king d2, king g2, I might now trade the queens.
Yep.
It feels like white's position's improved, if anything, but after the queen trade, white's king closer. Yeah, e6 feels like a, I don't want to say indecision. Feels like the move you play if you just don't want to calculate anything at all.
Yes, but it's not easy for white to make a move.
King g2.
King g2.
When in doubt, if you have a pawn on g3.
Okay. I wanted to ask your opinion about the reckless moves like b5.
Okay. b5 as well. I just didn't see it.
But I wasn't sure about a5. This is what I wanted to ask your opinion on. I was like, is that like one step too far for black?
Yeah, a5 is very ambitious because later you have ideas of pushing, which makes a lot of sense. Kind of short term, I guess, the fact that the b pawn might be vulnerable. If black ever plays b6 now, then there's going to be a square. I like it though, a5 ambition. If she wants to play kind of a bit safer, then after b5, does she trade off? Take?
Yeah, then queen takes, and you know, white's pawn majority is more mobile.
Closer to creating a pass pawn at least. And again, black could try getting the queens off, but I think white, that little kind of trade-off really has helped her, and the king will come very quickly now towards the queen side. Actually, I like it, b5. Yeah, why be lazy and complacent like me? Play king g2 when b5 is available.
King g2 is a great move though.
For later.
Yes. There's also one like random trap. Can I just highlight? So say white plays queen to f4, and black steps forward with a king to g7, and now white plays make a move.
Let's say I just wait.
Yeah.
h6 to try and play g5.
Yes.
Or was this your trap? No?
No, that wasn't my trap.
Oh,
my trap was to go queen b6.
Similar trap. So for example, queen b6. Your one's even better.
Yeah, queen takes knight.
Queen takes knight, and boom.
Yeah.
Fork down, and a win for white. I was going to show a similar one after h6. Queen takes h6.
Ooh, very nice.
Knight takes now. Also a fork. This time I only win a couple of pawns though. I'd rather win a piece.
Exactly. No, but it is actually queen f4 not such a bad idea because it does have those tricks.
Yeah.
Although
and she plays it.
She plays it.
Setting up the traps.
Well.
It's just nice coordination, though. I totally understand why your eyes were drawn drawn to this, and also why Anna's instincts are kind of in this direction, because the black queen's passive now.
Yes.
If she sits on e7 to protect the f7 pawn, then now you do have a free hand to expand, maybe on the queen side.
Could you go c4, right?
Yeah, maybe. I like c4, just taking away.
Yeah,
the
and
square.
then once the king goes up to g7, well,
There's a hit.
there is a hit.
Maybe c5.
I was thinking c5 as well.
Yeah. Also, there's ideas like
Queen to d.
queen
What
d4
about queen
in the near
d4?
future.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure that we can profit immediately from this potential pin. Black's queen will swoop back, whoops, to e7 to defend.
Yeah, but I mean, it's very complicated. You can also make moves like g4 as well instead of moving the whatever we did to queen d4.
Yeah, moves like g4. I like it, actually.
Yeah.
I like this a lot. Queen takes pawn, g5, and whoops, catastrophe on f7. So yeah, it definitely feels like white's got something to play with here. I'm expecting the move king g7, although, yeah, watch out for these tactics like queen h6. Of course, black doesn't have to take this. Black will drop back. But yeah, watch out for tricks, traps, and forks. I really think Asobayeva, maybe the most practical way would have been to trade off the queen's pawn back on e7 as well. Far more solid for the knight on f6. But okay, can Anna Muzichuk, it's not a big advantage, it's probably with best play going to be a draw, but can she work some magic here?
Yes, we will find out. Let's move to the other critical game, this time between Vaishali and Alexandra Goryachkina. And just to give you an update, the players Leah Garifulina and Tan Zhongyi are just racing down the line that we mentioned. It is just going to be, let's just show this position, and the queens will get traded, and there's going to be a second pawn race of the day.
Yeah, second pawn race incoming. I would love to see 4 queens on the board. I don't think that's likely to happen, unfortunately. But yeah, queen takes queen, and black will start pushing, white will start pushing. They promote at the same time. And yeah, we will see a draw any moment now on board 3 in the women's section.
Yep. Okay. And let's go to board 2.
Vaishali against Goryachkina, and black's last move, it was still a very kind of standard position. We mentioned this came from the Italian earlier. And this last move, d5, very ambitious, aiming to break open this diagonal potentially. Ideas as well of swinging the black queen. g2 really vulnerable. I like this last move from Goryachkina.
Yeah, actually, the g2 square is really vulnerable, because even you highlighted queen g6, but if Vaishali were to play pawn takes pawn, queen takes, and then there's still a hit on g2.
Hard to defend. You can't defend it with your rook ever because of a nasty fork.
And if you try to block it, you have to be very careful there, because after rook takes rook, isn't
yeah.
If you go knight f3, I was thinking rook takes. You still get away with it.
Just about. You wanted to take this pawn.
I did want to take on h3.
Yeah, and black would win a pawn if not for the fact that her knight would be hanging at the end.
But still really complicated, because the rook could swing up to a6, but yeah.
Oh yeah, actually true. You've got to calculate further. It doesn't end here. Rook swings, and yeah, it's who knows who's better here, but definitely this type of thing is scary for Vaishali, especially in light of the clock times. Jovanka, 13 minutes. We're only at move 22. Long way to go before the time control, and she actually does take the pawn.
No,
she
takes
takes
the
knight. Yeah, I saw a capture in that direction.
Yeah, me too.
But it wasn't pawn takes pawn, it was bishop takes knight. Okay, this is
queen takes bishop, and
safer.
It is certainly safer, but if Vaishali tries to liquidate again, it's still the same issues.
Yeah, now your point is very pertinent, Jovanka, because suddenly, actually, rook takes rook.
You can go rook takes rook, but
just to show that other point now that the knight is hanging, now rook takes rook, and your pawn win. Knight takes pawn, overworking g2, and we take the knight.
Yeah.
Pawn up, and white's king is destroyed. Okay, right now I think this would be a massive blunder. I think her intention must be rook to e1 to shore up the pawn.
But you have to have an answer to d4, knight b3.
Yeah. Luckily there's this one, and if black's queen swings to hit g2, now rook g3 is available.
Yep.
And it continues, d3, and the game gets complicated, it goes on.
Yes.
Actually, I have no idea who's better here, to be honest.
No, it's just crazy, right? Because after
queen d2, for example.
Queen d2, and you don't have any knights.
Knight e2, luckily for white, this can be captured and black's queen would drop, or you have to trade queens and allow white's rook to save itself. But yeah, d3, queen d2. This is actually hard to evaluate, but I guess queen e5, this pawn may be more of a weakness than a strength right now. Although I would love to see this on the board.
Yeah, but it's going to get backed up by c5 and c4, so it's still mess.
Big mess on the board. And this would be ambitious from Goryachkina if rook to e1. I guess the kind of less ambitious way
on the board, right?
On the board, been played. Less ambitious way for black would be to just kind of sit and allow these pawns to disappear, and symmetrical position would most likely fizzle. Who would you rather be, Jovanka, in the game?
Yes. Well, it all hinges on that d4 pawn break. If it works, then I would like to be black. If it doesn't, then I think it's just going to be a draw.
Yep. Looks like a big decision for Goryachkina, and I think we'll leave her to make this. We're now around 2.5 hours into play, Jovanka.
Yes, and I think it's the perfect time to take a break. But don't go anywhere, because we will have more of the action in just a few minutes.
Extraordinary is an island like no other. Extraordinary is the Isle of Man. Book now.
Having women in chess, that's just an essential part of the chess world being round and harmonic. Women in chess, it is the beauty of the game. So we want to increase the number of the girls, women who go in for chess, who use it or choose it as their profession, as their career path.
Lots of things has to be done, but as an organizer of a top-level event, what we want to do is to have more top-level events also for females. Even though Norway Chess is an event that includes both men and women, in practical terms, it's only men. So what we want to do is to have a women's tournament that actually has the same prize money that we give for Norway Chess, the players that play there.
The top chess players are extreme outliers of the bell curve, and there is simply not enough women in chess to create these extreme outliers. The more numbers of women playing chess and comfortably growing in chess will create these outliers, and we will have the women competing for the biggest title in the world.
I want to wish all girls who is interested to play chess, who likes chess, who is still thinking, is it game for me or not? Yes, it is. It's a game for everyone. You can learn a lot of interesting new things apart of chess, you know, like logical skills, meeting friends, meeting new people, going in different countries. And also, yes, we are all one family against Sunasumus. Thank you.
I believe that there should not be any difference between men's and women's chess, because it's sport and should be contested by them equally. But traditionally, men have had and still have more freedom, let's say, to focus only on chess, whereas women have to split their focus for chess and for family or kids' responsibilities. What I clearly know about chess, that when I was a kid and I started to play chess, we had many boys in the group. I was the only girl, but I never thought that it's important. We were just playing chess and beating each other every day, trying to improve. So that what was important at that moment. I truly believe that chess is a very fair sport. Girls and boys, men and women, young or adult people just can play together, and what matters is how good you are in chess. Let's say the rules are the same for everybody.
I think in life everything is possible, so yes, sure, it's very possible to have a world champion. And yeah, with these activities and promotion of women in chess is, yeah, so I'm very sure if it's very possible. Estoy segura que es muy posible.
Provide the conditions and the environment so that girls feel secure, so that girls feel encouraged, so that girls feel appreciated, and so that girls can afford going in for chess. And one day, a lady will fight for the crown of the world.
and welcome back. And now it might be stormy outside in the Isle of Man, but inside the players are in more of a tranquil mood. I would say biding their time, waiting for the right moment to strike. And on that note, we can see the bird's eye view, and we're going to go straight to the Hikaru game because pieces have been traded off. What is happening here?
Yeah, pieces have been traded off, and I think we're about to see a peace agreement between Esipenko and Nakamura. Look at Naka's face, shaking his head. He's not happy. But actually, it's just been a really well-played game from both sides. The last move, let's just show the last couple of moves. In this position, Black under some severe pressure. He had to play e5. He did play it, but after bishop takes knight, if you take back on g6, the e5 pawn will drop, so he had to take the other bishop, queen to h5, a piece sacrifice from Esipenko, but this will simply end in a perpetual check and a draw. We'll see a shuffle between the queen and king. White cannot bring any other pieces to the attack, more importantly, and therefore must force the draw. We'll see a handshake any moment, Jovanka.
Yes, we will see a handshake as the players get ready to repeat moves. And Hikaru looks quite annoyed with himself. Can we rewind and see whether it was obligatory for Hikaru to accept that bishop?
Yeah, so after bishop c7, bishop d3, you mean instead of playing e5 or
No,
a
bit later down the road. So
okay,
e5.
So take.
And yeah, it was here. I was wondering whether it was possible to go queen to d7.
Yeah, queen d7. I guess the problem is at the very minimum, white can just take on h7. I think there might be even stronger, and then jump in with a rook check at the end, winning back the piece. And at the very end, black's actually left with a horrible pawn structure. Most likely white would have a decent advantage, and that's why we see pawn takes bishop and this drawing mechanism.
Totally. And there we see again, the players are repeating the moves. They should just make eye contact with each other and just agree the draw.
Yeah, nothing else Esipenko can really do here. Unless he's going to try and be flashy and throw in like knight b6 for some reason, just attack the rook. And only after the knight is captured, then make a draw. Always more fun to make a draw when you're 2 pieces down rather than 1.
I tell you what else Esipenko can do, but it requires being mean as anything. So you can just sit there and wait until you have like 1 minute on the clock, maybe even 10 seconds. Think it out.
Yeah, if you're really sadistic.
And in the meantime, we do see a draw agreed between Leia Garofalina and Tan Zhongyi.
Yeah, we predicted that one. It was the queen and pawn endgame, the race, and a draw in the end. So lots of draws so far, but this one has been a bit spectacular. It's been short and sweet, Jovanka, this clash between Esipenko and Nakamura. I think Naka shaking his head, maybe not to do with the game, where Esipenko played really well, but just he's disappointed his winning streak will be over. And okay, we will likely see the handshake now, and there we go, it's a draw.
Yeah, the arbiter has been summoned, and the players are showing to her that yes, they have repeated the position 3 times, and it is a draw on top boards. So that means all 3 of the tournament leaders, they were on 4 points. They have now moved to 4.5 points out of 6. And as we saw in the standings, there was a massive pack of people on 3.5 points. Anyone who wins will be joining the leaders.
Yeah, there were 16 players on 3.5 points, just behind Nakamura, Esipenko, and Erigaisi, who have all finished. So anyone on that 3.5 pack who wins will be elevated up into that leading group. So a lot at stake, especially between boards 3 and 10 right now, where we see those players on 3.5.
Yes. And there we can see on the camera Esipenko and Hikaru just discussing the game. I mean, I agree. It was like a great game, very classy. I loved Esipenko's knight to e5. Just when Hikaru looked to have gotten the momentum, but nope, it was swiftly neutralized. And well, you mentioned the action will be happening around boards 3 to 10. And again, if we were to read the evaluation bars, don't forget your what's it called? Lanyard.
Lanyard.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hikaru and Esipenko. Nice to see the camaraderie there as they discuss the game. Let's jump to board 7. Jovanka, where we do see a really important clash, and I think one that might be decided actually in the near future, because Sam Sevian, he's only at move 16. He's down under 10 minutes. He's got 9 minutes left. Not just that, but he's facing a blistering attack. White's king is facing an onslaught from so many different directions. The rooks are going to be lined up on the B and C files. The bishop is cutting across the board. The other bishop might well join on H6 later.
Wow.
All roads lead towards this white king right now.
Yes.
He's 2 pawns up, but that's irrelevant.
That is totally irrelevant. Completely agree there. And Sindarov's last move was bishop to f5, cutting off the escape route to the king on c1, and it's a terrifying position.
This is...
You almost feel like the knight can jump into d5. It can also maybe step backwards and just unleash this bishop on g7. It's somehow or other, it feels like a Sicilian dragon where everything has gone wrong for white.
Yeah, it's this variation of the English opening, the great snake that might strike and sting its opponent. What do snakes do? Slither around normally, but this one is this is a black mamba, if anything. This is poisonous snake. And so many tactics, so many tricks. Already rook to c8 threatens a sacrifice on c3. For example, let's just show this. One checkmate would be rook takes c3. If the pawn recaptures, boom, end of the game. Rook c8 would also threaten queen takes a2 due to some pins. We should mention bishop takes rook is possible.
Yes. Okay. Let's analyze that one, because that one had escaped my attention.
And this is a sacrifice. Black would be down the exchange and 2 pawns, but now white would have no influence over the dark squares.
And if you try to survive and do some repair work with bishop to d3.
Bishop to d3. Now I will go for that move you mentioned a bit earlier. Knight takes d5. Problem is, even with the extra material, you're essentially playing down a rook, and it's not just down a rook and just no shelter for the white king. Knight takes knight. I think at the very minimum I can take on b2. Maybe I can even capture on a2. Yeah, I can just win the white queen, I guess. This one just looks too scary with stuff happening on this square. But surely, if you're suffering, you might as well suffer for something. Bishop takes rook, take the material.
Yes, they said if you're going to suffer, you might as well suffer on a full stomach.
No. I wish I had a full stomach.
Yes, me too. Bishop takes rook. Okay.
Bishop takes rook.
Rook takes bishop.
Yeah, surely.
Must be played. Okay, so now bishop d3 we saw, not good. And we have another move from Sam Sevian. He decides to attack the light squared bishop. And did you just see that? The evaluation bar shot all the way in black's favor. Okay, and that means there's a killer blow. So David, time to put our stockfishes. You're 0.1, I would say. I'm 0.001.
Let's turn on our mental engines and work out why this is a mistake. Sindarov looks ready. He looks like he's itching to play a move. What would that be? There are plenty of options. Even taking this pawn.
It's tempting, isn't it? Okay, so there's also...
He's about to move.
He's about to move.
His hand is shaking there. Is he nervous with anticipation?
Yes.
What was he going to do? Rook takes pawn?
Rook takes b2 was the most tempting move that I could see, because after rook takes b2, and there we see the evaluation bar saying no.
But I don't think there's quite, not king takes, maybe just the queen takes instead. And yes, there are some tricks, some tactics. Wow, he doesn't even capture this pawn. He just falls rook c8. Imagine he's got 42 minutes on his clock.
Yep.
One of the tournaments of his life, and that is youthful optimism here. Probably just a very strong move though, Jovanka.
Yes. Okay, well, let's work out why. The proof of the pudding is in the eating, as we say, pawn to bishop. And now jump in, move the knight, queen takes pawn.
So many tempting moves. Queen takes a2, like you say, knight takes d5, bishop h6. Okay,
well, we're going to see it
on the board. We could see, a masterpiece here from Sindarov. I think he's intending to take this pawn. There we go, knight takes d5 played. Just unleashing the bishop, and this knight is now just overwhelmed. It's attacked 4 times.
Okay, and if you go queen takes knight.
Queen takes knight.
I
Now
say-
splat. Rook takes. Rook takes c3.
Yeah, and just...
This would be a checkmate, just to show white's king would be caught.
Yeah.
And nothing else to do. Rook takes c3. If you move your king, then at the very minimum, black can just take the queens off the board.
Yeah.
And simply background checkmate. Back rank checkmate, even.
I thought that was a new slang there.
Background.
I'm not down with the kids,
Me
I
neither.
like it.
But Sindarov, yeah, Sam Sevian, he's picking apart the Sindars of this position, the Cinders. Yeah, it's just crashed and burned here for white.
Okay, how to hold on?
He's a bishop up, but this bishop is irrelevant. White's extra material, just not playing a part. Sindarov, he's going to win a miniature here. It's only 18 moves, and he's about to deliver checkmate.
Yeah, he is. I can't save it. There's nothing to be done. Like if you
Teleport this king over to G1.
Yeah, but if you go king b1, there's knight takes knight. I mean, that's not resistance at all.
Knight takes knight, and yeah,
Bishop
literally
takes,
anything here.
literally.
This king will not survive on the b file.
No, and you have queen b6. Now we can cross that one off the survival list, and where else? And as you've shown, queen takes knight, just easy. Rook check, and after, yeah, nope, you're going to drop your queen there, so that is not good.
I don't see it.
Okay, he's
F
gone for
takes g6.
f takes g6.
I mean, it's as if your house is burning and you're just taking time to just text, like just do something irrelevant.
It's fiddle, right? Fiddle while Rome is burning. But okay, there is an idea. If you go knight takes knight, his idea is, I guess, g takes f7.
G takes f7.
And
if I take.
Well, we have a check.
One check. Yay!
Yay!
And,
Go me. Okay, another check.
Another check.
Yay!
The king will just camp out in the corner, and you've given up your extra material and still getting mated. It's the white king.
Yes.
I think the really sadistic move, though, to rub salt in the wounds would just be to laugh, smile, and say, okay, nothing's changed. I take your pawn back. This has literally changed nothing. And it's rare to see such a high-level game decided in such a manner, Jovanka. This has just been brutal.
It is brutal stuff. And incidentally, this month, Sindarov has played 20 games, gained 29 rating points, and is now 2686 on the live rating. And he'll be adding to this after he notches up a win in this game.
Yeah, underrated, I would say, even at 2686. And it's unlucky for Sevian. He's kind of run into such an in-form opponent. He got surprised in the opening. He didn't manage to navigate the middle game, and I mean, he's being punished. He's barely escaped the middle game.
Yeah, and well, big time disadvantage as well for Sam Sevian, but that's the least of his worries. His position is falling apart.
Yeah.
Checkmate.
This will go in books. This is why people don't castle queenside too often. This is why castling kingside is actually often safer, because it's quicker, more pawn shelter, and Sindarov, yeah, he's very calmly going to recapture this pawn.
Totally. And just to, once Sindarov wins this position, he will move on to 4.5 points and will join the 3 current leaders.
Yeah, and talking of the leaders, one player who will enter the second half of the event as one of the leading pack is Andrei Esipenko, who's joining us now in the studio.
Andrei, you just drew your game against Hikaru. Before we talk about the game, I started you on move 2. I guess G6 took you by surprise?
Yes, of course, I didn't expect it. Also, yesterday, Fabiano surprised me on move 3, I think. So now I started like thinking from move 2. But I remember some lines I analyzed maybe 1 year ago with C3. That's what I played, E5. But A6 I already didn't know or didn't remember. I don't even know. Yes, and after D6, knight C6, H3. I think I saw some games Kramnik played in this line against Sindarov, but I couldn't remember. Like I think here he played bishop D3. I remember he played bishop D3 somewhere, but I couldn't remember where. But I decided to play as simple as possible, bishop e2.
Actually, can I just ask you one question about the opening in terms of psychology? What goes through your mind when you get surprised so early in the opening? I was actually in the playing hall, you were smiling when g6 appeared, so what happens in your mind?
I wasn't I wasn't happy with this move, of course, because actually I wanted him to play something else. But you know, I remembered some lines, so I thought I'll play something, but I wasn't happy, to be honest.
Okay, so let's see what happens after that.
Yeah. F6, that's how they play in this line, I suppose. Yes, here probably I could take this pawn, but it was very risky, I think, after e5. I think e4 is coming, knight e5, potentially some attack. But maybe I should have taken it, but I decided to play solid. CD, knight h5. That's actually what I was thinking about during the game, but after rook e1, knight f4, bishop f1, of course I missed g5. I thought only e5 play is possible, but g5 I completely missed. And here I think it's already very dangerous for me, maybe, because if I just play, I was thinking about bishop knight d2, but after g4 takes, I thought maybe I can just play this position, queen b3, but after queen d7, I think this is just not good at all for me. Very risky, because I have no moves. My knight is doing nothing. My pieces are doing nothing. And I don't know what else. If I just take the pawns, then e5, knight f3, e4, knight e5, I thought, but this is very dangerous. Even some, I don't know, queen h4, I was thinking about it. Maybe I'm holding somehow, but this is very dangerous. So I decided to play this position, takes. Also here he had, I think, here bishop f5, and after knight c3, e6, and just play this position, and maybe he should have played this. I'm not sure about evaluation, but this is definitely, I would say black is playing for a win, but you know, maybe it's equal or something.
You guys were discussing after the game. Did you discuss that moment?
Yes, and we thought that bishop f5 was another option, but he said that bishop e5, he thought that he's like principal, you know. So that's why he took knight 3, e6 is the only move, but maybe he missed first bishop d4, and now after g3, my idea is to play, let's say if he makes just a move, then g3, knight g6, and bishop g2, let's say, and knight d5 is threatening, so it's hard to play for him here. So knight g6, I think, is probably, I'm not sure the only move, but I don't know how else to play. And I played knight a4. After e5, I have bishop b6. So he needs to play bishop c7, I think.
How did you feel? Sorry.
No, you say.
How did you feel? Did you feel you had enough compensation during the game? What was your
I
impression?
hope that I have enough compensation, but I wasn't sure, because this is very concrete position. If I don't do something very quickly, then I can just get much worse position. So here I found this bishop d3, and the idea is, first I thought b5 is a good move, because if I just play knight c5, then queen d6, I think, is a move. And after g3, e5, bishop g6. I thought after ed I have bishop h7, and after king h7, queen h5. But here he maybe he can take with the queen. I'm not sure. No, not here. Maybe here he can take with the queen. No, he cannot take because of bishop e5 and queen d5. So maybe this is also a good position for me, but I could just actually take here, and maybe I'm even better here. So e5, also maybe he had some knight f4, but he's also risking. Maybe I can be even better here. I don't know, to be honest. And after e5, yes, I just saw this line very forced, and yeah, just draw.
So with that draw, you go into the rest day in shared first place. How are you feeling after the first half of the tournament?
I just want to rest as soon as possible because last few games was very hard, and I hope to get a good rest.
I'll turn to our commentators to see if they have any questions for you.
Yeah, you mentioned you're going to use the rest day to rest, but is it just a matter of staying in your hotel room, chilling out, or will you be studying some chess, going out, doing some exercise?
No chess for sure, no chess. Okay, but maybe
good.
I'll walk, watch some series and this stuff. I think that's what I'll do.
What series are you watching right now?
I'm watching Breaking Bad.
Okay.
This one.
Good one to get you in the mood.
Yes, very criminal.
Yeah, and well, I'd like to thank you and wish you the best of luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Nice to have Andrei Yesipenko talking us through his draw against Hikaru Nakamura. And things are livening up, actually, because the game that we have up on our board is between Alexander Predka against Sam Shanklin. Now, we saw that Alexander Predka loves to sacrifice pawns, loves to sacrifice material. And here, he doesn't look like he's sacrificed anything at all. Instead, his knight has taken a rook on h8.
Yeah, and fascinating position, Jovanka. Let's just quickly show how that knight got there. Normally a knight on h8 would have landed by maybe taking a pawn on f7 and taking a rook, but actually this knight found a far more impressive path in, and it was actually the position we left it earlier. We were looking at all these sacrifices on f7. He found a different sacrifice, knight g6 instead.
Oh, and very nice.
Yeah, now pawn takes knight would have been met by a capture of bishops, and at the very end, white's rook would win the black queen check. So instead, black was forced to part with that rook on h8, and this is how the knight got trapped behind enemy lines and a few moves down the road. Let's catch up with the current position. Queen to d6. I'm very surprised actually that black didn't go hunting for this knight. I guess now the knight would have been forced to give its life up for the e6 pawn. In the meantime, we do see a result in that game we kind of touched upon earlier. Sindarov winning. Really impressive style there against Sevian with black.
Shall we quickly look at how that game finished?
Okay, we'll jump back here to Predka against Shanklin a bit later. Let's follow that one on board 7. That means Sindarov, the 17-year-old, also joins Andrei Yesipenko, among others, in shared lead.
It's a 4-way tie for first place.
As things stand.
As things stand, yeah. And, ooh, well, I can see the final position looks terrible for white. And, wow. So it was pawn takes pawn, as you calmly advocated.
Yeah, when in doubt, keep things simple. And Sindarov had worked things out, of course. Sam Sevian only had a couple of minutes left. He played bishop h3, desperately trying to attack this rook. But who cares? It's only a rook, and you have a replacement. Bishop takes c8, simply calmly recapturing. He's down the exchange. But it's all about the white king, of course. Pawn takes c3 now can be met in any fashion. I think bishop or rook takes both win. If the king slides, then queen check. You can block, but a nice kind of removal sacrifice at the end. Check to deliver checkmate. This would have been brutal instead. Queen to d3. That's met by the simple queen takes a2, and again, nothing to be done. If you take again, at the very least, black can recapture. And next move, deliver a mate.
Yeah.
Instead, bishop c7, the last spanner in the works, trying a final trick. Rook takes c7 would be met by a check. But instead, just a very calm knight takes d1, and Sam Sevian resigned. Not only is he being attacked, Jovanka, but for example, if the knight is captured, he might just end up material down. For example, in, well, I was going to say in a fashion like this, but queen to c1 at the end might save white. I think actually in this position after king takes, maybe more efficient to just give a check first.
Yeah, and well, brutal game there from the 17-year-old Sindarov. Very impressive. And someone else who's been in impressive form is Alexander Predka. So let's go back to his game against Sam Shanklin, because, whoa, look at that.
boom, d5.
Yeah, what a beautiful move. So first up, you can't capture with the c-pawn because the bishop on c8 is on prise. You can't capture with the e-pawn because is there some unpleasantness happening on e8? I'm thinking of some funny business like rook takes c6 and then no, but it doesn't quite
For some
work.
reason I thought I could play queen e7 forcing king g8 and then I
Yeah.
realized, whoops, hallucination. I think the idea, Jovanka, is first to
Bishop
take.
takes, yeah.
Bishop takes d5.
And then queen takes, and then you just centralize your. Oh,
Oh yeah, first
yes.
to check and centralize, as you say.
Mm-hmm.
Kick the queen away when it moves. Oof, this is going to be torture. Black is not getting checkmated yet, but most likely will, at the very least, losing a piece. Also ideas of taking and delivering a check on h8.
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff. I think they call this invisible moves, Jovanka, when it looks like your opponent's covered a square. d5's literally covered 4 times by 2 pawns, a knight, and a queen. And you play that move anyway. It looks like it's impossible. And especially bishop takes d5 here, flashy.
That is super flashy. What a beautiful move. I call it stunning.
Just a stunning move. Exactly. f7 would now come under fire. Knight takes, we should mention, walks into checkmate. So you simply cannot recapture this bishop and therefore disaster. I don't know how black holds this together. Maybe you have to play a move such as rook to a7 just to cover the 7th rank. But even this feels smelly for black. This feels like it's going to collapse any moment.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you actually do take. And now, again, your quiet move, rook to d1.
Yeah.
Overwhelming.
It is overwhelming. So, well, looking like Alexander Predka is on his way to notching up a point and also joining the leaders on 4.5 points.
And not the first time he's attacked a very strong player and looks like he will succeed. He's played one of the games of the tournament, Predka, already against Duda. And with white, he's so dangerous.
Yes.
But talking of another player who's dangerous, Jovanka.
Yeah, another player who has also played a fantastic game. We're going to go over to Yavokir Sindarov, who is going to analyze his game with Fiona.
Yavokir, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
A huge win, especially with the black pieces.
Yes.
Before we talk about the game, just tell us, how do you feel?
Tomorrow my opponent play first move c4. Yeah, it's in my opinion, second game in this opening. So he almost play e4. He just play d4 in online games, but I wait, of course, e4 move. But he plays c4, and I prepare this line yesterday because yesterday I was finished in just 2 hours, and I was prepared this line for black. Knight f3 and take knight f6, and here here black was always play knight c6, and knight f6 is my idea. Knight c3 castle, bishop e3, and c6 is a very good move because I want to play d5 and change pieces, and it's look like equal position. Yeah, here white have many chances, maybe h3, rook c1, bishop e2, bishop d3. But my opponent choose move queen d2, which I didn't see in my analysis, and I'm here. I start play with my mind, so I was thinking 20 minutes here for move rook e8 because I was thinking a lot move firstly d5 here, but it's not working. Take.
Maybe you can show the line.
Yeah. Okay. I was danger here. Yeah. Okay. No, wait. Not knight e4. Knight g4. I can't go it. Bishop g5, f6, take, knight, bishop f6, take, queen f6. I'm not sure it's equal position or not, but it's like looks like danger. Yeah, if he just need just one move and my rook, knight, bishop will stay. Okay, I play rook e8. I think it's normal move. F3 is also normal move. My opponent thinking so many times here for take this one because. I didn't know. He may be thinking like this moves, yeah. Knight c2, take, and maybe here rook a3, knight b7. But I'm also thinking this line it's not working, yeah. Because if I take knight a2, knight b6, king f2, knight b7. Okay, knight e4 always have. Okay, it's white have so many chances here. So I didn't like this line. So I play d5. Okay. He take and go to castle, big castle, and here I play knight c6. Yeah. He has 2 moves, or c takes d5 or knight c6. He choose knight c6. Maybe no. Okay, it's also same. Yeah? Because if he take here, I also need to take, and it's equal position. I will change everything and maybe draw. Yeah. But he played here bishop d4 move, rook b8. I was thinking, in my opinion.
Were you happy to see bishop d4?
Yeah, no, I didn't. I think if he play bishop d4, in my mind, when I play rook e8, I will play bishop e6 move. But here I find the move rook b6, yeah, because you know, it's like some dragon line position, and I know the idea. I need to change this bishop to my rook, yeah, if possible, because black bishop was very strange here. So here, c takes d5 is a big mistake in my opinion. He just need to play maybe g4, yeah, because if he gives, if I change, if his bishop go something like bishop f2, it's he can lose in one move. If I play c5, yeah, okay. He need to play g4 and g5 and change the bishops. It's the last chance in my opinion. Okay, he has also bishop e7 move up, but I will play rook b7, bishop d4, queen e5, and it also looks strange. My bishop coming to f5. I think in knight e4 move, queen e2, and bishop f6, bishop f6, bishop f6. Okay, here maybe I will get a draw, but I will think, yeah, if he play like this, I will think maybe somewhere I get some chances to win, yeah. But I saw this line, yeah, take, and if he play g4, I have rook d7. He need to just repeat king c1, king c2. So
it's very sharp stuff. Do you think this is your favorite kind of chess?
Yeah, I in my opinion, I calculate very good, yeah, because I really like the position when I'm attacking, yeah, to his, and he gives me this. I find this rook b8 move. I think it's best move in this position. But after he takes after c takes d5, c5, I think I must almost win because his time also so low, and this my queen and bishop are coming, and his king is really looks very strange. Yeah. Okay, he takes queen e5, and he thinks so many times, and I thinking for his time also because I need to play very fast, yeah. And okay, it's very strange for play. Okay, if he play bishop d4, I have bishop f5, g4, rook c8, something. Okay, but okay, he tells me rook c8, but I'm not sure because here white have bishops queen c2 move. But also I find this line rook d2, rook b2, queen b2 only moves. Here, queen e4, king d3, bishop c3, bishop c3, knight d5. I don't know what about this position.
You were calculating this during the game.
I don't know what about this position, but it's very looks strange. In my opinion, it's winning for black. Yeah. Okay, he played bishop d6, and I really want to change my rook, yeah, to his bishop. Okay, g4 is not bad, no, but here I find the best idea: rook bc8, g takes f5, knight d5, and he doesn't take my knight because I will take rook with rook his knight, and if he go with king, okay, he take his mate, and he just not take my mate, yeah. So I find this, and I think after rook b8, it's losing position, yeah. Okay, and after play some 2 or 3 moves, and I win the game.
What a fantastic attacking game. It was over so quickly. Is it your favorite game of this tournament?
Yeah, I really like it, this game because I really like it to attack the king. Yeah, it's okay. When I won Iranian, it's very it's very hard game. But today I'm really happy for my game, and it's really good to win from the rest. Yeah, yeah.
And what a huge win! Also, you have joined the leaders now. So how do you look back on the first 6 rounds? What is your feeling of your play for this first half of the tournament?
Yeah, I'm really happy firstly, I'm really happy to play in the leaders board, but yesterday I was play draw in 2 hearts, and I was really angry because I'm really I come to with white, I come to play with win, and today this is my job. My job is play draw. Yeah, it's not okay. If he get me some problems in e4, and if I find it will be draw. Yeah, but I'm really shocking after he plays c4, yeah, because he just only online games play c4. But okay. It's my 3rd or 4th time play c4, g6, e4 this line in 1 month. Yeah, so every my opponents play like this variant, and I'm so happy to prepare tomorrow this e5 line with my coach. And okay, so I will try to get my job is to go to candidates tournament. Yeah.
For sure. Tomorrow is the rest day. After that, is there any player in the leader group that you would like to face? Is there someone that you would like to play against?
No, for me it doesn't matter. I don't know. Maybe I will play against Esipenko, yeah, because color was, but I'm not sure. Okay, it doesn't matter. I will play with anyone, for win.
Tomorrow is the rest day. Do you have any plans?
No, I just want to take a rest and prepare to my opponents. Yeah.
Great, Jovanka, thank you so much. Congratulations, and back to our commentators in the studio.
Thank you.
And very curious, because you played 21 games this month. How are you feeling after so much chess?
Not 21, it's wrong. I played 23 games. Yeah.
23 games.
Not 2 games are not calculated. It's really hard, yeah, to play. No, it's. I know it will be some like just normal tournaments. It's really hard tournaments, 3 hard tournaments, and
yeah.
I want to take a rest after from this tournament, just like 1 month, yeah, from this tournament. I'm really tired, but my job, I go to candidates tournament.
Yeah.
And you mentioned you prepared this line with your coach. Are we allowed to know who your coach is?
Yeah, I train with my coach, Jovanka.
Okay, nice. Congratulations, enjoy the rest day. Well deserved.
All the best.
Thank you. And fascinating insights there. He calculated so much, Jovanka. He saw so much in that game.
And yeah, you could see he was in his element there in that really attacking position. I loved seeing the joy on his face. And, well, during the break, we were also keeping an eye on several of the games that have been ongoing. And you have up on the board Wojciech against Erwin Lamy. And look at that bar. It's all the way in white's favor. That's a rook and pawn ending not looking great for black.
Yeah, this could be another player set to join the leading group as Radoslav Wojciech of Poland. Looks like he has a decisive advantage. I just wanted to show as well how we got to this rook endgame before breaking down why white is just utterly winning. We actually saw a tactical melee here. White was a pawn up when Lamy had sacrificed a pawn in the opening, and after simple kind of developing moves, rook d4 consolidating, protecting everything, knight takes c4 is where the tactics started, and actually it backfired on black. He initiated it, but he just miscalculated Jovanka. And after knight to e7, a beautiful move, just making use of the fact that the black back rank is actually vulnerable. Rook takes d4 was a queen sacrifice.
Oh, can we show also what would have happened if the queen had just moved?
Okay. Oh, I hadn't even spotted this, Jovanka. Knight e7 attacks the queen. Not just that, but for example, if the queen swoops in, attacking the rook.
Yes. Okay. Just to point out, there's an Anastasia's mate on the board. Queen takes h7 check.
Wow. Anyone who does Puzzle Rush or studies tactics should be familiar with this one. So rare to see it happen actually in practical play, but this is checkmate. As you said, Anastasia's mate and Radislav's mate. It would have been in this game. Wow, actually that was maybe the key, the reason Lamy had miscalculated and the reason he had to sacrifice his queen. Rook takes rook, knight takes queen, and after rook d2, maybe white has other winning moves here, but he played it the most professional, the most simple way. He simply gave his queen back. And after some forced exchanges, rook to d1, he's simply invading, and there's too many weaknesses. Black's queenside pawns will most likely, at least 1 or 2 of them might drop off.
I mean, those pawns are so terrible. Like you've highlighted, the rook can come to the 7th row. The rook can also snake its way to the A line. And also, if that's not enough, the white king comes in. No, this is, bad.
This is bad news for black. For example, moves like king to g8, just defending the f-pawn, would be probably my choice here, so that you can meet rook d7 with rook to c8. But I'm wondering whether white simply allows this to just happen, and even retreating the rook, like you said, going for the secondary plan, one of the pawns will drop off, and you can do it slow and steady.
Absolutely. Slow and steady wins the race, as they say. So there we see Erwin Lamy, his golden run perhaps coming to an end. Can we also go over to board 5 in the game between Vincent Keimer and Nordibek Yakubov? Vincent Keimer with the black pieces, and well, according to the evaluation bar, it's looking like he's in good shape.
He's in good shape.
Well,
he
he's
has
a queen. Yeah.
A queen is a queen.
It is a queen. What does white have in compensation?
White has a rook, a bishop, and a pawn. So it's actually level material. A queen worth 9. White's army there worth 9 as well. That being said, yeah, it might just be about the king safety. White's king not entirely safe yet. You definitely want to kind of put a pawn on h3, kick back this bishop. This could turn, though, if Vincent isn't careful. If the white bishop ever kind of steps back, if White's ever able to push these pawns, it's not one-sided traffic, at least. That's good news for Yakuboev in this one.
Yes, it is. And actually, White does have 3 pieces, and if you can harmonize them, then we have seen that there are more than sufficient counterplay for the black queen. Yeah, and with the clocks ticking down to 15 minutes, how many moves have they made?
They have made 29 moves,
29
so still 11 moves.
Okay.
Time control.
Well, things heating up there. Maybe we can also pop into the game Vladislav Artemiev against Alireza Firouzja, and then I would like to go over to the women's section.
Yeah, where we are fast approaching the time scrambles, and maybe even reaching the time scrambles now in the women's section. This game, wow, they've really spent a lot of time, only at move 20, so still halfway to go till the time scramble. Here, White's won a pawn. Actually, very similar lines that we discussed earlier, Jovanka, where you were trying to grab a pawn on c7. That happened. Artemiev's a pawn up.
Wow. Well, that's good news for Artemiev, but what does Alireza have in compensation? Well, he has a lovely bishop on d3 and also a lovely center. He just has to forget that he's a pawn down.
Yeah, black's pawn's coming. You have to forget you're a pawn down sometimes, but here the question is, okay, I was going to say 2 plans. Either you just maneuver, especially the knight was offside, it's coming into a nice square. Actually, we'd see symmetry. You said black has a nice bishop. White has a nice bishop as well.
That's true.
Black has a nice knight, but so does white. And if you have an extra pawn, tends to give the advantage. The other plan would have been to kind of go brute force, break things open with c4, but this one had to be calculated correctly, and maybe just not liking the fact that the black knight could come in, stranding White's knight on a3. So, okay, knight c2. I like it from Artemiev. I mentioned that he's really good when he has the advantage, especially in endgames, simplified positions. Time trouble addict, Vladislav Artemiev, but yeah, he'll need to still show some accuracy to convert this one.
Yes, we're going to come back to this game because things are going to be heating up, especially as the clock time dwindles down. And revisiting the women's section, first up, Anna Muzychuk and Bibisara Asabaeva. They are still very much in a queen and knight endgame. But, well, we kind of called it. We said black was under some pressure. White still putting black under the weather.
Yeah, this is not easy for Asabaeva to defend. She's trying to defend with tactics. She's just played pawn to b6. It looks like a gift, but if the pawn is captured, black is relying on the trick knight takes c4, trying to force White's knight back, and then you have a check and a double attack. Even this queen endgame is going to be a nightmare for black to defend. For example, if White steps forward, I mean, she's going to start pushing the b pawn, and you pretty much have to bank on the fact that you give perpetual check. Otherwise, White will win. White will simply push the pawn down to glory. Actually, the fact that White's king could potentially run might be relevant. This looks really promising for White, and this is worst case scenario. She could also keep the tension, playing a move like queen c7.
Absolutely.
Putting some pressure on this pawn, tying down the black knight. Again, simple plan in the kind of not too distant future, b4, c5.
I also quite like the idea of putting the queen on c6, just to keep the white king protected, and
nice
then
diagonal.
yeah, and then carry on with your plan of going b4, c5, and black has to find some accurate moves. I wonder whether Bibisara will also try to open up the white king with radical moves like h5, but then it does feel like you're burning the bridges.
Yeah, the black king as well might be open. So this is a tough choice for Anna Muzychuk. She could go into a risk-free, promising queen endgame by taking this pawn, or she can keep as much material on the board as possible. I mean, I'm slightly reluctant to allow the black queen to sit in the center and maybe knight e4 ideas. I think I might just take the risk out if I were Anna, but looks very tempting, looks very viable as well to keep pieces on.
Oh, very, very interesting. And let's also keep an eye on Vaishali against Alexandra Goryachkina. Now we're in the throes of her knight and pawn endgame. Looks pretty level to me. I mean, no side has any pawn majorities.
Who would you rather be? Was it just dead level? What do we think, Jovanka? Is this going to be a draw?
I think it's going to be a draw. How many moves have they played?
This game, we've had 37 moves. So
Okay.
3 moves to make in just under 2 minutes for Vaishali. And she plays pawn to f3. Maybe trying to create those outside pass pawns. We talked about knight endgames. There's been so many, disproportionately many, Jovanka, this tournament.
Yeah.
It's all about the A and H pawns, but at the moment everything is blocked.
I have a suspicion that Goryachkina would also follow suit, maybe with
f6.
But if f6.
Yeah, maybe f6. Yeah, knight check can be met by a simple
Yeah.
protection of the g pawn.
And there is one thing I wanted to highlight. So if white ever goes g4, and okay, it's not a big deal here, but sometimes black can go g5.
Nice.
And I think that was a Karpov-Kasparov game.
Yeah, some very kind of thematic breakthroughs here. Often players assume that one side has to take or just defend. But yeah, always watch out for the tension builder, the g5, creating a pass pawn by force for both sides, actually. But yeah, this one should be a draw if we go back to the game position. But yeah, I think I would slightly pick white just because the king's more advanced, the knight's slightly more centralized and can play on both flanks.
Yep. But the only thing Vaishali has to be careful of is clock times. She is now down to under 2.5 minutes. And how many moves to play?
Yeah, just a couple.
Just a couple,
2 more.
okay. So nothing critical. And let's go to the crazy Marcel Efremsky game where we did see white sacrifice a piece, but it didn't look like it was working out, actually. Take a look at this position.
Yeah, still a piece down. White here. In compensation, white does have 3 unrivaled passed pawns. Black, though, still has the g pawn. I'm wondering, the evaluation bar's on black side. It's not easy, though. Yeah, I'm wondering what to do. Knight check just looks very tempting. If we look at checks first when we're calculating, if you can get rid of white's bishop pair, which you can by force, then maybe you should. King b1 now would allow rook takes bishop, so the king's actually forced towards the center. And, I mean, there's a hit on this pinned bishop that you can trade it off.
Yeah.
Then again, white's bishop would swoop back to defend on the d-file.
Yes.
And block.
Yeah, well, that's actually true. And the black king is not safe anywhere. I mean, if the king could have a happy home, then I think that it would be quite straightforward. But maybe maybe she's just going to gamble on just pushing pawns, like the g pawn.
Okay. Black can push g5 in the near future.
Just to show, like there is a trick after g5. You cannot take the pawn because of knight to a. Well, knight a2 would be interesting at least.
Yeah,
but I think it's
this
just a
would be
draw.
Yeah, unfortunately for black, it's not easy if we catch up with the game position. It's not easy to come up with an alternative to what we've been suggesting. If we do drop the bishop back with white, then I think she'll be very happy. Efremsky here, she looks visibly nervous. 2 minutes, still only 2 moves to make for white here before the time control, so she's not too drastic. Maybe it's just time to get the king out of the way, activate this knight.
Maybe you just have to build it slowly with bishop f6 and then g5.
Start pushing, bring the king, move the knight. It is a piece after all. Yes, white's pawns are impressive, but they're not too far advanced yet. I think black is small favorite, Jovanka. Yeah,
black is a slight favorite, but still I would not write white off at all.
She gave us a stare down the camera there. Maybe just saying, oh, come on, I want my opponent to move too. And Efremsky, we'll come back to her game later.
And in the women's section, we do have a few results. Fatalieva did beat Pates with the white pieces, and we also had a draw between Gunay Mamadzada and Sophie Millier.
Yeah, this was the final position of that game. You mentioned Fatalieva just breaking through, attacking and winning against Pates, and Mamadzada against Millier. We saw a repetition of the position and a draw. Okay, where is the big time scramble in this one?
Okay, in terms of time scrambles, I mean, everyone looks like they're in Endgame, so I'm suspecting that there's nothing too dramatic going on, and maybe we can go over to Corey Dacey against Alexandra Kostaniuk.
Okay.
They're on move 34, but both sides under 4 minutes.
I just need to find this
I'll tell
board.
you which board it is.
Okay, I found it. Board
Okay.
15. Okay, Daisy Corey against the chess queen herself. Kosteniuk hasn't had the best of tournaments by her standards. Still needing to qualify for the candidates. Okay, white is attacking the knight. Knight attacking f5 as well. The black's a pawn up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how to deal with these two threats. At the moment, I guess the white rook is a bit tied down to the bishop on b2, which is just a terrible piece. I think white would love to exchange the black knight for this terrible bishop.
Yes. But then you have the big problem of how to defend the f5 pawn. So
Indefensible almost, unless you give a check and move the pawn to f4.
yeah, but then you kind of just saddle that bishop on e3, and I feel like white can simply play around it, and first of all capture the knight.
For example, a variation like this,
Yeah.
suddenly talk about good knights versus bad bishops. White's knight will land on f5 with power. Black's bishop, yeah, a bit of a big pawn. Yeah, this one could go either way. Black with 1 minute. Kosteniuk, she's got still 6-7 moves to make. And here we see this nice graphic with all of the evaluations right now. We can see in most boards we're around move 35 to 40, so closing in on the time control. Mongontul maybe with the biggest advantage out of the top boards, other than maybe Salaki do at the bottom of the screens there.
Okay,
We saw a couple of moves, knight to f8 and knight takes f5.
Yes.
She's taking risks, Kosteniuk, to try and win this game. Now an attack on g7.
Yes, definitely that's an attack, and the knight will probably have to come to e6 to defend the pawn. But yeah, this game could easily turn. And talking about positions that have turned, we can go to the open section because Fabiano Caruana is now winning against Evgeny Naya.
Wow, and we last left this one a long, long time ago.
Exactly.
Let's catch up with the current position. We're at move 30 now. Wow, it's an endgame. Okay, and knight and bishop versus rook. This one can be a matter of taste. Sometimes in these positions, a rook, if it's kind of just facing a pure bishop and knight, it can fight against the might of two pieces. But here, not too many open lines. If you ever go behind, white will simply protect this pawn with his bishop.
I mean, white's position is just rock solid, whereas nothing can be said for black's king side. I mean, the f5 pawn will be picked off. The h6 pawn is also pretty weak, so...
Yeah, and Fabiano's last move, really instructive. The knight was actually trapped, so if black had had time to go back and around, this knight had no escape squares, but there's just enough time to use b8 as a launch pad to either a6 or maybe... a6 or even c6. And yeah, if c5 is played, the knight just goes back where it came from. Suddenly a big weakness has been created on b6.
Yeah, indefensible as well, so you can't do that. But then the question is, what can you do as black to generate play? I mean, the rook is just not useful at all.
Yeah, and if you can't play c5, actually the d4 pawn is dropping. White will just play the simple knight c6, drop the bishop back, nudge the rook away, and yeah, this pawn, easy target.
Yeah.
I think it's collapsing concretely in this position. If black had a few moves, if you could teleport this king over to d6, just hold everything together. I mean, even then the kingside pawns would fall, but yeah, it looks like Fabiano, he's tricked Naya here.
Yeah, and there's no stable way to keep that rook on e4. I mean, I was looking at moves like f4 as well, but that doesn't help anything because you can, at the very least, go pawn takes pawn and then step up with the king.
Yeah, step in with the king.
Oh, no, then maybe you have rook f6.
Aha, covering the c6 square. Maybe after f4 there's no threat at all, so knight c6 anyway. d3 coming.
Yeah.
d4 pawn falling.
And again, there's no entry point for the rook. The rook can't go to the e2 square because it's under guard from this bishop.
Yeah, nothing to do. f3 looks tempting. There is a trap here, actually. Just to mention, bishop d3 could walk into a move like rook e2, and you cannot take it because the pawn promotes. But of course, after f3, white doesn't need to fall into that. White could play a move such as g4. Rook e2 will be met by a simple capture on d4. You can win the f2 pawn, but white will step forward and win f3 next. And again, still a winning position.
It is great for Fabiano Caruana. He also has plenty of time on the clock, just over 11.5 minutes. And where is the drama? Maybe we can go over to Alexander Predke against Samuel Shanklin. His whites looking like they're in full control. Well, we don't see this one too often. 2 rooks against 3 minor pieces.
Yeah, and often 3 minor pieces can hold their own against a queen. Often they can even hold their own against 2 rooks, but maybe it's just the fact that black's king is quite open, so the pieces will be required to kind of curl up into a ball and protect their king. Meanwhile, white's queen is really agile. She's going to win a5 shortly. Then the a4 pawn will be added to the mix. Black's last move, though, bishop e6. There is a small threat, knight g4, counterattack against the white king.
Yep.
Would it be professional to just play a move like h3 here?
It makes a lot of sense. If I've learned something in chess, it's very good to keep the knight circuit under control. h3 covers g4, love it. And
yeah, this would be a controlling move. Maybe there's better. Maybe there's something else. I'm not sure.
Just actually, could you go? No, I was trying to
sacrifice, or
yeah, I was thinking about sacrificing, but actually, no, it doesn't work. But it. Oh, careful.
Someday. Maybe you could also hit this bishop, slow down black's threat of knight g4. I'm not sure how we do this. Queen a6.
Hang on a second. You can play queen takes
takes a5,
yeah,
and if knight to g4.
And now queen to h5 check.
Zoom across the other side, check. And if I attack you.
And I'm going to step back to h4. And I've
this is nice.
Chalked up material.
Nice, Jovanka. And g5.
I'm off for a trade of queens. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Cynical, but effective. The a pawn will decide this game. Will cost black a piece. Yeah, actually, if you can play queen takes a5, you probably should before it runs away.
Yep.
And on the board.
On the board. And well, this is just easy for a player of Alexander Predke's caliber, and very tough actually for Sam Shanklin to deal with this. Maybe he can just abandon this idea of going knight to g4 and maybe go b3 and hope for one day to win the b2 pawn. Yeah. It's a hope.
It is a hope. White can now take time out to cover the g4 square, move the queen next move, and yeah, the a pawns are running very fast, sprinting up the board almost. Feels like this should be winning for white, especially in kind of these situations where a time scramble is approaching 6 minutes each. It's nice to have a clear-cut plan. White and knight g4, then really unclear what your plan is. Not just the fact that your material down now.
Yeah, and the knight on d7 doesn't have a great square to go to either, so it just feels like black is simply playing with 2 of the pieces. And well, can we go over to Vidit against Hans Niemann? Because, well, Vidit looked like he had full control. This position doesn't look like he has as much full control. The queen was on h5, hitting at h3.
Yeah.
Is this dangerous, or is this just simply, in the words of, law speak, just a puff?
Queen takes h3 is possible. It is black's move. White's last idea was queen b7, attacking the c7 pawn. It's really crazy how black's queen is activated. She was previously passive and unable to move. And okay, let's investigate. As Hans Niemann, he actually has a bunch of time here. No time scramble like yesterday. Queen takes pawn. Maybe the problem is that after white takes back, it's just one check. It's only one check, which can be blocked by a knight.
And as we've seen, that configuration is the defensive chef's kiss.
It is a dream. Knight is a king's best friend. And the problem for black here is that you have 2 pieces caught in the crossfire.
And the queen is out there on a limb. She needs to be on c8 if she wants to be holding the position together.
Okay, so greed not good here. Black cannot take on h3, or maybe should not at least.
But then how do you handle? There's a direct attack on the c7 pawn.
Yeah, I wonder if you flick in a move such as... Oh, sorry, pawn takes pawn?
Yeah, maybe if pawn takes pawn, but I'm doing terrible things to my pawn structure. No.
Triple pawns. At the very least, white could take back with the queen. Maybe there's better. Maybe the knight can take. White's king still has some safe squares to use.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, d takes e4, I think, last resort. Just looks a bit anti-positional.
Bishop c8. I like your move, yeah. Maybe. This is a great...
Although I realised that, unfortunately, there's still a way to attack all of the black pieces at once. Queen to e8.
Oh, my God.
So it's really difficult to hold this white queen at bay. big threat. Bishop takes c7.
Aha, could you be sneaky about this? Okay, can you just drop the queen back?
e8.
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether to go f7. Well, I kind of
f7?
wanted f7.
Okay, and if I
just
take?
Yeah, and now bishop to
e8, and I move.
And there's literally no tact whatsoever.
It's close. I guess you want to do something on the 7th rank. The knight has no jumps, though. Maybe now, if we'd flicked in earlier your move, Jovanka, then knight d5 would be nice.
Yeah.
So maybe you're right. D takes e5 concretely. D takes e4 even. Okay, let's go back to the game position. It feels like Hans Niemann's burnt his bridges here. Retreating when you've kind of gone out and spent so many tempi activating your queen feels wrong. So maybe queen takes h3. Did we write that one off too soon?
Okay, let's try. Queen takes h3, bishop takes c7.
And now black needs something spectacular. I'm looking for some kind of counterattack against the white king. I really want to get the black bishop around, but it takes a long, long time. Okay, can I try? I'm going to give up all my pieces in the process, but I'm going to try.
Okay, bishop takes.
Bishop takes bishop. I'm going to land on h5.
Queen takes.
Forgotten to defend my my stuff, but now I will finally give a check.
And knight. But you're going to come queen f3, and look at that.
Watch out.
Watch out. Queen e2. So I have to run with the king.
White has to run, but suddenly things start dropping as well. Actually, also I could close this cage. I could play d4, threatening checkmate, but the king runs.
And isn't it a draw as well, with queen coming to d1?
Maybe immediately a check.
Yeah, and now I go to a1, and you're never escaping this one.
Check forever. Yeah. Actually, if this would walk into checkmate. Whoops.
Yeah.
Wow, Hans Niemann, he has to maybe calculate this variation. We found nothing else that holds for black. Meanwhile, we do, as expected, see a draw between Vaishali and Goryachkina in the women's section. That very balanced, symmetrical knight endgame. A fair result?
Yes, definitely a fair result. Looking at the women's section, actually, maybe we can quickly pop it into Anna Muzychuk against Bibisara Saibeva. They've made the time control, but it is this queen and pawn ending. So Anna did decide to trade knights.
Yeah, this is the current position, and it's a race, Jovanka. Can white start pushing the pawn immediately, or does white have to take a time out to guard against some threats? This one looks very close to a draw, but it's going to be tough. You need to be super accurate to win this one. It's definitely a two-result game, though. Black is only fighting for a draw alone. G takes h5. Anna Muzychuk's choice. Very sensible.
And, black doesn't have to go g takes h5. Can go queen takes h3, which would be my choice of poison.
I think far more valuable the h3 pawn than the h5 pawn. If you take on h5, white could as well give a few checks.
Exactly,
It feels like you take h3 and you hope to give a petrol check yourself.
Exactly, you do have a check on g4. So this one looking like it is a safe draw for Bibisar. White's king is just too exposed. And let's go to another unbalanced position, which was in board 4 against Marcel Efromsky. And what's happening here? The king has now found itself on c6.
Wow, and it looks like she's really found a clever, if slightly convoluted way to trade off pieces. Now white's rook, white's bishop, they're just a bit too clumsy, so rook takes knight looks forced.
It is forced, and rook takes bishop, and
there's still some mating ideas. The white king's not entirely safe, and it's unfortunate for white that you cannot eliminate the final pawn because black's king defends her rook. And this endgame's actually hard to evaluate. If white just goes over, runs, puts the king on g4 and kind of sits, for example.
Isn't this a draw?
It looks very close to a draw, because I don't really see how black's king will go and take all of these pawns while the bishop is tied down defending her pawn, unless she can zugzwang white and just put her king back on f6 and just wait with the bishop.
Yes.
Until the white king gives way.
And then they can step forward, So
essentially the bishop cancels out the white pawns. They neutralize each other, and then the black king just supports a pawn.
But luckily for white, the pawn is on a3, so you can go sorry, b4.
b4, but okay, say I continue.
And then I just wait with okay, I can actually push my pawn to a4.
Okay, a4. Say I allow you to do all of this.
And c4.
c4, okay.
Yeah.
Now I'll finally defend my pawn, freeing up my bishop.
Yeah, and okay, now I need to go b5.
Yeah, b5. Somehow I'm too slow. If I could put my bishop back on b6,
Yeah.
and that was my idea. But okay, we're headed in this direction. This is a long way down the road, but rook takes e7, rook takes bishop has occurred. The reason I was tempted to do that is because here, if you don't force the draw immediately, you might see a scenario where black's g-pawn starts marching if black coordinates everything.
No, it's a real worry, right? And let's just investigate what happens if you don't. So say, for instance, you go, I don't know, the a pawn is on under fire, so
A4.
let's go a4.
Yep. And now
You feel like
okay,
king
d5 maybe?
king d5.
The black rook is coming.
Mm.
Still some mating ideas against white's king.
Yeah, it does feel that white should take her chances in that bishop versus pawn endgames.
Ooh, also, Jovanka, I spotted a tactic.
Oh.
a4. Whoops. Bishop c5. Attack. Threatening checkmate. Double attack. And if you check me,
Beautiful.
I'll just
Step-
move.
Yeah,
I don't care about my rook. You take me.
and
Checkmate.
smothered mate on the board. Beautiful, David. Love it.
Oof.
So actually, it's forced.
Big threat, actually, in the live position. Pretty much bishop c5 is a winning threat for black. So it has to be cut out. So maybe it is time eliminate that knight and hope that that final endgame we saw with the bishop and pawn versus 3 pawns is a draw.
Yep. Ooh. And we do see Marcel Efromsky from Israel having a think. Let's go over to the open section because, well, time is ticking down there. Maybe we can go back to the Noribek-Yakuboev game against Vincent Keimer because that position is very unbalanced, and I'd also like to revisit Artemiev against Firouzja.
Yeah, we'll get to the Artemiev-Firouzja game
Actually,
shortly.
maybe we go there
we
first
get there
because
now?
yeah, let's go there first because I just had a look at the clock times, and Artemiev has 1 minute, Firouzja has 53 seconds.
Wow, and we're only at move 27.
That's right.
I'm getting flashbacks to my own my own playing career where time travel happens on every single round. Okay, they have 13 moves to make, both under 1 minute. And suddenly it's level material. For most of this game, Artemiev has been a pawn up. But is it time to start racing the c-pawn forward? Black's bishop has kind of sidetracked itself, sidelined itself by taking a pawn on a2. It's not getting trapped yet because black's rook will slide across and defend it. Wow, crazy position, Jovanka.
It is crazy. And you mentioned that it wasn't getting trapped, but white can choose to sacrifice a pawn. And this does require calculation. And so
b3 played.
b3 played. Okay, this is what I wanted to see on the board. And the whole idea is that after knight takes c3, then kind of hoping that you can go rook.
Hit the knight, maybe?
Yeah, or the other way I wanted. Rook
you wanted to
d3.
hit the
Yeah,
rook.
wanted to win the e pawn.
Clever. That is, yeah, much stronger. And in the meantime, we do see, as expected, Fabiano Caruana convert his material advantage against Evgeny Naya. And he joins the leading pack too, Jovanka.
He does, and suddenly, just like that, we have a 5-way tie for first place.
Yeah, he breaks the run of draws, that drawing streak, 3 in a row, and Caruana, yeah, great win for him with the white pieces. In the meantime, this game, we're expecting now Firouzja to take this pawn. He says no, he pushes, okay, he does actually take this pawn first, and then pushes b4. So the question now is, do you take this pawn if you're white? You also can make an argument for pushing forward the c-pawn as fast as possible.
And when the players are short on time, which one would you go for? Just eliminating the pawn or playing the very committal c6?
When in doubt, take the pawn.
Yeah.
Black's pawn's pretty strong too if it lands on e2. Okay, he has 46 seconds. He's so composed though, Artemiev. He nearly never blunders despite being under time pressure on a regular basis. But he actually goes for the latter option, c6.
c6 played. Wow. Okay, that is a scary pawn. So white's plan is just very simple. It's just going to go c7 and get that one through to promotion. The bishop can step out of the way, and then rook to d8.
Yeah, 3-move plan, and it's essentially winning. So black has 3 moves to shut things down. And how are you going to defend with the bishop on a2? You can never really come back into the game.
Well, you can put it on b1.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that would encourage bishop to b1, white to have taken a pawn with gain of tempo. Firouzja drops his knight back, pressuring the bishop.
But the bishop is not coming out. So where's the bishop going to go? Bishop c. I kind of want to go bishop c5 just to keep the knight on b5 out of the d4 square.
Yeah.
Other
one
moves.
of these ways, one of these directions.
Yeah.
Bishop c5 looks very natural. Also eyeing up e3.
Yeah.
Keeping an eye on b4.
But it does let go of the c7 square. I mean, this game is really complicated.
Yeah, luckily for white, this construction, it looks a bit odd, but the knight on a5, pawn on c6 can never really be touched. So yeah, it's kind of play transfers to the rest of the board. And for example here, e2, white could, at the very least, attack this bishop, trap this bishop, and probably pick up the e2 pawn next. If black plays knight c3, now we could propel forward c7. And
15 seconds for Artemiev, and decision to be made, and he does go for bishop c5.
Yeah, feels like Firouzja's fighting for his life here. It's another 2-result game. White's putting the pressure on, not too much risk. At the very minimum, white should be able to eliminate this pawn. And temporarily a pawn up for Firouzja.
Yep, I do like the idea of going e2 because, I mean, if you play those kind of moves, you also have ideas of bishop b1 in the air, and you just keep it tricky.
Yeah, e2, just to show bishop b1 is playable. It's not quite trapped, this bishop. White here would most likely take the pawn, and maybe this is the lesser of the evils we've seen so far for black. The b4 pawn is hanging, however. But yeah, at least you survive. You keep the bishop on the board. And the game goes on. I think actually with time ticking, e2 probably should be played. 20 seconds.
23 seconds. And Firouzja, he's got one eye on the clock and a difficult position on the board. Okay, and he does play e2. Okay, rook e2, rook d2 is what we're expecting. And Artemiev, 35 seconds, needs to rely on good instincts here.
Could he be really sophisticated and play a move such as king to f2, just to rule out your bishop b1 idea? Okay, he goes for the more natural, especially low on time, the more obvious rook to d2. So he's going to pick off this strong pawn.
Yes, and for Ali Reza, his bishop on a2 is stranded there. He needs to save it, otherwise he'd just be a piece down. Is there nothing else?
b1, it's the only square.
Oh, he can go knight c3, and he goes bishop b1.
Yeah, I think the knight is required to stop the advance of white's c-pawn. So bishop to b1, you cannot take this bishop. Black would then promote. Okay, but it's still not coming out yet. It's still a bit trapped. So again, if I play king f2, how are you getting it out? Maybe now you defend with your knight.
Now knight c3. And then c7 there.
It's super complicated. He takes the pawn. Again, when in doubt, in time trouble, don't take risks. A good blitz strategy as well. Just keep things simple. He's going to be a pawn up white after the rooks disappear. b4 will fall. And actually, he can do it slow and steady. He doesn't need to rush this one through.
He absolutely doesn't. But, whoa. The c-pawn there is very strong. I mean, is black's idea just simply to rook c8 played, and then all I can think of is just blockading that pawn. Or you can't even corral it. Or maybe you can. You can go bishop to g6 and bishop to e8.
Yeah, going for this pawn, and okay, bishop takes b4 now might be met by knight to d4, although white's rook could jump out the way with an attack or a check. Maybe a check. Also rook to d2. Rook to d2 attacks this knight you cannot take because of a double attack. Yeah, actually, concretely, the tactics seem to be just working out in white's favor. If in doubt, take a pawn. See a pawn, take a pawn.
I agree.
But it's not running away, so white could just take a time out, improve.
Yep, he can. He can also give a check. He does take the pawn. Yeah, leave that bishop to e7 check in the pocket just in case.
Yeah, you can definitely come in later. I'm expecting your maneuver, Jovanka, because what else? Black's bishop has been offside for so long. Might as well come around and start attacking the c6 pawn.
But there's no way to dislodge the knight on a5, but
Do you think there's any chance Black can save this game? It feels like long term it's going to be so difficult.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether maybe the king has to move. It's on a dark square. You feel more comfortable with it on a light square. Maybe he can step up.
King F5.
And then I am threatening knight to d4 because there is no bishop c3.
Yeah, I love your idea actually, King F5, because you also support this square for the bishop to use. Okay, he's about to make a move. This is move 35.
Maybe you want to go h5 as well, just to secure some squares around the king. Okay, so he plays king f5.
Nice. Grandmasterly move there. And yeah, great spot, Jovanka. I actually think the king's much safer here. And like you said, h5, very very typical these days, just push pawns closer to promotion squares. It would also cut out white ever pushing g4.
And the players are on move 35, but still running low on the clock. And then we see Artemiev 35 seconds.
Yeah, he needs to improve the white rook. The white rook is not great right now, whether that's e7, whether that's kind of shuffling across one square. It's just preventing the black knight from using d4.
No, I like rook e7.
Yeah, rook e7, attacking this pawn as well.
h5 probably going to be played.
Yep. Okay, under 15 seconds now. I think we'll stick here till the time control.
Absolutely. And 8 seconds, and well.
Oh, he brings his knight back, giving up the c6 pawn.
Yes.
He's also walking into some double attacks, bishop d3. Anish Giri there, smiling in the background, as he often does. What is the idea, Jovanka? Rook takes pawn?
I
don't see it at all.
Is it based on rook e5 check?
Rook e5 check, but the king will move. Ah, but now rook takes b5.
Yeah.
And there's a check.
But if you move the king to f6, there's not going to be any forks. And Ali Reza has 17 seconds, and it's a puzzling move, and he does take rook takes pawn.
He calls the bluff. Now Artemiev needs to prove that he's calculated something concrete. What a risk to take, though. Your advantage was stable long term, and you've just gambled everything just before move 40 with no time on the clock.
Yeah.
He's going to be hoping that rook e5 check wins. Otherwise, he's going to regret this big decision. Knight c4 is so counterintuitive.
Maybe he's counting on rook e1 attacking the bishop. 9 seconds. Artemiev, okay, he gives the check on e5.
Only one square now.
Absolutely. You got to put your king on f6. Otherwise, there can be forks for the king and the black rook.
He was banking on bishop e7 check here, Artemiev, but the g-pawn was far less valuable than white's earlier c-pawn. Maybe you could go this way around as well. Wandering king g4. He's calculating Firouzja under 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Nervous now.
The player's on move 37, and he drops the king back to f6.
Yep, king f6 played. I just wanted to show this trick. King g4 would have allowed rook takes knight, but here black could have played rook takes knight himself, sacrificing. I think actually king to g4 was a blunder due to rook to e1, calmly attacking this bishop and setting up a knight fork. So there were tricks in the position. He dodged the landmines though. King f6. A big threat for black. Rook takes knight, undermining the white rook. Okay, bishop e7 check was played. Where to go? Again, you're going to walk into a fork unless you go back to g7. Okay, he goes to f7 instead.
Oh, and but isn't rook e1?
Yeah, he was relying on tactic here. Rook to e1 again threatens the bishop and the knight fork, but rook to e6.
Beautiful defense there from Ali Reza Firouzja.
Shuts things down. So bishop takes g5. I think Artemiev just panicked and slightly miscalculated, but he still has an advantage. Unfortunately for white, the g and h pawns are not far advanced, and rook to e6, trying to eliminate the rooks from the board, will leave what might end up in a opposite color bishop endgame. And
okay, well, Artemiev says absolutely not, no trade of rooks.
And he leaves the board. He's made the magical move 40. He will get an extra 50 minutes on the clock, but Firouzja still with one move to make.
Yep. 40 seconds to make that move.
It's maybe the least difficult decision he's had to make over the last 10 turns.
No, he's played very resourcefully now, but the question is, what does he do? Does he go bishop to a2? Does he target the b3 pawn? Does he give a check? Does he perhaps ask questions to the dark square bishop? And we see him move the rook down to e2. A very nice move with the big idea of putting the bishop on e4, and both players can breathe a sigh of relief as they've made move 40.
Yeah, especially Firouzja, who was actually losing when we joined this game, or at least was facing the worst end of a decisive advantage, but he clings on, and okay, the game will enter this third stage, this third phase, and we'll check back in a bit later to see whether Artemiev can convert his extra pawn.
And I'm just checking around to see that everybody has made the golden move 40, so I think it's the perfect time for us to quickly take a break, breathe a sigh of relief, and everyone at home, grab yourselves a cup of tea, a cup of coffee, get yourself settled in, because we are in for a lot more excitement. See you in a few minutes.
We're very happy to host World Cup and Women's World Cup here in Azerbaijan. As you know, Azerbaijan has a very extensive experience in organizing major FIDE events. To have World Cup, this time 2 World Cups here in Azerbaijan, men and women, is very important for us. All of that actually, I would say, is possible only because of the support of our president, Ilham Aliyev. He pays a lot of attention to sports in general and to chess as well. All people love chess here in Azerbaijan. From a very long time, people are playing everywhere, in the streets, in universities, at home, everywhere you go. As you can see, we have spectators coming every day to visit our tournament. Even if we have live broadcasts of the games, everything, people are coming here. And all generations, from older people to young kids, you know, everyone was coming here. Of course, it was mainly also because our local player, Nizat Abbasov, he got qualified to semi-finals, which is a big success for him, for us, for the whole Azerbaijan. During the World Cup, we had a couple of events here. We had kids tournaments. We could see 100 kids tournaments, but why 100? Because this year we also celebrate 100th anniversary of our national leader, Heydar Aliyev. Actually, there is one person who is behind of all of that, of all those chess tournaments taking place in Azerbaijan, and it's our lovely, I would say, president of our chess federation. Also, he's vice president of FIDE, Mair Mamedov. We sincerely hope that it's not the last major event to take place in Baku, in Azerbaijan. We expect to host more events in the coming years because watch us. Hope to see you soon here in Baku again.
It's a very unforgiving tournament.
On the board we'll fight, and off the board we are very good friends.
Close to never finding who I could have been, but I must reach down deep inside of me, through the misery, to prove who I know I can be. Every drop of my sweat, every vein in my neck, every one of my breaths makes me stronger.
I was certainly a cold shower.
It's peak of my career at the moment, I would say.
Extraordinary is an island like no other. Extraordinary is the Isle of Man. Book now.
We're very happy to host World Cup and Women's World Cup here in Azerbaijan. As you know, Azerbaijan has a very extensive experience.
As many spins, so toss them in the air or something?
Oh my gosh.
A girlfriend does this a lot, yeah? But I can't spin it like him. He can like do a full spin in one. I have to do it this way.
I don't even know how he does it.
Two ends?
Maybe with the left hand it will be better.
Okay, I'll try.
Does it have to be smooth?
I have only one hand, yeah, I suppose.
I guess I'm not as good as girlfriend, but
I'm really not.
I was probably originally left-handed.
This is so silly.
Oh.
Three, two, one. Go, go, go.
Yeah, I don't know how he does it. Yeah, I don't know how he does it.
17 or 18, I don't know.
Like, of course, with a pawn it would be much easier, but I think it'll be better than some, but worse than others.
It was really? Really? Okay.
We are back, ready for another portion of the round 6 of the FIDE Grand Swiss and the Women's Grand Swiss. And after that flurry of activity, we should actually remind ourselves of the results and maybe even the standings. But first, we're going to check on the women's section, and where we see this is the action of top board between Anna Mosichuk and Bibisara Asalbayeva. Remember, Bibisara, with 4.5 points out of 5, is the sole leader of the competition so far.
Yeah, and she plays her queen back to b6. I think we'll... I was about to say we'll recap what's been going on in this game in a moment, but we do have an evaluation bar in front of us, and queen to b6 massively dropped that evaluation for black. Actually, on the side of your screens, on the sidebar there, we also see a recap. We'll talk about the results in a moment, but Jovanka, maybe a big blunder on board 1 from the leader as she gives her opponent another death stare.
And yeah, according to the evaluation bar, it is a big blunder just as we arrive to the board, and we've got to dive in and we've got to find out why. So my first instinct is it could be something to do with queen c8, followed by queen to a6.
Ooh, okay,
that is a bit spicy. Another idea could just simply be marching the king up the board, just protecting the passed pawn.
Yeah, I love this idea, king c4, just kind of there's no checks available. I don't really see a move for black. Yes, you could grab this pawn, but that begs the question, why didn't she grab it last turn? And okay, you can move one of these 3 pawns with black, but now there will be ideas such as trading off queens in the near future. I love your idea, giving that check and coming round.
And so does Anna Mosichuk as she plays it on the board.
King c4 has just been played. The other move you mentioned though, queen to c8, I just want to check that one out, because queen c8, queen a6, now this cannot be captured. The king is outside the box of the pawn. But after, a check and queen a6, maybe the black queen either gets greedy now or she even gives a check.
Yeah.
Maybe taking this pawn, and unfortunately b6. Whoops. Skewer.
Problems.
But yeah, I love her move, king c4, just the most natural. And Asalbayeva, she's broken the golden rule of queen endgames of centralizing queens, keeping queens active. She's put it on a really passive blockading square. I'm not sure why. Maybe she just didn't see a good alternative, but now no checks.
No checks. But there is a pawn on f2 that she can snatch up. So I would be tempted to investigate that one. Because if you don't do that, then white has a very simple plan of, let's highlight it, just driving the black queen away. You can go, even now, you can go queen to c6, or you can go queen c8 and
round.
Yep, try to get some checks in.
Yeah, actually, often, for example, if black plays a move such as g5, you might even be able to trade queens in the right scenario. For example, if black plays king to e7 here, I was going to say you could trade queens like this, and you're winning with white because you sneak across in front of your own pawn and promote the b pawn. But luckily for black, there is kind of a block, queen d6, and the game goes on. But yeah, you're living life on the edge. This white b pawn looks mightily dangerous. But you said it, might as well suffer on a full stomach.
Yes.
So let's get greedy and grab on f2.
And now the question is, can you go queen to d8 check? And king moves forward, and I know this is what I want to do. I want to go b6 and go quality is better than quantity.
Yeah. I like it. These 3 pawns are nowhere near promotion. They'll never be anywhere near promotion, and the king actually has some nice squares to hide if necessary. And she doesn't even grab on f2. She just wants to hold the fort, hold the b6 square as long as possible, maybe while she mobilizes her pawns. So there is some logic here to what she's doing, but how does white break through? The evaluation bar is going crazy on this top board clash. Is it a check? Is it... I don't think we can play queen c6 yet.
But you can step the queen back to d4 as well. Could you be...
But queen d4, now black can trade off and...
okay.
Oh wait, black can't?
No, because now you run.
Again.
Sorry.
Run, Forrest, run.
Get to the a7 critical square. I'm sorry.
No.
Sometimes chess excites me.
Understandably, and especially this position after g5. Because that could just be a winning move, Jovanka. Would this just clinch it on the spot?
I think it will, right?
If black's forced to lose the f6 pawn, that's just game over.
Queen to d4. I've been wanting to play that for a while.
I think she's just missed this idea. She just assumed the black king is coming across in front of the b pawn. But king c5, as you said. And just in time, a7 is the key square to shepherd this pawn forward. And just to show as well, queen d4 would not allow queen c7 because same idea. Check.
Yep.
Queen's off the board, and queen e7 this time you don't need to take. I think you could, but b6, and you just run through after training queens. Oh my gosh. This is after move 40. This is move 50 now. The players still have a bunch of time, but they're missing things. And this is, I mean, tiredness. This is why they need a rest day. All of the players.
Oh, take a look at Bibi Sara there, David.
Head in hand suddenly.
Yeah, suddenly it's dawned on her. Queen to d4, a real possibility, a winning possibility for white. And it doesn't even feel like it's the only try. I mean, it's the most clinical, most effective, but not the only one for Anna Muzychuk.
Yeah, maybe with this in mind, what she should have tried, Bibi Sara, was to play e5. Just cutting this option out for white. It looks like barely a difference. Which pawn do you push? It's always a dilemma, but here there's a concrete reason, something tangible. Hans Niemann there in the background, interested. Maybe he spotted that queen d4 wins for white as well. She's got to keep a poker face though, Asobayeva.
Yes.
She's defended so well in this endgame, but just one slip, g5, and could all be over in one move.
Queen d4, killer move. Whoa. And yeah.
There's nothing to be done. Black's pawns are just too slow, right?
Yes, and once you find that move, once you've invested the time, you don't even have any danger as well of making a big blunder. It's pretty simple stuff.
Yeah, once you see it, you can't unsee it, and queen d4, if it's on her radar, I think will definitely be played by Anna Muzychuk. In the meantime, we promised a recap of some of the results. We got distracted by how dramatic this game is on top board. But let's check out some of those using the sidebar there.
Yes,
Jovanka.
and there you can see on the right side of the screen that it was a draw between Vaishali and Goryachkina. They move on to 4.5 points as well, and also Garifulina and Tan was quite a peaceful draw. Went to a nice king and pawn ending, but it's still full systems go in for Metsky and Munguntul. They actually played into that bishop versus pawn ending, and right at the bottom you can see it was a draw between Gunay Mamadzada and Sophie Millier, but Fatilieva did defeat Elizabeth Pates using a nice cheapo that we heard.
Yeah, in the break we were able to delve deeper into some of the games, and let's bring you up to date with those. One of the biggest upsets on the top boards in the women's section, one of the decisive results. We mentioned that this was the final position. We just left it here saying, okay, white has a big attack and is winning. But if we backtrack a little bit to a position such as this, it looked like everything was under control for black until this move, f6. Very, very natural stuff. Hoping to even trap the white knight on e6. I guess a move such as bishop to f7, followed by a rook to c6, and the knight might not find a way home. But unfortunately, she had missed here, Elizabeth, that queen h3 was a clincher, attacking h7 and e6. And suddenly nothing to be done. You have to remove the knight. Queen takes e6, double attack, and you simply have to part with your bishop. King f8 would allow a devastating check. And yeah, once her bishop fell, I think that was pretty much the end of the game, because look at black's pieces, just trapped in the corner. Not just material down now, facing a big attack on the dark squares too. And yeah, white simply broke through with rook takes g6.
And talking about clinches, well, Anna Muzychuk did play queen to d4. And there you can also see by the evaluation bar, it is completely winning now for white.
Wow, and queen to d4, the star move. Centralization.
Yeah, it's what you need to do in queen and pawn endgames. I learned that from you, David.
And actually, it's not just the f6 pawn, Jovanka. If she can't trade queens, then, I mean, queen b7, she's just going to drop all of her pawns with check. She's going to go from 1 pawn up to 2 pawns down in just blink of an eye, basically.
And I'm also afraid that she's going to lose her queen. The queens are going to get traded off in the process as well. So say you step to g8, queen takes, I mean, which one?
Yeah, which one do you take,
which one? You can and then I kind of wanted. Can I take on e6?
Take the e6 pawn. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I'm just indecisive here. Both pawns look very juicy.
And now I kind of want to give a check. So no, not check. I want to go queen to. I want to check your queen, basically. I want to play queen to. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Queen d5. Yeah, queen c6.
Yeah. Check the queen, and when the black queen moves.
And now I just wanted to block that check with the queen.
But we are allowing some activity.
Yeah, I was wondering with queen c5.
Queen c5.
Sorry, I wasn't very clear.
Defending everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks nice. You defend your pawn. We have to be careful here. There was a famous queen endgame earlier in the event with Alexei Shirov against Abdusatorov, and he was also 2 pawns up. So imagine the g pawn was gone. He had an kind of an a pawn and a g pawn. So kind of flip the board here, but actually the b pawn is one of the worst pawns to have in queen endgames because it's very hard to hide your king from shelter. So if the white f pawn drops, then that's some chances of a draw. So you have to keep one pawn alive. She plays a move, Bibisara, very quickly. She plays queen to a5. So reacting from that shock, barely shaking her head, keeping a poker face, but inside the turmoil, I mean, knowing she's just dropped everything with check.
And, well, which pawn do you capture?
E6, I think you're right. The white queen, at least now taking this pawn, it means that your king has more access to squares. The white queen a bit closer to helping push your pawns.
There's only one danger if taking the e6. So say the black king moves, do not play b6. Be aware of these kind of skewers because, whoops, the king and the queen would be in big trouble.
Line them up. Yeah. And, okay, we're expecting queen takes e6. I wonder if there's anything else here. Let's say I take this one.
Yep.
Queen takes g5. The problem is now the black king will always defend its e-pawn. Don't think I can win that one by force. I'm just trying to figure out where white wants her queen.
Give it.
Check.
Yeah, you kind of want to centralize, right? You want to check on f4. And once the king goes. And here I really wanted to play king c5.
Yeah, looks nice to me.
Yeah.
I think you can march forward.
And if you step back to a7, again, be careful with where you put your king.
Not on c4.
Not on d6 either.
Ooh, yeah, I missed that one. Whoops, check. So still some pitfalls to avoid, but I think you can safely push b6, check, and suddenly black is really running out of checks. You can give one more in the center, but the king will hide in front of its own pawn. And okay, she gives another check. This is very professional from Anna Mozichuk. When in doubt, why not repeat the position? She knows now that she's winning. She only has 8 minutes on the clock, so she can repeat the position a few times, then take her pawn, gain an extra minute or two of thinking time.
Yes. Oi, yeah. Well, dramatic queen and pawn ending, and Bibisara will have to fight as hard as she can and never give up because Anna Mozichuk is going to win. And we also have other results. Mai Nava did win her game against Monika Sochko to move to 3.5 points out of 6.
Yeah, and I think we have a few words from...
Mai, congratulations. You just won a nice game against Monika Sochko. How are you feeling after that win?
I'm feeling well. I'm happy that I wasn't in complete time trouble because I still needed to calculate some lines in the end, and if I had had 30 seconds probably could have messed something up, but I had just enough time. In the end I had 2 minutes and it was enough.
Is it a particularly nice feeling to win before the rest day?
Yes, it's perfect actually. I was a bit worried that if I don't win then I'm going to go to the rest day not feeling too well, so for me it was perfect, yes.
You have 3.5 points after 6 rounds. How satisfied are you overall with your play so far?
I think I'm satisfied, especially now that I won, because every opponent is strong in this tournament. So, like maybe if it was a regular tournament where I'm like one of the highest seeds, of course I wouldn't like 3.5. But in this tournament, I think it's pretty good. Yes.
It's your first time in the Isle of Man. What are your impressions of the island?
I like it actually. I like the street and I like that we're by the sea. of course, given the time period, it's very rainy and windy, so yesterday we were walking in the evening and we didn't think about the rain, and then it started raining a lot, so that wasn't too pleasant, but overall I like the place, yes.
And you just told me that your sister is also here. She's playing in one of the side events. I believe your mother also played chess. How is it to be here with your sister and to come from a chess family in general?
It's very nice. I think it's nice if your family also plays chess, so you can go to tournaments together. So basically, okay, sometimes you are alone, but I'm glad that my sister was able to come because it gives a lot of emotional support. And of course, we have played a couple of Olympiads with my mom and my sister, so that was also really fun that, I'm somewhere quite far, but my family is right there as well.
Can you tell us, for the viewers, a little bit about chess in Estonia?
Sure. I mean, it's not really big right now. There are a lot of girls and boys now playing, so that's good. So maybe we are upcoming, but overall right now it's, there's not a lot of players. It was definitely more popular when Paul Keres was playing, so now it's, nothing compares to that. But overall it's a nice community, and I hope that more players will become actually like professionals maybe.
Tomorrow is the rest day. Do you have any plans?
I understand my sister mentioned some kind of steam tram that goes to the mountains, so maybe I will check that out. I understand it's going to be rainy, so I have to time it very well, but yeah, we'll see.
Well, enjoy, congratulations again, and best of luck with the rest.
Thank you.
Yes, there was Mai Nava sharing with us her thoughts. And going back to the game between Anna Muzichuk and Bibisara Asaubayeva, it looks like Anna Muzichuk, she has all the time in the world to enjoy this particular advantage. And talking about Anna Muzichuk, we also saw that her sister Maria Muzichuk just won her game against Teodora Ignach.
Yeah, so great day so far for the Muzichuk family. This Queen Endgame will go on a long time, Jovanka.
Yep.
So let's recap what we saw in the open section, both in terms of results and in terms of what we're left with after the time control. And here we see on the sidebar, it was a draw on the top two boards, Esipenko Nakamura and Yu Yangi against Erigaisi. Caruana did wrap up his win just after the time control there. And meanwhile, yeah, let's do a bit of a dive into some of the games that we have remaining.
Yes, and yeah, just at the bottom, just to mention, there were decisive results for Yakhvikir Sindarov and also Alexander Predka. They now join the leaders. And yeah, David, I can't wait to get stuck in. So I see you've got up on the board Vladislav Artemiev against Alireza Firouzja. These guys had a wild time scramble, massively complicated endgame. But now that the fog has cleared up, what are we seeing here?
Yeah, we've had around 30 minutes since the time control, since we had that real flurry of moves. And in the meantime, we've only had one move each, Jovanka. One move in 30 minutes. That's the way this game has been going. There is a hit on G2. It does feel to me as if Artemiev has kind of let most of his advantage slip by now. This G2 pawn is attacked. Unfortunately for white, you can't get away with tactics. For example, rook takes b5 and giving a check, because at the very end you realize, whoops, your bishop is also under fire. And if he can't solve his problems with tactics right now, then Artemiev still has a long uphill struggle to try and win this game. Maybe a move such as bishop to f2 to block the second rank, or rook to g5 to defend this pawn. But this one will definitely be a bit of a marathon game as Artemiev aims to grind it out.
Yep, I completely agree there. And what is the status on Noribek Yakoboev and Vincent Keimer? Vincent Keimer there, I can see on the evaluation bar, he's got a almost ±1 advantage.
Doing well for black in that game. This game, earlier we discussed black having the queen versus the pieces, queen for rook and bishop. Right now, it feels like he's made some progress. Last we were here, actually, white had another pawn in the center, and that we thought gave good compensation. This is pretty much white trying to hold a fortress. The rook on e3 is stable, defending the bishop, which is a blockader of black's pass pawn. White will just put the king on g2, maybe a pawn on h4 to stop any knight g5 ideas, and he's just going to sit. Will he hold? That's the big question, Jovanka.
That is the big question, but he will try to hold. So, well, more action in that game will be coming soon. So let's go over to Vidit against Hans Niemann, because there, again, on the right side, we can see the evaluation bar in favor of Vidit. And what is happening here? It looks like the queen side has collapsed for Hans Niemann.
Yeah, the queen side has collapsed, and in the meantime, black doesn't have too much counterplay. We said it, a knight is a king's best friend. This is a pin, but white's knight for now is stable and unattackable. There's no way black can add extra pressure to it, and therefore it's just the rest of the position that's collapsing. We've only actually had 4 moves since we were here a long time ago, I think over an hour ago, and after queen b7, we were indicating that queen takes h3, bishop takes pawn, and this really sneaky maneuver. I mean, we can forgive Hans Niemann for missing this, because I think
beautiful, right?
You need nerves of steel. Just giving up your entire army, essentially giving up the bishop, giving up the knight, and then unleashing this unstoppable drawing maneuver. First you threaten checkmate, the white king has to run, and then check, and we would see a draw. So this was a missed opportunity to hold for black. Instead, he grabbed on e4 first, and now took this pawn, but things are different. The center's a bit more open, so white's king has more room to run into, and after a check, the king did actually run. No time now to bring your bishop out. You have to give a check first, and how's he going to save this? Does he have to go passive? Oh, a move like queen e8 would be really sad.
Well, queen e8 looks forced, whether it's done now or whether it's done after the trade of bishops. So
yeah, what a sad move to have to play. I think we might well see it, but Hans Niemann, he spent a long time trying to find any other alternative.
Well, another pawn will fall as well.
Yeah.
The pawn on e5, regardless of whether the bishops are traded or not.
Yeah, for example, now maybe.
Yeah, and well, black does get in a check on h5, but once again, yeah, you can block that one with the g-pawn. And nope, this is not good.
This is not good, but what else can he try? If not queen e8, if not passive, maybe something active. Okay, I'll try something vaguely tricky.
Okay, yeah, go.
Also, I was going to take your bishop and then play knight f5.
Knight f5, yeah, okay.
I have a feeling it doesn't work. Firstly, because it's not actually obligatory to take either piece. If you're super calm, you can just play c3, cover the d4 square, and argue that 2 pieces are attacked. But let's show the idea.
Yeah, so the idea is after, say, queen takes bishop, big plan is knight to d4, and there will have been a turnaround, because suddenly the queen and knight are coordinating magnificently.
Yeah, and after knight f5, maybe you just take this knight anyway off the board. The idea is to break forward with your e-pawn with a pin, but it's just a couple of checks. I think white can just safely take this black bishop, and after queen takes knight, you simply step back, and sooner or later the checks will dry up. Either you get checked to safety on the center, or you get checked to safety on the king side. He's done hiding now.
There's not even a check now. Okay, you can check on a1, and after king to g2 is goodbye and good night.
Vidit will say thank you, and yeah, there's still some tricks, e3 for example, but even if you just capture everything and start running, sooner or later the king will hide. So it does look like Hans Niemann in big trouble right now. Vidit, I said it earlier, Veni, Vidit, Vici. He's going to most likely conquer this game and win.
Yes, and yeah, what to do? Yeah, I mean, it's really... Okay, I have one idea, David. Okay, I got it. So bishop takes bishop, queen takes, and now you step forward with a queen to g4. So now if you take the bishop, I can take on e4, and I think get away with it.
I think you do. Now the white king doesn't have any good squares, because if I slide this way, you take on b4, maybe with a check. And white's king is going to struggle to hide here suddenly. Okay, so big threat.
Yeah.
I like it.
Okay, so that's...
in this position, so before white takes this. But again, talking of calmness, what if white just says these pieces are not running away, and I just calmly defend my e4 pawn?
Yeah, and this is my big idea. It doesn't work for sure, but I wanted to go bishop e8.
Ooh, clever. Okay, and if I take your knight?
And bishop h4. And
H5,
once, sorry, h5, and once you go queen f8, I will resign.
So close.
Although maybe I can throw in bishop g6.
Yeah, bishop g6 attacks this pawn.
And often, yeah, then I have to resign.
Yeah, Hans Niemann might have to resign. This is so tricky. I mean, we're getting close. Just unfortunately, I think objectively, there's nothing to do. Yeah, I like that trick. I think bishop e8, as you mentioned a bit earlier as well, that was the key to solving the problems. But just now, it's a bit too late.
Yeah.
I think it was all about taking on e4. He needed the d pawn actually to push forward to d4 in many of these positions.
Yeah, and maybe also just to block out the queen as well, you know, because as she stands on b7, she covers a lot of the squares. And talking about mammoth defensive tasks, can we also go to Wojciech against Erwin Lamy, because these two are both on 3.5 points, and well, we said that Erwin was in bad shape here. It still looks like he's in bad shape, but does he have chances to hold this?
Yeah, so currently white is just 1 pawn up. That's the pawn on the king side. I do feel like this is the best position he's had since we saw that little transformation where white went into this promising rook endgame. Still doubled pawns versus doubled pawns. I'd rather have the a pawns just because black's rook now is tied down. Easy plan of h5 creating a pass pawn, or even f4, f5 creating a pass pawn. I don't think he'll hold it. But some chances, they do say all rook endgames are drawn or drawish at the very minimum. I have a feeling, when he's so good at endgames, he's so tricky, slippery, that there are some, there is some hope ahead.
Yeah, well, never say never. And earlier on, we did see Fabiano Caruana defeat Evgeny Naya. And let's listen to Fabiano talk about his game.
You can start.
Fabiano, congratulations. You just won your round 6 game against Evgeny Naya. Things looked in the balance until they weren't.
Yeah, it was very complicated, very tense and difficult position. And then it went quickly, went wrong for him very quickly, surprisingly quickly. I think he blundered one move, which was rook to e4, and after that it's basically losing. And it was, I think, a story of one move where, he was a tiny bit worse, a little bit under pressure, but more or less should be okay position for him. And he went for a very tactical operation, which just didn't work out. So I had foreseen this in advance, and that was a very important moment. If he had played something else, probably we would have a very long game. I would still be playing right now instead of speaking to you, but thankfully it went well.
Is it a relief? I mean, especially with this very long time control, to finish early before the rest day?
Oh yeah, every game which doesn't last like 8 hours is a very good thing. No, I haven't played super long games yet, but I've been watching like Duda played like 8 hours yesterday. I mean, it's crazy. And this crazy game with Arjun yesterday also, like 7 hours, and nobody who didn't have an engine could tell what was going on. So yeah, those games really take your energy away. And it's also a long tournament, so of course it's always welcome to get a relatively quick game.
What is your favorite classical time control?
Well, maybe 90, 30, and 30 is something that's quite decent. Like in the middle, this is too long, I think. Most players will agree. This time control is, I don't really think we need this sort of length, because usually players will spend most of their time at the start, and then they'll realize that they have to speed up, and then if you get to an endgame anyway, you'll have a time scramble. So it's not like it's going to improve the quality of endgames, it's just going to make people think a lot at the start of the game. So I think that, yeah, something a bit in between, not in between rapid and classical, but a bit faster, 90, 30, 30 is a rather good one, I think.
We're now at the halfway mark of the tournament. You have joined the leading pack on 4.5 out of 6. How do you reflect on the first half of your event?
So far it's so good. It's good. I mean, I maybe could have taken a little bit more of my chances, but overall +3 is nothing to complain about. Definitely quite satisfied for the moment with my score.
Do you feel that it's a bit easier for you to play here without the pressure of having to qualify to the candidates tournament?
Yeah, it's hard to say, because I still feel pressure. I want to do well. It's not like I'm, resting here or anything. I try to play my hardest and prepare as much as I can. Of course, I have a bit less pressure, let's say, coming into the final rounds, because you know, I don't have to worry about tie breaks or if this is a must-win game or something. But still, I'm trying to play well, so it's not like I'm without pressure.
You mentioned about preparing hard. Can you tell us a little bit about your preparation routine?
It's a little bit more relaxed than usual, I would say. Also because I'm here on my own without a second. So I'm trying not to drive myself crazy. I mean, people are very well prepared in the openings. I understand that I'm not going to be getting advantages like 90% of the time, but still it's good to have a game plan. So more or less I know what I'm going into the game looking for. And it doesn't always work out. For example, against Ervin, I really wanted to get a fight, but he was very familiar with this line, and it quickly turned into a very dry position. Against Sindarov, we had a very sharp game, but he surprised me first with, I have to admit, a very, very dubious line, but still he got the first surprise in. So yeah, anyway, I'm trying to take it a bit easy, not push too hard in the opening, but still have something in mind, let's say, try to surprise my opponent a bit.
You just mentioned Sindarov, you played him, you played Yasipenko, a lot of the youngsters doing well here. Is there anyone that has particularly impressed you?
Well, Sindarov is only one of these really young guys who I've never played before until now. And he's a very strong player, it's very clear. I suspect that he will, within the next 1-2 years, be a 27-50 player. Or, I mean, who knows, with the potential of someone, you never know. It could be, of course, much higher, or there could always be a little bit of a, let's say, stalling at some point. But he's obviously very talented, so I expect him to go very far. And with other guys, I've played them. I have a lot of experience, for example, against Noterbeck. We've played over the board, classical, blitz match online. Against some of the other players like Gukesh and Prague, they've already broken their way into the top, like almost 10 in the world. I think Gukesh has been there, and Prague is also quite close. So I don't even know if we can call them like kids anymore. You know, of course they're kids, but they play like they're any other of the best players in the world.
And finally, tomorrow is the rest day. Do you have any plans?
Well, I heard that it's going to be raining, so I guess not too many active plans, but I'll try to get some rest in.
Fantastic. Fabiano, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest day and congrats again.
Thank you.
Yeah, tomorrow will be a rainy day and it will be a rest day. And there we can see on the camera there has been a result. Anna Muzichuk wins against Bibisara Asaubaeva, and Anna Muzichuk moves on to 5 points. So now suddenly she is the sole leader of the event.
Yeah, fantastic game by her. She had pressure throughout, small advantage from the opening. And in the middle game, she pushed. Eventually, Asaubaeva did break. And this is the final position we see in front of us. Actually, in the break there, while Fabiano was giving us those words of wisdom, Jovanka, you mentioned F4, the winning move. And it simply wins the G5 pawn. Black cannot take on F4, of course, because White wins the race. White gets there first and makes a new queen.
Yep.
And yeah, she's the new queen of this tournament, this event so far, Anna Muzichuk.
Yes, and well, are there any other women's games going on? We have a handful of games. Antonetta Stefanova pushing hard against Arina Bulmaga in this endgame, and also, well, Stavrula Sulakidou is also playing off against Huan Tang Trang, and she does have 2 pawns to the good, whereas Paulina Shovalova is playing with an extra piece.
Yeah, so still some games underway in the women's section. They all look like endgames, long grinds, not too much direct drama going on. But yeah, still a lot of life left. And we will come to the open section where things are also taking a slower turn. Still one more time control ahead over there. But we are, in the meantime, getting ready a very special guest for you. So don't go anywhere, anyone. And yeah, what do you think, Jovanka?
I just also wanted to mention that the bishop versus pawn endgames between Efrominski and but Monguntul also finished in a draw. There you can see a bishop by itself does not do a thing.
Yeah, one of the games of the round so far. Lots of drama in this one. Piece sacrifices galore. Traps to avoid for both sides. In the end, a draw seemed like a fair result. And in the meantime, while we get this interview set up, we will mention that yeah, in the open section. Still plenty of life left, plenty of games. We'll bring you more details on Artemiev against Firouzja, Yakubov against Vincent Keimer, and the others, including Vidit and Hans Niemann, who could join the leading pack.
Yes. Well, the players are keeping us in suspense. A lot of exciting endgames. Actually, nothing is very clear cut. I mean, even the game between Artemiev and Firouzja could turn. One bad move and Firouzja will be losing.
Yep. So this one, we could be right back in it. And yeah, it feels like there's no kind of direct forcing lines, nothing too big to calculate yet, but we've seen it before, right, Jovanka? As we approach the 6th hour, the next time control that moves 60 in the open section, that's where things really heat up again.
Absolutely. And talking about heating up, well, we did see a change of a leader in the women's section with Anna Muzichuk defeating Bibisara Asabaeva. And right here in the studio, we have Anna ready to discuss her game with Fiona.
Anna, congratulations. You're now in the sole lead. Before we take a look at the highlights from the game, just tell me, how do you feel after that win against Bibisara?
Good. Yes, it's always good to win. So, and I believe it was an important win in terms of the tournament standings and the tournament overall. Yeah. So yeah, it was a difficult and long game.
Do you want to take us through some of the important moments, the highlights of the game?
Well, first of all, this line was d5 and d6. Bibisara plays it from time to time, but much more often she plays second move knight f6. So I just checked it briefly. And somewhere here, I think, well, bishop e3. Well, it looks like maybe white is slightly better, but at the same time, black's position is also very solid. So I saw knight a5, but I also thought about some plan like rook d8, e6, putting the knight on d5. But okay, she wanted to take one of my bishops so that I don't have a bishop there, and well, she could also wait with taking on b3, but I don't know. I don't think it changes the relation so much. And then I think her main mistake was that she was trying to deviate from queen's exchange and not going to the endgame. I mean, there were a couple of moments. Where are they? Like, for example, after queen c4, there was this small queen d5. And I think I have to take. And okay, some line like knight d7. For example, I want to play knight c5, but she can play d6. If I go knight d8, she goes knight c7. And I think it should be about equal. And there was also one more moment where she didn't go for queen's exchange. I don't really remember.
Why do you think she didn't exchange queens?
Well, because maybe she was expecting to play for some, I don't know, to create some combinations. Actually, in the game she managed, because here after b6 I made a very sophisticated move, queen e3. I remember, because, okay, after queen b6 there is knight c4, right? And here I do the same, but just with the tempo left. So I mean, I simply forgot she can take after queen e3. So I was like thinking like queen c7 or queen c6, then there is some contract like queen d4 and knight king g7, knight e4 is coming. And I was considering between these two moves, and I don't know, I don't want to go. I'll play solid. I'll play queen e3, and then when I play queen e3, and then but the pawn is here, and then I get the same position. I don't think it matters so much if I take immediately or I play queen e3 and then take on b6, but it just there is no point to give a tempo. And okay, this endgame.
How did you feel at the start of the endgame? What was your feeling, your evaluation?
I thought it would end in a draw, but I don't know. Okay, I don't know. I invented this check so that to have her king on the back rank, and then I decided, okay, I'll sacrifice all the pawns. And, if there will be perpetual, okay, it will be perpetual. And I think she missed this idea with queen d4 where it is. Like here after king c4 when she played g5, okay, she missed that the pawns endgames lost, yeah, because there's this, and I am faster by, I think, 1/10.
So did you feel that Queen B6 was maybe the...
No,
the
G5 was the final mistake. Like here, she could still take on F2 and play something like Queen D8, King G7, B6, and... What is this card?
We think White is winning,
Ah, this is win?
better try. Maybe E5 instead of G5 to stop your Queen D4.
Yeah, definitely E5 was better. Because, okay, after G5 it's just lost. So yes, E5. E5 or Queen F2, then. But E5 then King D5.
Yeah, we still think it's very strong for White. Queen B6, we thought maybe going passive was wrong.
Okay.
Looks like a nice endgame.
And then, actually, in that moment when she allowed you to play Queen D4, we saw her on the camera. Sort of, it was visible that she was, she had missed something. Did you notice it during the game?
Yes, even before I played Queen D4, it was.
Were you surprised to see her reacting so strongly?
No, well, when you're holding for 50 moves and you're expecting to make a draw, and then you don't, then you obviously don't want to blunder anything.
Anna, with that victory, you're actually the player in the tournament with the most points in both sections, 5 out of 6. I imagine you're very happy with how the first half of the tournament has gone for you?
Yeah, it could hardly be better, of course, and the start was really good for me.
How are you enjoying being back on the Isle of Man?
I am not back. It's my first
it's
time.
your first time. For some reason, I expected that you always play everywhere. So how are you enjoying your first time on the Isle
I've never
of Man?
played here, and yeah, it's my first time on Isle of Man. Well, you know, for chess players, many things depends on how their tournament goes. If it goes okay, then you're like, yeah, everything is good. But when it goes wrong, then it's rainy, it's windy, something is going wrong. So, yeah.
Well, it's great to have you here. I'm going to turn to our commentators to see if they have any questions.
Yeah, Anna, the last Grand Swiss 2 years ago, you were commentating instead of playing. I've got to ask, which do you prefer?
Well, I really love commentating. It's a lot of fun. It's two different directions, and well, I can't call myself as a commentator, but I really enjoy it.
Yeah, and tomorrow it will be the free day. What will you be doing?
I don't know. I don't have any plans at the moment, but I'll try to walk a little bit around the city if the weather permits. And well, of course, on the free day, you still prepare for your next game, so this will also be a part.
Let's hope the weather allows for some walks and for some exploring. Anna, congratulations again. Thank you so much for stopping by, and enjoy the rest day tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Score, let alone against such strong opposition. And in the meantime, we see plenty of play left in the open section, Jovanka, where we've actually seen a cool tactic I've just wanted to point out from Firouzja. It looks like he's blundered, but he's got a trap up his sleeve. It looks like White can play the move Rook takes Knight. And if now Black, for example, takes the Bishop, then whoops, there's a check, there's a fork, and when the Black King moves, the bishop falls, and it's nice that you're attacking the black rook before the white rook is captured. Instead, however, of course, black will take the rook, and after this check, it looks like white has won a knight and bishop for rook. But at the very end, black has the move king to e5, maybe even king d5, but either way, you're attacking the knight and attacking the bishop. You regain the material.
Yeah, a nice trick there from Firouzja, and wow. Position is very complicated, and if we go back to the game position,
I just realized here knight c5. So there's tricks. Rook takes bishop.
I was trying to figure out like why the evaluation bar wasn't our friend, but
whoops.
It's been a long day of commentary.
Been a super long day. So actually, in this position, what Firouzja must have calculated then is that he can move his king to a different square. It must be d5.
But then you have a check.
Yeah, but then a check, and I was hoping to continue chasing your knight, but then the knight gets driven round to g4 where it protects its bishop.
Yep.
Actually, this variation, we talked about the live position.
Okay, hang on a second. Let's rework out that one, because that was pretty
all
concrete, right? So rook takes bishop.
Yeah, if white doesn't go for this, then I think white can say goodbye to his winning chances, actually. I was going to say, if king g3, maybe this is the only other way to continue the game. If you go back to defend your bishop via g1, then we'll see a repetition of the position, check. And you continue. So pretty much it's king g3 advancing, or rook takes knight, as we talked about. So, okay, rook takes knight has to be a recapture.
Yeah, there is also rook takes bishop.
But this one we mentioned as
knight check.
Yeah,
the knight check, yes. And
attacking the rook at the very end, white wins.
I forgot that,
so
sorry, David.
No.
Yeah.
Don't worry, it's 6th hour of play. I think my brain is fried, so thanks for putting up with all my blunders. Knight d6, check.
I don't think you made a single blunder today.
Oof, you've jinxed it. Now I'm going to blunder my the house.
Okay. King.
Wait. Oh, wait.
Oh, hang on a second. If you've got to put your king
on a square, it can't be checked.
Yeah, I'm going to put it on g6.
G6,
no.
Yeah, looks good.
Yeah, and then after knight takes bishop, rook to e2.
Yeah, so.
And maybe it doesn't work because you can get checked again.
Check.
Yeah.
If you take now, then whoops. And these pesky knights. Oh my gosh, they're tricky.
Okay, so let's try again. Maybe don't put the king on g6, but.
Okay, instead of g6, it's like a lucky dip. 1, option 2, 3.
Okay, you can put it on g8.
G8, yeah.
Yeah.
And if I take.
And now rook.
2, then I check. And wow, this could be a draw. Bishop d4. It looks like white's stabilized, but
keep going. No, but
harass
no,
this
but the
piece
bishop
forever.
can step.
Bishop c3. But the knight's coming back to defend it.
Yeah.
Unless rook d3. I mean, this goes on. How has Firouzja calculated this?
Maybe he hasn't. Maybe.
Still, maybe a draw. Knight e4 now protects the bishop. But rook e3, there's a check.
And there's also.
Oh wait, there's this check.
There's also
sorry.
d6 check.
And yeah, the pawn drops.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! So where is the draw in this variation? I think Artemiev should go for this because there's no risk, and as we've seen, there are some traps involved. But Firouzja does have a lot of time. So knight check forced. Where else could black run? I think we've said the main moves, no?
Yeah.
We've suggested
okay,
pretty much everything so far. I liked your king g8, just far, far away.
The knight takes bishop.
Knight takes, we attack.
Could it be something? What about this particular? So if you abandon like this idea of winning the bishop, maybe you just chase the b pawn, because after all, that pawn is going to be a difficult one to stop.
So for example, in a position such as this one, how do we do this? b4?
Well, I thought you could do it like earlier.
Okay.
So instead of chasing.
Okay, so even in this position, just rook b2?
Rook b2.
Okay, makes a lot of sense. Actually, yeah, makes a bunch of sense. Bishop d4.
And rook takes pawn.
Check. Maybe you just cling onto your pawn, actually.
Yeah.
That's trying to win it, but you can just defend it. No fear of ghosts on the eve of Halloween. Yeah, you don't have to worry about this discover check. Yeah, actually, rook b2, I like that move. I think this is what he's banking his hopes on, and the b pawn will most likely cost white a piece long term.
Or at least tie up the bishop and the knight, so that then the rook and king can coordinate and munch on the kingside pawns. Very sophisticated stuff from Alireza Firouzja, and we see both players diving in thought. I think I would be completely bedazzled and baffled by all those variations, and I would probably try and play something else because you're just afraid on these long variations that you miss something.
Yeah, the only other way to keep white's winning chances alive, as we mentioned, is king to g3, which does look a bit clumsy. Now the king is tied down defending its bishop, the bishop tied down blocking the second rank. That being said, white does have ideas of pushing the h-pawn forward, maybe some knight checks at some point. The one thing in the game position that I don't think white should try is to, for example, trade rooks, because the more pieces that disappear, the closer we get towards a draw. This b-pawn weak as well. Opposite colour bishops without rooks should lead to deadlock, to a draw.
And we're getting notes that in other results, that Gukash actually lost to Suleimanli. So we did pop in that game right at the very beginning, and we saw that Gukash had blundered, sacrificed a piece.
Yeah.
We weren't sure. But it wasn't that easy for Suleimani. But, well, as we can see by the final position, Gukash didn't have a chance.
Super manly, as we call him. He kept the extra piece till the end of the game and actually even managed to get one of his pawns down the board. So yeah, Gukash just not a player in form right now. He's been playing a lot. A lot of these young players actually at risk of suffering burnout. They've been playing non-stop pretty much this whole year. So it's unfortunate that his off tournament was here in the Isle of Man. But yeah, he'll bounce back, Gukash. Still one of the top players in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And in other results, Jeffrey Xiong lost to Ariane Tari.
Yeah, birthday boy Jeffrey Xiong. There is a bit of a kind of a phenomenon in the chess world, losing on your birthday. I've done it myself. I don't know about you, Jovanka.
Yeah, well, I rarely play on my birthday, but I also wonder whether it's because you're disappointed with your gifts. No one has given you a gift and you're like, I'm in a bad mood. It's my birthday and no one remembered. And then on top of that, you have to play chess. Yeah. And we really just want to be partying or celebrating.
Celebrating is a good word.
Yeah.
And this was the final position of that game where Norwegian number 2, Ariane Tari, won against the birthday boy himself. This check just overwhelming for Black. Black's actually up on material, rook and 2 knights for the white queen, but not coordinated. They can't hold each other together. G6, and this knight would simply fall. And I think now's a good moment while the kind of top boards are moving at a slower pace to recap some of the other results. Jovanka, some of the more exciting games or more exciting moves of the round.
Yes, and let's take a quick review of the Korobov game.
Yeah, Anton Korobov, fan favorite, winning against actually a really informed player, Grandmaster Kui Bokharov from Australia. And this final position is nice. This is just total domination. White has 2 rooks against the black queen. I'm wondering where this little transition happened. It looks like actually for a long, long time the white rooks were facing off against the queen, and in the end, in the final position, black is just stuck. Knight, if the black queen ever moves away, knight e5 will come, and black is just pinned and pinned. Yeah, picturesque.
Picturesque game. And another beautiful game that a little birdie told us was spectacular was the game between Adiban against Ituria Zaga. Gosh, these guys are so good. And look what board they are, 53.
Board 53. I mean, this is incredible. These are 2 top-class grandmasters. Ituria Zaga is the 3-time and reigning Spanish champion. Adiban, the beast himself. Yeah, he's a fantastic player, and this was the final position with the skewer, but this doesn't tell half the story, Jovanka, because if I trace the way all the way back to the opening, we saw a crazy position. White now played bishop takes c5, and actually this position, white is down a whole rook. He's already sacrificed a rook. This came from an open Sicilian. Not just that, but check out the next few moves. Super cool. Rook d1, the black queen moved, and rather than move the bishop that is attacked, he simply slides with the queen.
Oh, nice.
Threatening a back rank checkmate. Queen takes bishop. This would end the game. This belongs. This diagram belongs in books. Checkmate here. Black gave the king some breathing space. G5, trying to take advantage of the fact the bishop is attacked, trying to create a passed pawn as well. And this was met by the equally spectacular queen d8 check, giving up the queen anyway. And after king g7, taking the rook, threatening to promote. But this could be prevented with knight g6, covering the f8 square. Adiban, though, look at this. I mean, f5, closing the box, just playing on it as if nothing happened. Who needs queens? Knight back to f8, blocking. And in this position, it actually objectively should still be holdable for black, but after a bit of tickle, after a few checks, he simply played the move pawn to b3, played on, rejected a draw, giving his king some breathing space, and black here, unfortunately not in time to deliver Petrov, because look at this move. Bishop takes b4, jumping out the way, tactics galore in this game, and because the fact the white pawn is promoting, the queen is hit, black went down on material, rook g8, and eventually white did win this endgame.
Stupendous game, wow. And well, we did mention that there was an Isle of the Man clash right at the bottom of the table between Dietmar Kolbus and Li Wu. We can also check in on that game, and we can see there Li Wu is the new Manx champion.
At least in this event, he wins local bragging rights. Dietmar Kolbus with white had a holdable position for a while, but he was pawned down for most of the game, and Li Wu with black in the final position, winning just after the first time control because a queen trade. Black has 2 connected pass pawns, which will soon start marching. So Li Wu, after drawing earlier in the tournament with a very, very strong opponent over 2600, now picks up his first win of the event.
Yep, he moves to 1.5 points out of 6. And let's revisit the top boards. We do have news for you. So between, you were mentioning whether Artemiev should take the knight. He did. Rook takes knight, played.
Rook takes knight, played, and real shock to see Firouzja even thinking here. We mentioned there's literally just one move to keep the game going. Oh, wait. Rook takes knight as well.
Oh.
Missed that one. Pawn takes rook we thought is holding, is a draw, but rook takes knight. Must admit, I forgot about this.
Hang on a second. Is it that simple?
Because the knight was so strong, it was about to deliver a check anyway. So why not remove that knight? And both rooks are hanging. In the end, he does take the rook. I think the more logical of the moves. This one's hard to weigh up, Jovanka. White has pawn pushing here, and white will create another pass pawn no matter what on the other flank. So this was big risk attached. Instead, he does take the rook back.
Yeah. And, well, now it's crunch time for Ali Reza. Once the knight comes to d6 to give a check, we're waiting for Artemiev to come back to the board. We will see whether he'll try and chase that knight. And we weren't so successful on, actually, when we moved the king forward, trying to harass the knight away from the protection of his own bishop. But instead, we thought black had reasonable chances actually putting the king towards the edge of the board and then going for the b pawn.
Yeah, and then going for the b pawn. Earlier we were doing a recap of the other boards, Jovanka. We heard that on board 53, was it one of the lower boards?
53 is the Adiban.
Not 53, it was on board 55 even, between Vahap Sanal and Alon Greenfeld. The players had to be moved. There's such a heavy storm right now in the Isle of Man that there was actually a leak in the tournament hall. It was a rainy day, and in the meantime, a rainy day, I believe, for neither of these two players, actually, a draw between Nodibek Yakubov and Vincent Keimer. In the end, it was a fortress for white. He held firm against the black queen.
And it was well-deserved draw for both players. It did look like that Vincent would be trying for a long, long time, but okay. Sometimes it's good to conserve the energy. Remember, this event is like a marathon. We're talking about long time controls here. I mean, could easily see 7 hours of play.
As we have done
as we have
previous days. We've now had over 5 hours already in both sections. Vincent Keimer, I'm surprised he only made it to move 44 in this game. He only pressed after the time control for 4 moves. Here with black, there's zero risk attached, really. You could try to reposition this knight, repurpose it eventually, maybe into d3. You could try rerouting this bishop maybe over across to d3. Still takes a while, still needs maybe some help from the opponent, but really surprising to see him in a kind of 2-result position, just acquiesce to that draw.
Well, a draw it is, and whereas a draw is far from likely in the game between Radoslav Wojciech against Erwin Lamy, and you have to remember as well that Wojciech has fantastic memories in the Isle of Man, and I think it was 2018 that he won this event, and his wife scored, I think, her first or second GM norm. I mean, together they reigned supreme, notching all the points.
Yeah, Wojciech winning the event here in the Isle of Man back before it was the Grand Swiss, and his wife winning the women's prize, top prize as well. So that was just, family celebration day. Great day. And his wife not playing here, but a strong player in her own right, of course. Right now, we left it a few moves back. White's not made that much progress, just pushing a pawn on f4. What do you think the winning plan is here, Jovanka? Rook endgames are so tricky.
Yes, so, okay, my initial reaction is just to go f5.
f5.
Yes, and then what I want to do is...
this is really clever. I just want to point out your trick. Rook takes rook takes a5. We take.
I love, David, how you rescue me and you say, oh, this is a really clever trick. No, the reality was I completely forgot the pawn was hanging.
But, I mean, it works. It works out well. You traded rooks. You gave me a pawn, but rook's off the board, and the a-pawn will promote. Or white can even push the e-pawn now. One of them will promote.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's exactly what I saw.
It's the 6th hour. It's hard.
I'll tell you what I really saw.
Okay,
I just saw that you go pawn takes pawn, and then I thought you go rook takes pawn, and the whole idea is that you have to push the king back. Yes, the pawn on f7 has to be defended, and now you can run with the h-pawn.
It's the trousers again.
Yes.
It's the A and H, the two legs of the trousers. It's hard to stop them both.
Exactly, and you can get your rook behind the pawn. So that was my deep thinking behind it.
Yeah.
And luckily for me, actually rook takes a5 isn't possible.
Yeah, I like it. I actually think it's much more effective. I was going to say than h5. h5's probably just winning as well, but f5, I like the fact you have two pass pawns, as opposed to the game where we're likely to see white still struggle to create a pass pawn in the center.
This was my big issue, actually, because, you know, at least if you have the h-pawn, the rook on a7 has to be decoyed over to h8. Like this, as you mentioned, it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, it'll still take a long, long time. He can probably do it methodically, just step by step, but yeah, real surprise. f5 looked so smooth, looked painless. Yeah, a win, he won't win. Oh, I was going to do a pun. I butchered that one. He won't win this game, but he might still draw this game.
And okay, well, the players will be playing that one on for a long time. Can we revisit the game between Vidit and Hans Niemann? Because Hans did scurry back to e8 with the queen, and as we saw, the pawn was snapped up by the knight on e5, and we also see bishop c8 and queen a7 played.
Yeah, all hands on deck. Black really curling up into a ball, trying to defend everything here.
We're getting
really scraping the barrel now with the puns.
No, my favorite was that yu yang yi. That was perfect.
Yeah, the yin to my yang yi. Knight g6, played by Hans Niemann. He's trying to bank on the bishop pair if they survive, and or trying to reactivate his queen. I wonder now, after knight takes g6, I don't know if black can get away with taking this knight. I think he can, because after a recapture, you take this pawn. Check.
And if the white king wants to run away from the checks, you have to run onto the d line.
If you go to f1, then the checks will continue. If you run to the d file, then check, and I regain the material later, take the bishop back. The big question for me was what happens if white swoops back to hold and block. But maybe I just continue grabbing pawns.
Yes.
The carousel of checks.
And, well, you're going to... If I go... Yeah, they are very hard to avoid, actually, because if I step forward to f3, then simply you're going to check on... Yep, that's going to win the piece back. And if I intercept the check, then, well,
back
check
on
again.
The carousel. Yeah, this is the checking motif. If the king drops to the back rank, if it goes to f1, you check in the corner. If it goes to d1, you check on b1. And yeah, maybe the king can snake its way out, kind of zigzag out to d2. The only way I see to try and win. But at the very least, it's going to cost you a bunch of pawns and some serious counterplay in practical terms. So I think great move from Hans Niemann, knight g6. And yeah, maybe you just have to trade knights. Or I guess you could retreat. You could keep knights on the board. The one thing not to do is play bishop takes bishop, because now after knight takes, there are some real counterplay. The black queen and black knight will combine. And yeah, you might really regret this. We might see a full turnaround.
Yeah. Hang on a second. Can I just...
sorry, in that variation?
Yeah, in that variation. Yeah. Because I just want to check. Yeah, bishop f6 was the only thing I wanted to check out.
Yeah, it's not a check. Why are you checking it out?
Ah.
Okay, now I'll give check. Queen
And
h5.
now you have to go king to d2.
Yeah, king d2.
And here I just wanted to...
Yeah, keeping black honest.
Exactly.
Big threat. I guess maybe at the very least I can drop back and block.
It's still not easy, right?
Not easy. Yeah, the white bishop will now retreat, and actually everything's covered. The
Yeah.
f2 pawn's defended. White's still a pawn up. But it feels like with opposite colour bishops, maybe a bit more counterplay.
And less overwhelming. Like if you compare this position with the actual game position, if we can have the game position.
Yep, let's try and get that up. Yeah, it feels so overwhelming for white.
Yeah,
it's a really handsome position here for white, but yeah, maybe keep the knights on.
Yeah. And
I saw a grimace from one of our crowd members here when I made
yeah.
that joke. So yeah, I'll stop now on that D3.
No, keep them coming, David. Impress me with your wit. And let's have the game position up. So when we compare the game position, then
yeah, knight D3. I quite like the idea of keeping the knight on the board, just because black's knight is a bit dominated right now. Knights on the 6th rank are always controlled if there's a pawn staring opposite them, like this. But it is the bishop pair, and you can keep them on somehow. Maybe queen f7.
Queen f7, yeah.
Forcing white to move.
Go bishop to b8.
Or maybe b6.
b6,
I'm not sure
yeah.
which one. And yeah, the game goes on. Hans is still on the back foot, but he's still alive. I think that's a big kind of step forward for him right now.
Yeah, he is still wriggling, right? These guys, they're good. And
yeah, these 2700s, you have to beat them many times in one game alone.
And talking about 2600s, 2700s, let's go over to Alireza Firouzja. And I'm just impressed by the speed of which both these guys see things, because yes, he immediately went for the B pawn with the rook.
Yeah, so let's just recap these last few moves. After a takes b5, we left it here. There was a check. The king moved. And yeah, we were talking about going back, but this is also very logical, putting the king on g6 and not getting tempted to chase this knight. This would have been a bit of a backfire, a bit of a misstep, because check forces the black king to a bad square. No matter where it goes, it's going to get hit. Actually, I just wanted to point out a cool tactic. If king to h6, white looks like he's about to lose a piece, but knight f6 holds everything together due to the fact that there's a fork at the very end.
Yep.
So instead of getting drawn into all these tricks, Alireza keeps things simple, eliminates the white b pawn, and yeah, the position we see in front of us, it feels like the b pawn should create enough counterplay. But if Jovanka, we see black's rook have to give itself up for white's 2 pawns, we'll see bishop and knight versus king, which we do have in the women's section.
Yeah, and let's go over and check to see whether the bishop and knight. Okay.
Yeah, bishop and knight versus king. Do you think she will know how to checkmate Shuvalova here in this endgame? We've seen it once before already in the women's section.
Yes, absolutely think that she will know how to checkmate.
Yeah, we saw a successful conversion of this endgame a bit earlier in the event. I believe that was by
Kamila Danova.
Yeah. So this time it's Paulina Shuvalova who has to win. So the idea, we highlighted it a few days ago, but the idea is to force the white king into one of the corners. If it's a light squared corner, you just need to catch it there and then push it slowly into a dark squared corner. You checkmate on either a1 or a8 eventually, on one of these 2 squares. So it takes a while.
Yeah.
And we've had so far 8 moves in this endgame. Normally takes on average around 21 moves if you do it perfectly. So she's already spent 8 moves.
And no, this isn't the only game in the women's section, actually. But we are expecting Paulina to net that point. But can we go to Antonetta Stefanova against Irina Bulmaga? Antonetta trying to nurture a 1-pawn advantage. It's opposite color bishops.
Yeah, she's been so close for so long, but I think black's just Irina Bulmaga here. She's clung on. She's held everything perfectly. Black king, a great blockader. How to evict that king? You have to somehow deliver a check, but as soon as your rook moves away off the f-file, the white king gets driven further away, and even if you land a check now, even if black just waits, for example, it's hard to continue pushing this pawn.
Yeah.
d7 always met by king takes bishop suddenly.
And bishop f8 is the only way that I can see to at least
position.
threaten, but you have to be a little bit careful, right?
Are you threatening it? Let's be cold-blooded. Rook takes pawn. d7 I'll meet by sliding behind.
Yeah.
Lock and key.
Yeah, well, it's not threatening a single thing. So yeah, okay, then black has a fortress.
Black looks like she has a fortress right now, but under 1 minute each for the rest of this game. No added time at move 60.
Yep.
Of course, in the women's section, The other plan would be at some point to give up your rook for this pawn and maybe black's bishop and try and push the h-pawn, but I don't see any world in which that might work.
No,
She'll press.
you'd need to somehow or other get the rook to f6, at the same time put the bishop on g5, and I don't see how you can do that without losing the pawn on d6.
Yeah, and we should mention we've had 15 moves in this game without a pawn push or a capture. So the 50 move rule very much in effect, just as it will be in that bishop and knight endgame. There's one other final game.
Yeah, there is another one between Stavroula Sulakidou against Huang Tangtrang. And Huang Tangtrang is trying to hold this position 2 pawns down. The evaluation bar says it's completely winning for white, but they've had a lot of moves. They might be nearing the 50 move mark, actually, in terms of both sides have played 50 moves.
This is move 82 we're currently on, and
the last pawn or capture was, it was 47.
Move 47,
no,
we
hang
had
on.
this position. Move 48, we saw bishop takes b2. So 48 was the last time we saw a pawn push. 82 minus 48, Jovanka.
No,
don't
do that to me.
Is that 34? Is it
48 if at 50? That's 98.
Okay.
98.
So 98 is the magical mark. So we're currently at move 34 in terms of making progress. So we have 16 moves left for Stavroula as white to push one of these pawns forward. It's not going to be easy. Black's built the perfect fortress, almost covering the square with literally every single piece.
Maybe the white king shouldn't be where it is. I'm just thinking. Yeah, I'm just thinking it should be like on e3 or somewhere. Okay, well we see.
It was at e3 about
E3?
36 moves ago.
Yeah.
Jovanka. Bishop e6, and now the problem for white is you can't trade any minor pieces. If I play a move such as this one, am I losing on the spot? I'm a bit close to getting checkmated. I've got to be careful with this. Oh wait, knight g6 is going to come with a check. I was going to say I could, for example, close the door, and if you play bishop g6, checkmate you.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, knight g6 is a check before that happens. And opposite color bishop endgames, white will not make any progress. Firm blockade. So yeah, bishop e6. Bishop f5 played as we expected. So this is actually the game position.
Okay.
The clock is ticking, both literally and in terms of the move counter.
Yeah. And now black can actually give a check.
Yeah,
oh no, but hang on.
Come to f6. This is clever. The king will come to f6, then she will reroute her bishop round to kick away this knight. Maybe she's actually got closer now. The black king, actually the move I suggested that she ended up playing bishop f5 might have been a blunder. Maybe she just needed to wait on the long diagonal, because now at least you can always put your king on f5, stopping the white king getting round.
Yep.
In the game position, the king's coming.
Yeah, the king is coming to f6. Is there any hope with knight to g?
Knight g6 check.
Yeah.
I'll drop back.
And now knight takes.
Knight takes bishop.
No, but then I've just literally given you a pass pawn. So nope, that's
one
no.
pawn will promote. No bueno. In this game, king e7. I think this one's just lost. It might be the heartbreaking scenario of her being 2 or 3 moves away from the 50 move rule mark, where the game is automatically declared drawn.
Yeah.
I think she won't be able to make it that far. White will just about break through in time. We see bishop b1 and king f6. Simple winning plan now. Black's pieces are frozen. The king is just really poorly placed on h7 suddenly. And if black continues to wait, I think we might see, for example, bishop to f2, and the knight is kicked. Suddenly the pawns will march.
Yeah. And what move is this?
This will, now we're on move 86, so she still has 12 moves to push a pawn.
Okay.
She should just be in time.
And there we see she does wait with the bishop. And Stavroula, well, she has 2 minutes, and yeah, she will take it just 2 moves to kick out that knight.
And in the meantime, as she is about to kick out that knight, or even just push her pawn through, brute force, f5 will win next move. Let's check out the other endgame here, bishop and knight versus king. We're about to see a handshake between Beduleyeva and Shuvalova, as she has correctly closed the cage. And we see a resignation. The king caught in the dark square corner.
Yep.
Nice technique from Shuvalova.
Definitely.
Never in
Never
doubt.
in doubt. Yes, I was going to say the same thing as well. And okay, well, we see Huang Tangtrang about to lose to Stavroula. But let's go back to the open section and move to the Vidit against Hans Niemann, because Hans did come up with some ingenious plans to try to wriggle free. And if we look at the evaluation bar, it looks like he's been successful.
Wow, potentially saving the game now. Hans Niemann still on the back foot, still a pawn down, still with not that much time on the clock. But should we catch up, Jovanka?
Let's find out how the players got here.
Knight g6, last move played, and I was advocating knight back to d3, partly because I want to keep pieces on the board, and this knight on g6 is not that great, and partly because actually the white king will feel really safe hiding behind its own knight, as we've seen in multiple games this tournament so far. Instead, after knight g6, we saw the move, sorry, let's catch up with the game. We saw the move bishop takes d8, and I said this is one to avoid. Knight takes e5, and
did the bishop f6 come
bishop
on the
f6
board?
wasn't played. I liked your bishop f6, actually, at least getting back to safer ground, but queen c7 instead, allowing a check, allowing counterplay, and the knight's coming in. This looks like a nice check from Hans Niemann. There's real counterplay. I'm really shocked that Vidit didn't drop his bishop back, but knight f3 check. Apparently a blunder according to the evaluation bar.
Yeah, I mean, it's the most natural move, but on the other hand, the knight and the queen are not coordinating very well. So,
Which way then?
I kind of want to go to
e3.
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 And
forward.
Yeah, or maybe I'm going to go to c3.
C3 looks nice.
Yeah,
There's no checks.
Yeah, exactly. And then I can hide on b2. Yes.
Yeah, for example, if black comes around and tries to check from the corner, I think you just safely hide on b2. And the problem is bishop f6 will guard this diagonal, and no checks. Oh wait, there's also a bishop attacked. I was preoccupied going for checkmate, but actually bishop f6 would allow bishop d7, breaking the tension on the 7th rank. Yeah, why not be greedy, Jovanka? I know you love to grab pawns, but everyone loves to grab pieces.
Exactly.
Queen takes c8, and this is just one check after all. I think you're able to hide. I think on a2. I say it reluctantly, no more checks. And the white knight will jump back to defend.
Knight is a king's best friend. I mean, it's like the theme of the tournament, right?
Yeah. Every single round there seem to be these crazy battles with queens on the board, and in the meantime, okay, Stefanova did manage to win her game. We thought that was a fortress. We thought Bulmaga defended extremely well, but in the end, with time ticking, unable to hold.
Wow, shall we just go through the last few moves to see how it was done? Oh.
Yeah, there was actually a bunch of moves since we were last here. We last left this after king g7. Black correctly waited, bishop e4. The rook came round. She's going behind, and okay, rook to f4. Oh, I think maybe a mistake around here. Bishop to d3 now from from Bulmaga. She needed to watch out for this check.
Yeah, she needs to cover f7. Yeah.
Yeah, actually already difficult. Maybe she needed to get out the way of a check first of all, so that she would be able to meet this one with the rook sliding behind. Still difficult.
Yeah.
It's very hard to defend these positions with 30 seconds on the clock. Bishop d3 allowed a check, and the pawn pushed. Now simply, getting mated the black king.
Yes. Oh, nice idea there from Stefanova. And now every single game in the women's section is completed. So maybe we can take a look at the standings, and first of all have a look at the results. And once again, it's another decisive day at the office, with just 2 games finishing in a draw between Vaishali and
Anna Muzi. What?
No, this is the wrong round. We're in round 6.
This is round 6. Apologies, many apologies. There were lots of decisive results in round 6, as we'll show you shortly. But yeah, just an indicator. We did this on purpose. An indicator that every round in the women's tournament is bloodthirsty. And there we go. It's been a white day. Lots of wins for white, Jovanka.
Yeah, lots of wins for white. And the most significant thing was Anna Muzichuk beating Bibisara Asabieva. And she moves into the lead with 5 points out of 6. But close behind her, there's Alexandra Goryachkina and Vaishali.
Yeah. And we look forward to later on in the day, showing you the standings. In the meantime, I think we have to rush back to the Hans Niemann game because he's just made what the evaluation bar says is a decisive blunder. Let's try and get the live position up as well. Queen h1 was a mistake.
Refresh. Yeah. Queen h1 being a mistake on the board according to the computer, but it's the most natural move in the world. Threatening queen to a1 check. So, big question. Does white just simply step back with the king?
Yeah, I think you're right, Jovanka. There's no need to catch this bishop yet. It's actually trapped. So king to b2 would be a really classy way to cut out any checks on the back rank, as we highlighted. And I think that whole variation we showed, we predicted it just fully accurately because there's nothing to do with black. I don't see any counterplay at all. The black knight can't get to a square it can ever deliver check. Yep. The white knight actually really well placed, covering c4 luckily, so black's knight cannot use that square as a launch pad. And two threats for white, queen takes bishop, and bishop f6 would actually end in checkmate against the black king.
Yep. And also the knight on a5 covers the b3 square, so just in case the queen finds itself taking a pawn on b4, knight b3 is a nice response.
Knight b3 ends everything. Yeah, at least it looks that way, although still some counterplay with knights coming to c4 still.
Okay. Well,
maybe this is the best bet.
Maybe that is the best bet after king to b2, queen to e1.
Queen to e1. And I do wonder whether we can go for the other threat.
Yeah, exactly. Go for checkmate.
Go for checkmate.
And
and
then
now queen takes, knight blocks. The problem is the queen
goes back to f8. Oh.
Back.
And as you've highlighted, defense the g7 pawn.
Defense her bishop as well. Yeah, this one not easy still for Vidit. He has 10 minutes on the clock. They're at move 49, so still 11 moves to make before the second time control. Should we show what happens if queen takes bishop?
Yep.
Partly because I'm wondering as well. Queen takes bishop. I don't think this quite works out. I think we would see a full turnaround because this actually ends in checkmate, Jovanka.
And if the king steps, then
king b3 would end in a checkmate this way, and if it steps towards the center, as you mentioned.
Well, then there's queen to.
Where's the checkmate?
I guess it has to be
queen d1.
Queen d1.
Wait, no, maybe not. Queen d1. Maybe the king goes to e3 and holds everything.
Oh, maybe
wait, check.
Yeah. Okay, king goes.
Take.
Ah.
And now king d1 leads to checkmate, and king going the other way leads to another checkmating pattern, queen e1. And yeah, sooner or later, white will be forced into the corner and trapped. So actually, a full 360 swing. Vidit won't go for this, surely. But if he's not going for it, what else is he thinking about? Maybe he's considering knight b3 and or king b2.
But you still have the same idea, right? After knight b3, the queen can come to e1, check.
Check, yeah.
And after it just...
take this pawn.
Yeah, exactly. And then the knight does its funny business.
Yeah, knight e5, and wow, we see an evaluation bar in front of us saying that black is holding, black is drawing thanks to a knight getting to c4. But for a human, this is so tempting to take a piece. Either way, it looks like king b2 is the right path to go. And after queen to e1, then he should be thinking Vidit right now. Not sure what else you can try here. I don't see any checks at all. So knight c6 maybe, defending this pawn.
Maybe...
in this position, you have another idea?
Yeah, the thing is the bishop is still on prise, so I'm thinking if you take some time out and defend, but how to do it?
Yeah, how to do it, that's the problem. Queen takes b4, it's not easy to hold this pawn.
No, I was thinking bishop
e7.
Bishop e7
wow,
with the idea of going bishop f8.
Oh, okay, I missed it. I thought the idea was to actually just take this bishop, but no, we're going for checkmate. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it does look a bit scary to allow some checks from behind, but they're not getting anywhere. Actually, here maybe you can go for checkmate, but you can probably just take the bishop and run, run for the hills.
We probably can. And if you go for checkmate.
Oh, sorry, in this position, king b2. You'll move bishop b7, going for checkmate. Black would give a check.
Yeah.
Oh wait, could I be extra clever here, Jovanka?
Yeah.
Can I go? Looks impossible, but can I go bishop f6?
Yes.
I'm gonna hide out on a3.
Yeah, you clever man. Yeah, absolutely. And after Queen C1, Bishop B2. Ooh, sophisticated stuff.
Wow, easy to say with our analysis board in front of us, but he has to find this Vidit with only a few minutes left.
Okay, let's run through that. Is it the only way to win, by the way? If we've been very good today. We have not hardly checked the engine at all, but now I feel the position is sufficiently complicated to warrant a quick peek.
Yeah, I think Queen E1's the only try that we've really found. We mentioned Queen D1 as well to try and deliver some checks, but here you can simply take and just hide out on A2. The king is very safe. So Queen E1 surely the next move from Hans Niemann. And let's check whether we are correct. Bishop E7,
Bishop
only
E7.
move to win. You found it, Jovanka.
Well, I only found it because I tried lots of other moves and you kept refuting it. So, necessity is the mother of invention. And
okay, he plays something else. He plays knight to D2. And okay, what is his plan after yet again Bishop F6? Isn't this a transposition?
Yeah, this is a complete transposition.
This just wins on the spot. I'm really surprised Hans Niemann, he didn't even ask any serious questions of Vidit there. This is just checkmate. White is the one mating black, and it's just one check. Unless Vidit sees ghosts here, it is possible. Out in the town centre, there will be some Halloween parties, but unless he's seeing ghosts, there's nothing to calculate. This king hides, and the bishop will block.
Yeah, the key for Vidit is not to get spooked and put the bishop on F6.
Yeah, don't get spooked. Trick or treat here. This one's over. If Vidit finds the move bishop to F6, which surely he will. Only winning move, but he's reaching out already.
He is.
I think he's worked it out. Otherwise, he would invest the rest of his 7 minutes just pondering this position.
This is it. Will he be treated? Or will he trick himself?
Yeah. Oof. Bishop
F6
on the board. And Hans Niemann looks away in disgust. He's miscalculated. It's so easy to do. This was a treacherous position, but he will be forced to resign. Simply nothing to do about Queen takes G7. It's just one check, and the checks dry up.
Yeah, let's run through that one again. Queen to B1, and unfortunately, King hides on A3, and after Queen C1. This is the key point. The bishop will block the check, attack the queen, and if that's not good enough, Queen takes G7. Checkmate.
Yeah, the white knight covers C4, the white bishop defends all the squares. There's another check, there's knight B1, but this will, of course, not get anywhere. Hans Niemann has nothing left to do. And just to show the black king's helplessness, King G6 would walk into a checkmate, and a final pawn push G4 would be the killer blow. No way to keep fighting in this game.
Nope. So after this victory, Vidit will move to 4.5 points, and that means he also moves into the lead.
Yeah, he lost one of the early rounds, remember, Vidit, but he's on a roll. He's been winning a bunch recently, and this was a really nice game, actually. He got a small advantage out the opening, squeezed, and then took his chance when it came.
Yeah, that was very instructive. From the choice of the opening, it was one-way traffic, and Hans Niemann will not be happy at all with how this developed, because he didn't feel like he got a chance, actually. It was he got a chance to draw.
If he found a really accurate, really difficult maneuver, we think earlier Hans Niemann could have drawn, but yeah, just the opening, really instructive. I'm going to go study this one myself. Looked like he cut all of the tactics out of the game, Vidit, very early on.
And there we see Queen B1 played, King hides on A3. That was the way to do it.
Queen C1. And he's just hoping for a last trick. King A2 would at least allow bishop to D7, and the 7th rank is blocked. Instead, of course, bishop retreats to B2 and handshake.
Yep.
Vidit takes the win.
He takes the win, moves up to 4.5 points, and is now in the shared lead. And, well, there are other games ongoing that are super important. Maybe we check back on Vladislav Artemiev against Alireza Firouzja. Artemiev with just 1.5 minutes on the clock. And move 53.
Yeah, so this position now does look like it should be a draw with best play. However, white has locked down the black b pawn, covering the b2 square. And yeah, for now, there's no immediate way to force it for black. The question is how white intends to make progress. It feels like both pieces are tied down, Jovanka, and yeah, therefore it's hard to activate. Rook to d1, of course, attacks both pieces. The white king will most likely defend its knight. King to e4. What next? I don't see how white ever makes progress. I think he's survived the worst. King to e4
played. And now, I don't know.
Rook to d2, rook to b1, I'm not sure.
Let's just go rook to b1, just...
Yeah. Just to keep the idea of b2 alive. If white ever, for example, goes hunting for pawns, then the b pawn will rush through. So rook b1 looks logical. I think we'll see that on the board. Yeah, or rook d2, one of the two.
It's somehow I think that rook d2, you know, that maybe the white king will step back to e3, and you step to d1, and no progress has been made.
No progress, just pressure on the minor pieces which can't anchor themselves. I think that's the key. If the bishop, for example, in this position could put itself on the long diagonal with a pawn protecting it, then the bishop could stay happily while the white king and white knight go kind of on adventures. But right now, yeah, well, both of these pieces just a bit loose.
Well, maybe actually rook b1 is a mistake then, because after rook b1 you can now play king to d5.
Okay, king d5, but black will come and try to eliminate these remaining pawns.
Yeah, I accept that. I can't do anything about it.
King g4.
Yeah, and now I'm going to use the bishop to
defend.
Yep.
Problem is I might even be able to sacrifice everything on g3. Now white's just run out of pawns.
Yep.
Looks tricky, looks difficult to win this one. I think we'll see him try Artemiev for a while, but I think here black just found the perfect setup. Just really instructive, that decision earlier, that tactical moment where we saw this trick, the knight fork, and just ignoring the two pieces, going after the more valuable pawn, actually creating counterplay with black's b pawn.
Yeah, very, very instructive. And how he just kept it simple, because we were swayed by all the complications, but nope, this was the way forward. And ultimately, it just goes to show a rook is very powerful in an endgame against a knight and a bishop when it's able to move freely across the board.
Yeah, bishop and knight, often the ideal duo. They normally overpower a rook, but they need a rook of their own, usually a bishop, knight, and if black, for example, had two rooks, yeah, that would be fantastic for white. If white had a rook, you'd be able to add an extra spice to kind of attack the b pawn or to go after the black king. As you say, 3 is the magic number, but you only have two pieces, and they can't do all the work alone.
No, they cannot. And whilst we're expecting this one to be a draw, rook d2 was in fact played. Maybe we can see whether progress has been made in Wojciech against Erwin Lamy.
Okay, we see 2 games on our camera. We'll also check out how Anish Giri is doing. This one, again, hasn't changed too much, apart from the fact the white king has somehow gone from, well, was it earlier, c4? It's kind of gone round, rather mysteriously, to h5.
And what's it doing there?
I think he's just trying to deflect black's attention. There's a threat of e5. If the black king ever moves, then the white king might later sneak in.
Yeah.
And black has to be careful, because a6 followed by rook to a5 is a threat.
Exactly, and that one's going to be really dire for black. So rook, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, do you give white's king a nudge back, first of all? But the problem is now there's 2 threats, e5 and a6.
A check.
Check again?
Yeah.
So maybe, yeah, I don't really see how to hold this one. Check again, the white king goes back. I feel a bit silly, I'm kind of taking back Wojciech's moves. He's clearly put his king on h5 for a reason.
And what's... Okay, you have to step out of the line, though.
And a6, is this as big a threat as it looks?
Rook a8.
Rook a8, rook a5.
Rook
Rooks
a7.
behind passed pawns. Rook a7, but now... or maybe I go the other way with the white king. Maybe the king goes into c5, c6, and while the black king is distracted dealing with white's pawns. Yeah, it does feel like these 2 threats should be enough. I'm wondering Yeah, I just don't think there's a way to hold this.
Yeah.
Owen's defended really well, but it looks like it will just be too much.
Yeah.
Fighting on two fronts.
Yeah. The only thing that I see is if actually you put your rook on a8.
But now e5 might just clinch the game because f6 drops.
Yeah, I was hoping to kind of have some c5s, but yeah.
No counterplay, just not quite quick enough. And yeah, I think we'll see Owen allow a6, a7, and the rook behind because he can rook behind to a5 because he can still fight there a few more moves. But eventually, Black's rook being passive on the a file will come back to haunt him.
It certainly will come back to haunt him, and we are setting up for another interview. You're being spoiled today. Lots of treats for our audience, and we do see though that Owen Lamy, he is struggling against Wojciech. Maybe we can quickly take a spot assessment in the game of Zamanov against Anish Giri.
Yeah, this game it's pretty much had the same pawn structure for the last, 40 moves now, Jovanka. We see Zamanov, I think, trying to press on Anish Giri, Black's knight, at the moment inferior to White's bishop, and White's gained some space on the queen side. But ultimately, this looks like it should be a draw. I must admit, I'm surprised this one is still going. After an hour or two, I already thought this would fizzle out. But yeah, Zamanov putting some pressure on Anish Giri.
Yeah, I wasn't sure who was trying to play for the win.
Maybe Anish is playing
maybe
for the
Anish
win.
is the one that is grinding it all out. And, well, okay, we do see rook a3 played, and we also see Wojciech leave the board.
Yeah, and knight g8 played by Anish Giri. He's trying to put his knight on f5 potentially, but this will always be blocked by bishop to e4, trading off that piece if it lands. So we're going to assume that Anish Giri will make a draw and head into the rest day on a decent score, but not quite making ground on the leaders. And in the meantime, you said Wojciech leaves the board. Yeah, Owen Lamy still suffering here. 2 minutes left on the clock, but he will gain an extra 15 minutes. Okay, actually, we saw a few moves.
Yeah.
Rook to a5 just been played.
Yeah.
Nothing to do.
Yeah, exactly. The pawn is going to go to a7, and then the white king will be mobilized, and with that, the curtain will fall. And yeah, we are still setting up for the interview, so you'll have to bear with us for a few more minutes. Maybe we can revisit the Artemiev. Okay, no, we are good to go. So here in the studio with us is Vidit, ready to talk through his game alongside Fiona.
Vidit, congratulations. What a crazy game against Hans. Before we jump into the game, that win allows you to join the leader group. How do you feel?
Yeah, it was important to win because many of them were on 4.5. So tournament-wise, it was important. But yeah, I was just going through the game and so many ups and downs.
You guys always so curious, right? Right away about it.
Yeah, of course, because there were a lot of interesting lines in the game. I just wanted to verify if it was working or not. At some points,
let's see the conclusions. Take us through the highlights.
Yeah, it was this Marshall opening. I played the anti-Marshall, sorry. And this was a small idea that I had. It was not really my idea, but my second's idea. That Black has this double pawns, although he has bishop. It's not really easy to, gain counterplay. It's a position which, like David enjoys and he'll play for 7 hours. So I was hoping for that.
Just one quick question. Can you reveal who your second is, or is it a secret?
I would like to keep it a secret
okay.
for now. Yeah. So nothing much was happening in the game, but here he played a strange move, bishop to c6. I was expecting him to go c6, bishop c8, and it felt more flexible. But with bishop c6, I realized that now his pieces are a bit paralyzed. Like he cannot move his queen because c7 and b5 both are hanging, and there's not really much he can do. So he was just waiting, and then I played this curious plan of bishop to b8 to attack this pawn. And yeah, it was just like complete, traffic, or I don't know, his pieces are stuck, but at the same time I can't really improve because let's say if I try to bring my knight to a5 from d2, he always has d5. So I have to watch out for his counterplay. But here I played this nice move knight b1. One of the ideas is if he just waits, it's like to go knight a3 with the idea c4 takes b5. But anyways, it was chaos.
How did you evaluate the position?
I knew I was better, and surprisingly he offered me a draw somewhere around here. I guess he thought that white can't really improve, but he missed my idea of knight b1 and bringing the knight to a5. I played a bit too cautious with g3. Probably I should directly go for knight to a5, but he brings knight f4, queen e8, queen g6. I was not sure. Anyways, so I'll go through the critical section. Queen e8, king f1. Yeah, I thought I'll be like, I'll do this king march to the other side and get famous, but it didn't really happen.
At least you tried.
Yeah, because if I try to go, he gets some counterplay on the king side. The critical moment was somewhere around here. Like I allowed him counterplay with d5, which was very smart of him to spot it, because the point is knight e5, queen h5. I thought I had knight g4 blocking it, but he just moves the bishop, and next move he'll take on h3, and there's too much counterplay. My pieces are completely stuck, so I had to go back. Queen h5, king e1, bishop d7, and I think I played this very nice move, queen b7. The point is, if he takes on h3, I'm going bishop c7. If he gives a check, okay, I just have knight f1. And I'm threatening to take the bishop. His pieces are still stuck. I think Engine was showing some brilliant way to draw, like bishop e8, I think so. And then some bishop h5 and some weird counterplay, which I don't really understand yet.
Not very human, this one.
Yeah. He played d4. It was 40th move, and after this, it's winning. But yeah, this was a critical moment. Like
yes,
I could go
somewhere around
d3.
here, before we went live, you started shaking your head at the screen.
Oh, I did?
When you were looking through the lines.
Oh, I didn't realize. No, the point is if I go f3, which looks good, I was a little bit worried of some piece sacrifice like this. And he just pushes h pawn. I mean, objectively, white must have something, but it looked unclear. And if I go king d3, my king is a bit misplaced. He can go back, and maybe there is, and white is still better, but maybe it's not so clean. So I thought knight f3 was very accurate. And here there were very interesting lines. So let's say he should have gone bishop c8, and queen b6 is most natural move, but it's draw. Because if he takes, his only idea is to take on e4. But here I have this nice move king e3, and he cannot really defend both e7 and c8. But there was a nice intermezzo with knight d5.
Oh.
So it forces me to take, and then queen c7, e4, queen c8, queen f3, king e1, e3, takes, king d1, queen d4. The problem is I can't really escape because he has this, and I think this is a draw. I was trying to calculate all the way, but I'm not sure how accurate I was, but I think he has good chances to make a draw. So he should have tried it, but I had this defense with queen a7, so that knight d5 doesn't really attack my queen. And there was this move, queen g4, bishop d8, queen e4, queen e3, queen c2. Problem is if I go to f1 with check, he'll take on d8, 92, 95. I know I'm showing too many lines, but...
But they're very, I mean, they're fascinating lines.
Yeah, I was not sure what this endgame is. It looked better, of course, but maybe black has good chances to draw. So he went queen e8, which was surprising. Like he went so passive. A knight e5, bishop c8. And the most accurate move would have been queen to b8. The point is that in the game, he had this move knight g6, but now the bishop would be hanging. I was a bit lazy at this point. I saw this idea with knight g6.
When you say queen b8 would have been the most accurate, it's because you checked it.
Yeah, I mean, after playing also, I realized that I chose the wrong
game.
square. And this was a very clever idea by him, because if I take bishop d8, queen e4, again the problem is wherever the king goes with check, he takes the bishop on d8. And here I made two inaccuracies, like queen c7 was, like I was a bit shocked because of this counterplay. I should have gone bishop f6. Okay, and just clearly better, but maybe he's fighting. And I panicked a bit. I played this, and here he could have played bishop to d7. I think this would have given him still some chances to fight.
Did you spot this during the game, and what was going through your mind?
I was kicking myself for allowing so much counterplay. But when he played knight f3, I felt really good, because I saw this trick that it looks like there is mate, but this bishop f6 covers the a1 square, and I think that's what he missed. And okay.
Yeah, we saw the reaction on camera of hands clearly shook after bishop f6 landed on the board. You realized it was game over.
Yeah.
What a comeback. You started actually this tournament with a loss to Ervin Lamy, but now you're in the leader group, 4.5 out of 6. How do you reflect on these last few days?
I think some of the games have been very fighting. Not some, I think almost all of them have been very fighting. But when it comes to, let's say, accuracy, it could be better. Like I almost allowed him the chance to come back, but luckily he was low on time and he couldn't find it. So there's of course scope for improvement, but I can't really complain of how things are. If I just fix this, I think the rest of the games will be much, will go well, I think. Yeah.
Tomorrow is a rest day. The day after that, you guys come back to the board. There's a big leader group. Is there a player in particular that you would enjoy facing over the board, or maybe someone that you would rather avoid? Do you have any preferences?
No, not really. I mean, all of them are equally strong. Yeah, anyone who is nice to me, I think I wouldn't mind.
That sounds like a good plan. I'm going to turn to our commentators to see if they have any questions.
Yeah, and Vidit, you've played in the Isle of Man before. I remember actually playing against you a few years ago. What are your thoughts on the island? Do you enjoy playing chess here?
Yeah, somehow I have played a lot of aggressive or attacking games here. I don't know what's the reason. Maybe the time control probably helps me to think and take more risks. But yeah, I can't complain, and some of the games which I've played have brought me good memories now.
Yeah. Okay. And do you have any special routines for playing in such a big and strong open?
This one is a little bit special because there's hardly any time. Like after the game I go back, it's dinner time. Dinner is done, it's like pairings are out. And in the morning you wake up, you have to prepare. There's just no time. So I'm glad that there is rest day. So no routine as such, but maybe more sleep tonight, that would help.
And tomorrow is a rest day. Do you have any special plans?
Yeah, I'll do the same things, but take longer, like, sleep longer, have breakfast with peace, dinner very coolly with my friends, just enjoy it, which I cannot really do on the other days.
Really nice video. Thank you so much for joining us here. Congratulations again, and enjoy a well-deserved rest day. Back to you guys.
Well done.
Thank you, Fiona, and thank you, Vidit. And Vidit with 4.5 points out of 6, making it to the leaders group. And well, that makes 7. A 7-way tie for the top, right?
Yeah, 7 and counting. We could see Wojtaszek join. We could see even Zalmakhanov join if he manages to outmaneuver Anish Giri. I think maybe he's one of the less likely to join the leading pack, but this one, a clash between two potential leaders as well, Jovanka.
Yeah, and in the meantime, we do see Artemiev's clock down to 30 seconds. They are on move 59. So Vladislav has just one more move to make the 60 time control and get an extra 15 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, under 15 seconds now, 10 seconds. He needs to move, and he will get that extra 15 minutes. I think this last move, though, will allow Firouzja to clinch the draw. He's also down around the 30-second mark. Big moment. If he gives a check, most likely, and in some move order or other, eliminates the white pawns. I think he's reaching for his rook. He will give the check. We have reached move 60. they'll take a slower turn now. We might see a bit of thought from Artemiev. The king will move. And I think the winning plan will be just king, the drawing plan even. It feels like a win here for Firouzja after being on the back foot the entire game, but it will just be to capture, and the h-pawn would drop. White will run out of pawns.
And there we see the king retreat, and we're expecting Firouzja to step up with the king. He has to do it now. Otherwise,
it might be too late.
Exactly. I mean, if white could somehow get the king round, or maybe even the knight to the e2 square, then okay, he has some chances. Okay, king moves to g4.
Yeah, actually, I think we'll see a handshake any moment. The fact that the players didn't pause around the move 60 mark where they got extra time means they've both consigned themselves to the fact that this is going to end peacefully. Another dramatic game. Firouzja seems to be embroiled in all these fascinating fights.
Yeah. But he was on the ropes, right, in the endgame. It, you know, it got crazy with Artemiev having a pass pawn on c6 at one point, but Artemiev moving the king, and now is the moment for Firouzja. Rook takes g3 is the drawing mechanism.
Yeah, you still have to calculate here. Jovanka, I should mention rook takes g3 does allow a knight check. You have to be slightly careful where you go.
You can take the knight.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say there's only one move. I was going to say you just can't take this pawn. Because I was going to make a joke because earlier we saw bishop and knight versus king. For the second time in this tournament, we could see it again. So rook takes knight. Yeah, as you point out, I'm not sure if it's the only drawing move, but it's by far the most efficient. And I think we might actually see this play out. No, he does indeed actually just take the rook.
And
we'll see a handshake.
He gives a smile, and there is no way that knight can come and defend the lone pawn on h4, and king takes pawn, and that is it. The game will be agreed a draw, and another fighting draw for Alireza Firouzja. But what a game it was.
What a game it was. I'm surprised White didn't put the king on h1 and just move the knight around forever and just continue the game. No, this one is going to be a draw any moment. I think they're both a bit too proud to be the first to offer.
Well, you know, if this was an online game, and
if this was online game with no increment, White would have put the king on h1, left the black pawn alive,
yes,
and then you just move the knight around forever. But there we go. Finally, a handshake and a fair result after a tough fight.
Yeah, a huge fight between these two, full of fireworks. And, well, that means that there are 3 people still remaining on 3.5 points. And let's go and take a look at how things are developing in the Wojciech Owen Lamy game.
Yeah, all in good spirits here. Let's move on. And, okay, it does look like this game might be in its final stages. The pawn has indeed landed on a7 as we predicted a bit earlier. Black simply has no counterplay. Black is a pawn down, not just facing the a pawn, but a potential passer on the other flank as well, the e or f pawns. There's some counterplay in the shape of the black c pawn, but white can simply move back.
Yep.
You're in the box, in the square. As long as you're within this square, you can control the pawn c3, king e2. You're just in time. And you will round up this pawn next.
Yep.
Not much for black to do in the meantime. If black tries to create any counterplay, or at least tries to run with the king, then actually any king and pawn endgame is lost as well. For example, he might try this, give a check, and he can't take this pawn, unfortunately.
No, that's true. And even if the worst comes to the worst, you can still like run the rook over to f5 and win the f6 pawn, and that will be a trivial win.
For example, rook f5 now to take the pawn, and the e and f together will win this game. Yeah, I don't think there's too much to do, unfortunately, for Owen Lamy right now. He can think as long as he likes, but this game ultimately almost over. Rook a6 check as well might be a nice inclusion in that variation.
Drive the king back. I like that idea. And whilst these two players are thinking, there's also maybe we can also just check in on Zamanov against Anish Giri. Zamanov is the final player on 3.5 points. International master with a rating of 24.47, but it is Zamanov who is pushing hard for something.
Yeah. He won't be an IM for long. That's
no, absolutely
that's
not.
Pretty certain, Jovanka. Yeah, getting closer with every round to the Grandmaster title. And yeah, this one is barely changed since we were last here. I want to say it's barely changed since, I don't know, move 30, 40. They've just been going round in circles. It's really tough. If you had to pick a side who you think has been trying to win, because clearly one of these two players wants to keep the game going. But who is it, Jovanka?
I honestly don't know. Like, I would have thought, judging by the pawns, that it would be white. But then I don't know. Neither side is making any progress. So the rook moving to b3. But then on account of the rating situation, I'm thinking perhaps Anish really wants to do something.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's Zamanov. I don't think he's afraid of anyone. I think he's the one pressing. Giri would have snapped White's hand off if he offered a draw. Yeah, but Black's just so solid. Black's defending b7. Black's knight controlling some squares. Problem is for White, the a-pawn means that the king will be tied down forever, and there's no real inroads with the White rook. Rook a3. Okay, actually, if we see king d6 now, we'll find out who wants the draw. Anish Giri, I think that would be the second time we've seen that position. He makes a bit of a face. Will he play king d6? What else?
What else to do?
Oh no, okay, it is Anish Giri playing for the win. I was wrong.
Well, he's played rook a6. The rook has already been on a6 before.
It's already been there, yeah. I'm just looking, it was on a6 about 30 moves ago. It's been the exact same pawn structure in all that time. Yeah, Anish.
No change. Okay, well, talking about change, okay, the king steps back.
So b6 would be one way to change the pawn structure, but this would just be an exchange of pawns. This is a check. And this won't really favor either side. King takes, for example, we could see fortress-esque position here. Neither side can make progress. Does he not know he's keeping us from our dinner, Jovanka? Anish, what are you doing?
And, well, talking about change, whilst these two players are maneuvering, let's take a look at the women's standings after 6 rounds. And there you can see it was all change at the top. Anna Mizicuk, with her win over Bibisara Saubieva, moves on to 5 points out of 6. A very impressive score. But 4 players are behind her with 4.5 points. Vaishali, Bibisara Saubieva, Antonetta Stefanova, and Alexandra Goryachkina. And a bunch of players on 4 points. And now, after this free day, it's going to be the money rounds. It's going to get critical as players just vie for those top spots. And going back to the camera, I think Anish or Zamanov, they are ready to agree to a peaceful result and go home.
The body language, Jovanka alone tells the story better than we ever could with words. Anish Giri, he looks relaxed. He looks ready to get out of there. King b4, second time we've seen this position.
Okay.
If we see king d6 or rook a6 from Anish, we've seen that position before too. He's about to make a move. King back to d6.
Yeah. And now the important moment is, will they make eye contact? They're reaching for a second score sheet, David.
They're not respecting the environment. They're wasting paper. Wow. That means they're passing move 60 or move 80 even, king to d6. And actually, I do see in front of us, if this game were taking place online, the server would have automatically declared a draw, because this is actually the third time we've seen this position. We saw it on move 68, we saw it on move 76, and then move 80. So not consecutively, but third time you see the position.
But you know, when the position has been repeated 5 times, the arbiter must automatically step in and agree the game drawn. And actually, the arbiter doesn't have to step in because the game has been agreed a draw. And, well, it was a very tense game, but in the end, neither player could break through. But a fantastic result for Zamanov, who keeps on drawing to these world-class players.
Yeah, fantastic result, fantastic game. In the end, they did save the forest. They did save the Van Forest by not using that second score sheet, that second piece of paper. In the end, not much could separate the two. It was a very stodgy game, this one. Just lots and lots of maneuvering, no real action. And Anish, he'll need to start winning after the rest day if he wants to catch up with the leaders.
Yep. And that leaves us one last game where the players are on 3.5 points, and if Wojciech can win this one, he will join the leading group.
Wojciech, who played one of the moves of the tournament, Queen to A1 against Denis Lazovic a few days ago. I recommend checking that out, everyone. Yeah, he's had an up and down time, but it's been very up in the last few days, and it looks like he should win. Essentially, rook behind pass pawn. It's kind of the most important motif in these types of endgames, Jovanka. And it's lucky for Wojciech that his rook will not get trapped. His rook is running out of escape squares. The problem is the black king, anytime it moves, this move will be met by rook takes c5. And not just kind of taking a pawn, it's actually going for the black f pawn, even at the cost of white's pride and joy, the a7 pawn. And 2 connected pass pawns here will beat 1.
Yep. And once again, it's Owen's move. He can't really make too many moves here. Is either wait with the king, play into the line that you literally highlighted, or push the c pawn.
Yeah, he can't move his rook. Actually, process of elimination. You can't move the rook. You either have to give way with the king or push one of the pawns.
Can he be sophisticated and go f5?
F5. Okay.
Yeah.
Clever.
And now here I'm trying to provoke you to go e5. And then I can run with the king to c7.
Then you go round, threatening to trap the white rook, forcing me to take. Then you take a pawn off the board and maybe still winning for white with 2 pass pawns, but at least alive.
Yeah.
At least now you go around the back with some activity. You need your rook on a1, not a8. Yeah, I like that idea. I love that idea, Jovanka. f5.
And what happens if you just go e takes f5?
That's the downside.
And king f7.
King c7. Yeah.
King c7, sorry. Rook takes pawn.
White has to take the pawn, attacking the rook.
Yeah.
Now maybe just rook to e5, and a capture would be met by a really sneaky a5 check. Suddenly, black just not in time. If the rooks disappear, white runs f for glory in this case. And in that line, yeah, if you have to move your king to a6, then this is bad news. Yeah, you can't step back to the 7th rank either because of a rook check. So king a6, and now, yeah, it feels like the f pawn will decide this game.
It would just be escorted to its destination.
That poor black rook, it was blocked by the a pawn for so long. Now it's going to find itself tied down, stopping the f pawn.
Yes, totally. And
the king will march through to win.
And Owen, deep in thought, but the situation is hopeless. But let's take a look at the open results. Remember, these are the provisional standings. We will not know the full group of leaders until this game is resolved. And there you can see, once again, it was a decisive day. Yesterday, we only had 2 victories in the top 10. Today, Fabiana Caruana beat Evgeny Naya, and Vidit beat Hans Niemann, and the young 17-year-old Yevgeny Sindarov beat Sam Sevian. And Alexander Predka again entertaining us with his sparkling chess, defeating Sam Shankland.
Yeah, that means we will be left with a huge tie for first heading into the rest day, as we have now crossed the halfway mark, Jovanka.
Yeah.
Time flies.
Time does fly. I mean, it feels like yesterday it was like round 1, and now it's like round 6. And before we know it, the tournament will be over, and it'll be it's going to be November, actually.
Oof, it'll be emotional at the end of this tournament. Yeah, soon November, in a couple of days, month of my birthday. But in the meantime, we do see the current standings, and a nice little asterisk there in the corner with Wojciech in 20th place, but likely to join the leaders. We do see it's a 7-way tie right now, Jovanka.
It is a 7-way tie, and it's looking likely that Wojciech will win. So that makes it 8 at the top. So fabulous 8, the great 8.
The hateful 8. Wasn't that a movie?
The Magnificent 8? Was it? No, Magnificent 7.
Yeah, Secret 7 as well. We're running out of...
That's Enid Blyton, David.
Enid Blyton, the Secret 7.
Did you ever read any of her books?
I did.
So did I.
Very niche. Have to be a certain generation, I think. Yeah, the 8, either way. Looks like they'll be standing atop the open section.
Have you ever read the book, the chess book, The 8?
No.
I have.
The 8?
The 8.
Just
the 8. Yeah,
wow.
it's actually really funny because it's a really unusual book, has a fantastic beginning, has a fantastic middle, but the end is like, yeah, I don't think so. So weird. But it's a great book.
I'll check it out.
Just for the beginning and for the middle.
Okay, I'll check it out on the rest day, I promise.
Yeah.
I'm also reminded of Tony the Tiger. That's great. Oh, wow. Okay, anyway. We have a move.
We do have a move.
And king to c7, forcing white's hand.
Yep.
White has to play rook takes c5 now, otherwise the rook will get trapped. Literally no choice.
No choice. Yeah, I mean, otherwise you're just losing your rook. So, yes, and he responds with rook takes c5.
And now Owen does grab the a-pawn. And what would you play here? Would you keep the a-pawn alive? The second a-pawn? Or will you go for black's f6 pawn?
I'll go for black's f6 pawn, because there I know it's like completely winning.
Yeah. This is slow and steady.
Exactly.
Step by step. The white rook will eventually just keep an eye on the c-pawn while the king will shepherd its own pawns forward. Lamy keeping a poker face. He always frowns. He looks so scary. Talking of Halloween, he looks so scary when you play against him. But yeah, I think inside, deep down, he knows that he's simply losing this game. The a-pawn will fall.
Yes, and well, Radoslav deciding that it's easier and more straightforward just to win the f-pawn, because this is like comforting. You know that here you can't get into trouble whatsoever.
Yeah, there are some rare scenarios where two connected pass pawns together don't win, even if they're facing no opposing pawns, but that would involve the black king being able to blockade them. For example, if white were to somehow, for no reason, cut off their own king, retreat, then things do become much, much more difficult. And just to show what could go wrong, I doubt it will happen, but for example, how am I going to do this? If white ever moves the rook away as well, then we could see a drawn position if black ever blockades. But of course, this requires a big, big helping hand. And of course, the white king also will not retreat. It will go forward.
And it does move forward. And, well, Owen taking a pause there, giving a check to the king. Yep. Now the king will just, again, continue up the board.
King e5 looks strong and natural. Yeah, when in doubt, give checks in rook endgames. That tends to be a good idea, but
then you're driving the king all the way to where it wants to go. Although I
guess the idea is to try and create some counterplay, but this really won't cut it. At the very least, the white rook could go back and cover the c-pawn, but even if you step back with the king now, the pawn's not going anywhere.
No, it's certainly not.
Yeah, it's hard to find any hope at all. King e5 on the board. Yeah, how soon do you think we'll see the handshake? He plays c5.
Well, you know what they say. You never won a game by resigning. So c5 on the board. And Erwin looks away. Well, there isn't anything, David.
Yeah, there's nothing. I guess the only idea is if the king steps across to d5, c4, you don't want to step back with your king. Yes, you're tracking the pawn, but c3 check anyway, and white would have blown it.
Yep.
King takes pawn, and one of the pawn drops. Yeah, this would be, of course, the pretty much the only trap at this point. I'm expecting Wojtaszek to just push his pawn, or maybe bring the rook to the side. You can control black's pawn easily.
Yep. I'm expecting rook h6.
Yeah, rook h6. I should point out as well, king d5 looks very nice and strong, but it would be met by rook d4 check, and the white king will be driven back. And we just see the position repeat. So not the end of the world, not a big blunder, but yeah, rook h6 looks logical.
And now that Owen has left the board, maybe it's time for us actually to listen to Daisy Corey, who beat Kostaniuk earlier on.
Daisy, congratulations. You just won a really nice game against Alexandra Kostaniuk. How do you feel after that game?
I feel very happy because it was a very difficult game and it's my first time that I won Kostaniuk.
She is, of course, an incredible player. After that victory, you have 3.5 points. How satisfied are you overall with your play and the result so far?
I I feel that it's a good result, but we have now 5 games, and I want to play a good game, and for me it's okay.
It's a very long tournament. Can you tell us a little bit about how you prepare for your games?
Okay. For me, the most important is rest. The change of the hour, it's difficult, but now I'm okay with the time.
How many days did it take you to adapt to this jet lag and get over it?
No, no.
How many days? Do you feel that now you adapted to the?
Yes. Now it's okay.
You told me it's your first time in the Isle of Man. How do you like it here?
I like it, but it's very cold. Yeah, but I like.
And tomorrow is a rest day. What are you planning to do?
Not too much. Maybe rest. I don't know.
That sounds like a great idea, Daisy. Enjoy the rest day and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Yeah, there we heard from Daisy Gory, who just beat Alexandra Kostaniuk. And it seems to be a common complaint. It's cold. It's a bit chilly here in the Isle.
Yeah, I guess if you haven't played here before, if you're from the other hemisphere, then this is a bit of a shock. The rain, the wind, the storms. But yeah, we do have actually a lot of players who enjoy it, who have thrived here.
I must admit, it's a lot of fun to stand really close to the promenade and just watch the waves crash against the shore. I mean, literally, they just crash over the walls, bring over some seaweed with them, and it's just like fantastic.
Yeah, and Vidit was saying when he joined us in the studio, he said he has a kind of disproportionate number of exciting attacking games here in the Isle of Man, and maybe that's because it's so stormy, it's some tempestuous, and yeah, right now, I think we're getting a decisive game in this one, Jovanka. White's last move, rook e6. Beautiful clincher, just defending the e4 pawn, meaning that the white king is actually free to track the black c pawn. This one should result in a win for white any moment.
Yeah, and if Owen simply stands still, then, well, Vladislav will simply just lift the f pawn. And also come with the king to d5.
Both, maybe. Yeah, not much to do. c4 now can safely be met by king to d4.
Yep.
And the black king, if it attacks the rook, this could just be defended.
Totally. And white has a nice technique of actually like moving up the board like a caterpillar with the 2 pawns. Like slowly, but surely it will win the race.
Yep. Slowly, step by step. And yeah, what else to do? When he could try king d7, but again, it won't be met by king d5, which will blow the win after rook to d4. Well, it wouldn't even blow the win. Rook d4 check, you could still take this pawn.
Oh.
Whoops.
Yep.
I was going to say f5 would be the kind of straightforward way of doing it. And we have touchdown very shortly.
And the players are on move 71, and Erwin is down to 5.5 minutes. But once again, it's not the clock that is his enemy. It is the position on the board. Will we see a handshake? It's very painful, right? After such stern defense there from Erwin to eventually just say, okay, I have to give up.
Yeah, to end his fantastic streak in the tournament. He's really been on fire. Owen Lamy, one of the best tournaments he's had in years, at least in terms of the first half here, the start he's had playing opponents like Fabiano Caruana. But unfortunately, the undefeated status will be ending right now. Rook d4 played. Not really sure what the idea is if white continues to push. Maybe he wants to cut off the white king, just bring his rook down and start pushing the black c pawn. But clearly white is ahead in the race here with a lot to spare.
Yes.
f5 instantly from Wojtaszek.
And that's the only plan that I can think of. Just put the rook on d1 and
pray.
And well, praying is never a good plan, but sometimes it's all you have.
And this game, it's an endgame now, Jovanka, but I just want to highlight a tactic that you spotted earlier, the Anastasia's mate.
Yes.
Which he used to get this decisive advantage in the rook endgame.
Yeah, let's go back there because that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, this was in the middle game, the real highlight of this clash. Black tried a tricky tactic, knight takes c4, undermining this white knight. If, for example, the knight is captured, the white knight would fall as well, and black would have equalized. But knight e7, a beautiful shot in the dark, a tactic, attacking the black queen. You cannot take this knight because the back rank here, black's rook falls. But if you kind of save your queen, queen takes g2, for example, go for it, Jovanka. The killer shot.
The killer shot is whenever there's a knight on e7 and the king is sidelined on the h line, then all you have to do is queen takes h7. Check. King takes queen, and now here comes the beauty. Rook h4, and there's no way for the king to run away, so it's checkmate.
Yeah, the rook delivers checkmate at the end here. And yeah, due to this tactic, he won material. Wojciech, he actually returned the queen a few moves later, and after rook takes rook, rook to d2, I just want to show this moment. He gives back the material just to head into a nice, theoretically, one rook endgame. White's rook getting in, getting active, weak pawns, really professional stuff. And just knowing, I think, when to attack, when to kind of take your foot off the pedal and kind of switch to strategic play. That's a mark of a true genius. So Wojciech winning a great game here, most likely. Rook d8 played.
Yeah. Just
covering the promotion square of white's f-pawn. Still a little bit of work to be done.
Yes, so I've got the table base up here just in case there's any drawing possibilities. And do you want to know the answer? No way that white can draw this. They can lose it though if they're playing rook to b6.
You can lose your rook.
Yeah, exactly, but that's about it.
So any move that doesn't blunder white's rook is winning.
Yep.
Yeah, and I don't think it's too much of a surprise. Let's try and figure out what he might attempt. F6.
F6 is
C4.
fine. Yep. F6, C4.
I
that
really
must
want
be.
to go around with the white rook before it's too late.
Yep. And
I think I can play F7 though.
yeah. So here actually you have to be careful. So if you go King F4 or King F5, that is a draw.
Whoops.
Yep. Because
we failed to track the pawn.
Exactly. And if you go Rook A6, you go Rook E7, that's a win.
Yeah. How about F7?
F7 is also a win.
Sufficient. The idea is that after C3, okay, at the very least we can go round with the pawn. I'm just wondering what happens after Rook to E8. I think this is sufficient as well. Just forcing it through promotion, and if black makes a new queen, white queen's first.
Yep.
Actually, maybe you just take the rook off the board, just to be
Yes.
super safe. Because I realized after queens, luckily for black, rook takes e8 comes with a check, and we head into a queen and pawn endgame. Nobody wants that one. So rook takes d8 first, of course, black queens, and now white promotes. And I think due to the fact that in this position, you cannot take the rook without allowing a king and pawn endgame, white would be winning. But this one, at least you have to calculate a little bit. So maybe he'll try to find a risk-free version.
So the professional approach is actually just to move the rook to A6.
Yeah. Either now or, for
so
example,
do F6, move the rook to A6, and
just come behind.
Just come behind, grab that pawn, and let's try to find the best defense for black.
Yeah, just to point out, c3 would be met very nicely by rook to a3, and the pawn does eventually fall with a check.
Yep.
So yeah, let's find the best defense. Rook a6.
I was thinking rook c8, just to be a bit tricky.
Ooh, rook c8 is tricky.
Rook c8, yeah.
But now,
yeah, I know.
say I play f7.
It's completely lost. But
it's unfortunately. I'm
Yep.
trying to find a trap. I don't really see a trap. Unfortunately, c2 and white is just in time.
no, I don't. No inroads at all.
No inroads at all. At the very least, white will drop back the rook, guard the black pawn, and white will make a new queen. White's winning this race. Normally, they do say that one runs quicker than two, so sometimes having two in a race is not the best thing in the world. If they have to kind of step-by-step support each other, it's better to just sprint with one shoe rather than run with two. But yeah, unfortunately here, it's just too slow.
Yeah, that's true. It's better to hop than walk with your shoelaces tied.
Oh, that's a nice analogy. I'm going to steal that one. In the meantime, we see the emptied out Villa Marina.
Oh, and do we see a game between Parham Magsudlu still going?
It's not Parham
No, it's not
Magsudlu. It is Cristobal Enriquez Villagra against Adam Kozak. I probably didn't pronounce that.
I know you did a great job there, David.
But yeah, this one, I'll briefly click over. Let's go over to that game. Looks very drawish to me, Jovanka. Black is actually a pawn up, but opposite color bishops. No open files for the black rook. I think you can tell on both players' body language as well.
Yeah.
They're ready for the rest day. This one should be a draw with best play.
It certainly should be a draw. But the players will be trying, and let's go back to our crunch game between Radoslav Wojciech and Erwin Lamy.
Oh, I've lost that game. There
That's
we go.
board 9. More moves
F7.
F7 played.
Yep, he's going for it.
So the only move to play is
C3.
C3. I mean, if you go rook F8, well, then king F6.
Yeah, rook F8 I really hate because it only helps white.
It does. And if you go C3, I wouldn't even bother trying to calculate anything fancy. I would just go rook A6.
Yeah, come back when in doubt. Kill the counterplay and then win the black rook. So yeah, rook F8 looks hopeless. C3, at least that variation we mentioned requires some calculation if Wojciech does intend to play rook E8. C2. Yeah, not to promote, there's one trap already. But yeah, with new queens on the board, it's not going to be straightforward. There'll be a bunch of checks and we'll be here for another hour.
We could be out there trick-or-treating,
Oh,
David. I know it's the wrong day, but you know, it is the Hallows Eve of Halloween.
It is. Have you got a costume ready? An outfit for Halloween?
No, I can throw money at the problem. I mean, is it acceptable for adults to go trick-or-treating?
Probably. Why not? I wouldn't judge. I would be pleasantly amused.
I would be freaked out. And in Norway, they have this really weird tradition that on New Year's Eve, maybe you've come across it. On New Year's Eve, they come knocking round your door, singing carols.
I did not know this.
No, I did not know that either, because you know how it is in the UK when people come knocking on, they sing carols, you're meant to give them money. Yeah. So I was like, it's on New Year's Eve, they're singing Christmas carols, which is like literally just been and gone. You missed the boat there. And then I answered the door and I said to these kids, like, what do you want? Do you want money? Do you want sweets? I have no idea. And well, talking about no idea, I have no idea how Erwin is going to save this one. Nice check there.
Nice check. Are you sure you weren't being punked?
No. It's a thing, David. Yeah. So just be aware. So what you got to do when they come on New Year's Eve, you got to give them sweets. Don't give them money. That's an insult, right?
Oh dear. Actually, in Norway, sweets are easier to find than cash, so don't have money to give them. Yep. Okay, a check. I think he's going to go for the same idea that we were highlighting, king b6, for example. Then he'll play rook to e8.
Yep. But this time.
Yeah, this time there's not as much to calculate because black's king is also further from the white rook, so that idea of even coming and taking this rook not available. I assume that white's king will hide safely. There are some scenarios, actually, I've had at games myself, including one against Vaishali where white could have been having a queen in the corner and with a rook and with 2 extra pawns. Black with a bare queen is able to deliver a perpetual check because a queen in the corner can never come back and save her king. She can never deliver any cross checks or blocks. But a queen on f8 should be safe enough. I think the white king can even hide on e8 and the queen will save it from the checks.
And, well, the players playing in a most entertaining way. Now we're going to see a promotion. Rook takes rook, and here you go. C1 queen, f8 queen.
Yeah, f8 queen. Maybe he's mulling over whether to give a check, but I don't think you need to bother calculating too much. Just promote. And this will be, well, actually this last move, this is the first black queen that's been on the board since move all the way back. That position we showed, move 21.
21, okay. Resurrected.
Resurrected. It's not Easter, it's Halloween, but it has been resurrected.
Wasn't it the Day of the Dead? Just now? It was either today or was yesterday?
Yeah, I must admit, I don't know my traditions too well. I think you might be right, Jovanka.
Yeah, and well, there you go. Come back from the dead. 2 queens.
Literally 50 moves after the queens left the board. There's a new set.
Yep.
And okay, queen d6. Any check here would win for white, of course, so black has to give checks as long as possible. Cling on. I don't know where to start this check. Diagonal checks tend to be quite useful in queen endgames, but this one I'm less attracted to if the white rook can block.
Maybe you could start with queen to g. No, we have a handshake. And Owen Lamy does resign against Radoslav Wojciech, and that means Radoslav will move on to 4.5 points and into the leaders group. And wow, going into tomorrow's rest day, we have 8 players on 4.5 points out of 6. It's close at the top, and that is quite the understatement.
Yeah. It's quite the understatement. The open section, it's an open field, and nice to see the players after a long day of nearly 7 hours of chess, still analysing, but they deserve their rest, Jovanka.
They deserve their rest, and we also deserve our rest. But what an exciting day. It's been round 6, the day before the free day, so let's take a look at the standings and maybe also the results. And here are the women. It was once again such an eventful day, round 6. And the most important result was Anna Mazichuk beating Bibisara Asalbaeva with the white pieces to snatch the lead. She moves into front place with 5 points out of 6, but there are 4 players chasing her on 4.5 points. And yeah, with that victory, Antoneta Stefanova also moves into the chasing group, and there you can see Anna Mazichuk, top of the table, Vaishali, Bibisara Asalbaeva, Antoneta Stefanova, and Alexandra Goryachkina all on 4.5 points, but a cluster of people on 4 points.
Yeah, still 5 rounds to go. It's about who puts on a winning streak in the second half, but Anna Mazichuk, for now, looking like the favourite to at least place very highly there. In the open section, we saw a few draws between the leaders, Esipenko Nakamura and Erigaisi, the other leader, drawing against Yu Yangi, but it was Caruana, it was Vidit, Sindarov, Predka, and now Wojciech who joined those 3 in the lead. And that makes 5. That makes 8 even. 5 plus 3 is 8.
The great 8. And let's take a look at the standings. And the great 8. 4 on 4.5 points out of 6. But take a look at who is chasing them. So many people with 4 points out of 6. And as David said, anything can happen after the free day when we hit the money rounds.
Yep, so remember everyone, tomorrow will be a day off. Enjoy your rest. We'll enjoy ours, that's for sure. Enjoy Halloween as well. And we will be back on Wednesday, on November the 1st, for round 7. Same time, same place, 2:30 UK time, 3:30 European time. And we will be leaving you in a moment with an interview, Jovanka.
Yes, we do have an interview with Yakoboev. And so please enjoy that, and also enjoy tomorrow's free day.
See you soon.
Norivek, you just drew a very interesting game against Vincent Keimer in round 6. What was your feeling after the game?
Okay. I feel myself okay, but I had an advantage, but I missed summer, and after that I had to play for draw to hold the game. So it's okay to make draw against such a strong player like Vincent. Okay, but I could win. But okay, I will try to win next games. So let's see.
Of course, still 5 rounds to go. You go into the rest day with 4 points out of 6 games. How satisfied are you overall so far with your play?
Unfortunately, I lost my first game to Haik Martirosyan. I felt bad myself that day. I was a little bit sick, but now everything is okay. And after that, I could win some games against Amin Bassem and Grand Delius Nils. So yeah, I will try to win.
You might have lost the first game here, but just a few days before that, you won the Qatar Masters. First of all, congratulations on that. Was it the biggest individual achievement in your career so far?
Yeah, of course, because there were Carlsen, Nakamura, and Giri, and I could win that tournament. I didn't play against Carlsen or Nakamura, but okay. Even without these games, I feel happy myself. So it's my biggest achievement ever.
I saw the pictures of your face and your name being projected onto those buildings in Doha. What were your emotions when you saw that, when you saw yourself?
Okay. I was happy to see myself there, and I sent this picture to my parents, and they also were happy. It's always nice to see such things about yourself. So that's why I was happy, and I will try to do my best and try to do better, and I will try to qualify to the candidates tournament.
Of course, there are 2 spots here. It's your first time in the Isle of Man. How do you like it here?
It's always raining here, so I didn't walk much, but I have time tomorrow to walk and to see some sightings maybe. It's I like to be here and play this tournament. Okay, thank you.
Just one final question before I let you go. Can you tell us a little bit about what is your routine like? You said you haven't walked so much yet, so what do you do before the game and after the game?
I wake up at 6 o'clock.
Very early.
Yeah, and to pray, and after that I sleep. I sleep again, 2-3 hours till 10 or 11, and then start to prepare against opponents. And after the game, I go to have dinner, and after that I will see all. I see all the games of the tournament to find some interesting ideas, and then I go to sleep at 1 a.m. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Nordivik, for sharing all of that with us. Enjoy the rest day tomorrow, and best of luck for the second half.
Thank you very much.